Step 1, wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, fuck everybody, just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo, set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 So life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. I always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flies, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause it's sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.
Wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, fuck everybody, just do your thing.
I wake up every minute with the fever dreams. I push my mind to a limit where it needs to be. I work blind, got vision I don't need to see. I'm picking mind over matter, I believe in me. I need to find more hours in the day to breathe. Need to find more power in the way I be. And when my mind turns sour with the painful scenes, I need to scream out loud, I can't stop me. I wanna be the greatest like Rocky. You know I leave them all hating like a hobby. I'm out here making moves like a lobby. And if you ain't with me, it's your loss, see. I got my mind on the facts, I'm a python, grab what I like real fast. Till until I have everything I attack, everything that I lack, everything that I want, and I see, matter of fact.
Cause I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind I manifest.
Good morning and welcome to my Mind Over Your Matter. My name is Rick. Let's go ahead and get this camera started. Oh, I feel like I'm the hardest working YouTuber right now because I do day and night lately. I've been doing day and night, and I don't know. I feel like the energy is really strong within me to continue doing what I'm doing, and doing it because one, because I want to. Two, I feel like I need to. And three, I'm definitely doing it for Charlie. So this mouth ain't going to be censored. This mouth is going to continue to speak. And I do got some stuff that we got to watch right away. So let me set this up real quick and let's tune in to what's going on in the world. We do got a live footage. So let me set this up here real quick. It's about an hour behind, but better late than ever. Let's check this out. This is Marine One in UK. This is Trump's helicopter in UK. You know, I got my breakfast ready. I got all my stuff here. Oh, who's here? Oh, let me check the chat. Chloe! Day and night. I toss a turn and yeah, I'm not gonna sing the song. But good morning. Gotta bring the energy. Gotta bring the energy. Hey, I gotta lead by example, right? Because I'm a leader. You know, so I gotta lead. You know? So we're going to see real quick how they see President Trump compared to how America sees President Trump. We're going to see the difference here in a moment where Trump is overseas right now, and we're going to see how well they treat Trump overseas. You know, America loves to talk shit about Trump and make him look like the bad guy and always projecting all this negative energy. But in reality, Trump is doing his job. What are the people doing for themselves? All they're doing is bitch, moan, complaining, whine, never happy. Like, no, that's enough is enough. This is our president of the United States, and he should be president just like a king, I believe. He should stay until the day he dies. He should be in office forever. That's how I feel. Look at William and Kate walking to the helicopter. Oh my God. I've never, this is the first where you have a royal greeting Trump at the helicopter. William walked up with Kate to the helicopter to greet Melania and Trump. This is a beautiful sight, man. Look how this is awesome. The future king with President Trump. This is what a oh my God, Melania. Melania, she's something about her screams, holy shit, sexy, and she knows it. Like super, super sexy. She's mourning still because of Charlie Kirk. They were good friends. Charlie was a good friend of the Trumps and Melania. And wow, look at this. William greeted Trump at the helicopter. The future king greeted him at the helicopter where they're walking. Wow. Oh, look at King Charles and his wife. Oh my gosh, she's wearing the beautiful blue dress. She has a handbag. I don't know why she needs a handbag for, you know. Melania's like, I'm not wearing a purse. Mm-mm. But they love Melania. Oh my god, they love Melania. Oh, I love that purple hat. Chloe, I gotta read your text. Hold on. Jennifer always gives the news. Day and night. So Rick Stoner always gives the news at night and mornings and night. Like morning and night, I'm unstoppable, baby. You know how it is, Chloe. Once I commit to something, I'm all in. I say this: I am Charlie. We are all Charlie, and we need to keep that energy alive within us and proceed and just conquer. It's just you got to put in the work in order to get people to recognize you. So put in the time, put in the effort, and reap your rewards. And towards the end, not right now. You know. Oh yeah, it was supposed to be my name. Hey, it's okay. I knew it was Rick. Oh, he is the king. Trump. Look at they're already talking to him. Look, you got William, you got Charles standing next to each other. You got the ladies talking together. This is how you get treated. You get treated with respect. Okay, and Trump is very respected in the world, and yet here in America we treat him like shit. I don't fucking get it. Why the Democrats are so hateful? Why are they so evil? Like UK loves Trump. Yes, they do. They love Trump in UK. I love Trump here in the US. Look at the horse and carriage. Look at that carriage. Oh my goodness. I love horses. If you guys don't know by now, I fucking love horses. And I'm looking at beautiful horses on my screen. Oh, what a morning. I listen, let's go ahead and enjoy this moment. Beautiful scene right there. Horse and carriage. Hold on. Let's toast to the coffee. We got our coffee. Woo! It's like, oh my God, Rick woke up with so much energy. You got to believe, believe in yourself. Even though you're down and not feeling good, you still got to continue pushing, you know? Never give up, never surrender. I know Chloe's laughing. Yeah, Americans are spoiled brats. I got. You're trying to be nice there, Chloe. Yeah, I know you're trying to be nice, calling them spoiled brats. I got worse words to say, but let's keep it cordial this morning. Let's keep it like polite. But we're gonna see here how the Royals, like how they are going to display for Trump and how they honor Trump and respect Trump. Like all the countries from around the world, everywhere has Trump has gone, they have treated him like a god, like he is a king, like he is so well respected. Look at it, like they even got a. This is so nice, man. Look at this. Look, horse and carriage. Look at this. And you know that's all gold, right? That is beautiful. Look, they're riding together in a horse and carriage. You got the Trump and Charles and William in the carriage, and then you have the females, Melania and all, Kate and everyone's. And you see, there's the females. Why we can't do this in America? Chloe, you have to send me your site, girl. Whenever you like, if you want me to test it and check it out, send me the link to Discord because I really would like to see like what you're doing. I'm not letting that go, Chloe. I really want you to succeed. If I'm pushing you, that's for a reason, because I'm gonna throw people at you, and especially people that come onto this show and to this channel. I want to push them onto you so that way you could sell your crystals and get your business going because I want you to be successful. You know what I mean? Yes, we are. We're friends. Yes, you have me on Discord. You don't know? Oh my goodness, Chloe, Chloe, I have you right here. Yes, Chloe. I even send you a heart and everything. Look, I'll send you another heart. Let me send Chloe a heart. I want to send her. Let me see here. I'm gonna send you a little. Mm, let me see. One sec. Wow, they're playing the Pledge of Allegiance here. Is it me or is the sound low? I guess the volume. Let me see. Let me check. The volume's up. We're like we're like 25 minutes behind. That's beautiful. Yeah, they have volume, but I put up on my television so I can hear better. Because I have my laptop connected to my television, so I control it the volume so I can hear it a little bit more. I don't like it too high because my ears are sensitive. But this is beautiful. Look, all the respect, right? How come the Democrats can be like loyal and respectful and honor your president? Like, how come it has to be so negative? People are always fighting. I yesterday's um in the Senate with Patel and everybody else, like Cory Booker was acting crazy and all angry, and you should see the still pictures. Like he looked like a demon, and then Adam Schiffner looked like a fucking pencil dick, and he looked so angry. And like all the Democrats, if you look at all the Democrats, they are so angry and so mad and so full of hate. And then the Republicans are like the nicest, coolest, laid back. Like let's try to get things worked out and like get things done. Democrats, man, they should be abolished from government. They should be taken away from government. They should not be a party of the people. They're just a party for themselves. Let's go ahead and turn on Charlie's candle. Turn on Charlie's candle. Everything we do here is for Charlie. From now on, we do this for Charlie. Not only for myself, we do it for Charlie too. I got my breakfast here. I'm gonna eat some breakfast. But look at this. A horse and carriage with all the servicemen lined up, saluting. And you know I love horses, right? Everyone knows this already. Rix loves horses. I got horses on my screen early in the morning on a Wednesday morning from the UK. Look how beautiful this is. I love white and brown horses. Look at the black horses. Oh my goodness. This is not even racist. They could be brown, white, or brown horses. They're not gonna fight. They're not gonna argue. They're gonna gallow up and happy and be happy to be alive. You know, this is a pure example. If horses could be different colors and get along, how come humans can't do the same? How come people can't do the same Like it doesn't matter what color you are. You could be brown, black, yellow, white, green. It doesn't matter. We're gonna love is love, and love should be for everyone. Coffee. Good morning, Stephanie. I'm hyper this morning. I'm in a good mood. I guess I woke up okay. I woke up on the good side of the bed. Yeah, do that, Chloe. Take some screenshots and send it to me so I could take a look. I really want to have people go to your site and purchase crystals and stones and all the goodies. Like I want people to buy the goodies from you. Look at all this respect for Trump. Did they do this for Biden? I want to know. Did Biden ever get this treatment? No, he did it. Stephanie, you're awesome. You know that. I need to catch up with Candace. Like my song says, I need more time in the day. Because I do so much and I produce so much. But I am gonna watch it. All right, Chloe. Thank you. I want to check them out. I agree, Stephanie. We do need more gratitude for life in this world. We need more respect. We need more loyalty. We need more trust. And by golly, we need more respect. It's so wild the stuff she is coming out. You will be mind blown. She's on a mission. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna check it out, Stephanie, because I'm like I need more time in my life to do more. I do a lot, especially producing in the morning and then producing in the evening, and then of course I have a life, so I have to get things done. But I am gonna make it my a commitment to watch it today and listen today. But look at this. I am so amazed in the beauty and look at the respect. UK never ever has ever done this for Biden. Never ever have they done this for Obama. Never have they ever done this for Bill Clinton. Never have they ever done this for the Bushes. President Trump's here, and it's you could tell because they honor him, they respect him, they cherish him. He is a one of one, the one and only. The other dude's family even reached out to about the media portraying them as a quiet person. Yeah, it's crazy. UK is beautiful. Most of them cities here. UK names. The first area. I'm gonna go out there, Stephanie. I'm gonna go to that area. In Virginia. We already spoke upon this, like Newsport. I think it was like what was it again? Newsport. You're at because I'm gonna go to Busch Gardens next year. Here, I know Newsport News or something like that. I have it here. I have it. Newport News. Because I'm gonna go to Williamsburg next year to go to Busch Gardens, and I would love for you to come along next year. It's not only going to be me, but I probably have a couple of people that are going to come. I'm going to invite my friend Seven Serpents, which he lives out there in Newport News, and I want to have like a group of people so we can go and have a good time at Busch Gardens. I'm going to do that next year. Let me put the chat in my phone because my eyes are starting to act up a little bit. Second, I gotta fix this here. Wow, look how beautiful! That is so beautiful. Let me see. Does she do wraps? I love all my pieces. I don't know what you mean by wraps, but we can always ask Chloe. Chloe, she's gonna be selling the crystals and nice, beautiful pieces. For sure. So, we're close now. That was names. Yeah, you guys have a lot of UK names over there. That's pretty cool. Gardens every summer. We have Halloween, Scream, and now, but for like Christmas Town. Oh my god, I would love to go there for Christmas. Are they open in Christmas? I know the rides are probably not functional, but I wonder if the park is open at Christmas. Yeah, the anthem. How respectful and beautiful. Never They've never done this for Obama. Never did it for Biden. Never. This is a first. Look how beautiful this is. Democrats, man, they lost my full respect yesterday after they tried to go after Patel. Coffee. Yes, not all right, but Christmas Town. There's so many lights and hot cocoa. Ooh, hot cocoa! I love hot cocoa and cider. During Christmas is so beautiful. Yeah, I'm gonna think about it. Because I would like to do something for Christmas, but I don't want to be out there in the cold. I don't know. I got to think about it. But I'm definitely gonna make my way out there next year for sure. Um, I wanna get together with my friend Seven and just have good talks together and explore and go see some of the sites. But Stephanie, I want you to show me around. I would love for you to show me around. You know how I like the paranormal stuff, and I want to go to like Gettysburg. I want to go to like all different types of areas that are historical. I love history. That's one thing I am a fan of is history. I love history. I love science. I just love things that educate, like educational, and plus beautiful. You know, I love beauty. I love tranquility. I like to be at peace. Time to eat breakfast. Train of Truth is outside. I can hear it. You guys can't hear it, but I hear it. Wow. Listen to this. I'm excited too because tomorrow I got Tyson here. So that's going to be fun. Oh, I'm really looking forward to having Tyson here and having a good conversation with him. Right now, we have him here once a week. We're going to work on having him here 2 times a week in the near future because we both have a great time doing what we do and we love interacting with each other. So we might kick it up for another day during the week to have a good conversation and a good show. You know, I'm looking forward to it. Summer is the best for Bush, but it's more a 1 day thing for Christmas town. Okay, I've never been there before. I've been to Busch Gardens in Tampa many times. Oh my god, so many times in my life, but never to Williamsburg. I always wanted to go though. Yes, I would love to do a spirit box session and a pendulum session and all that good stuff. I like haunted places. I like the paranormal. Right, Chloe? Wow. Look at this. How they walking and Charles is walking behind Trump. Charles he doesn't even know what to do. Charles is like happy to have Trump. You see? Wow. You would think the king would be side by side with Trump, but he's behind Trump. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Charles either, but I still respect him for who he is and what he's about. And I don't wish no ill harm to him, but we know he's suffering from a pretty bad cancer, and he could go at any moment, any time. He does get the best treatment, but look how they're leaving Charles behind. It's like, why is Charles tagging? Yeah, I don't like Charles much, but I respect his respect for our president. Yes, I do too. And he really does respect Trump. I wish Trump could influence him and tell him, listen, get these fucking illegals out of this country. That they're gonna destroy your country. They are destroying your country. Wow. But Charles looks good though. Buckingham Palace. All right, Chloe. I love the horses. Look how beautiful they are. Horse and carriages. Wow. It's like a parade. It's a military parade. Hey, Chloe's bag. Do you do wire wraps? I have a few I buy from. Chloe, if you're there, you could probably answer that. I'm not sure. I gotta heat up my coffee. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go heat up my coffee. It's a beautiful parade. What a beautiful parade. See, I wanted to go to UK, but the crime is too high. You don't have no free speech. It's a lot of censorship there. But my friend Maggie, she lives in UK, and Miss Seven Serpents lives in UK too. She does. She looks so beautiful. That's so cool. Biden would have fallen asleep. Yeah, I gotta send her a message, see how she's doing. Biden probably would have tripped and fell. They didn't respect Biden, by the way. Man, Melania looks so beautiful. That hat. Oh my god. And Camilla's like, oh my god, I love your hat. Can I have it? Camilla's like, I wear a lot of hats, and your hat is fabulous. Right? Very chic. Big time. Yeah, that was one thing. There was a period of time where nobody respected Biden and never did any of these parades or any celebration for the president. Nope. Biden was lucky that he was able to go visit, and that's about it. But celebration wise, nah. Wow, they're playing all these like music, American music. They're playing. That's so wild. That's why I want to go there because it looks like UK. From what I heard, it's like very like old school, like UK. I would like to go. I'm definitely gonna go, and I'll definitely let you know, Stephanie, when I do go. Look at William and Kate standing on the side, on the left side, away from the shaded area here where Charles and Trump is. And you know what's funny? You would think this is the first time Trump is visiting UK, but it's not. This is his second trip to UK. And for a second trip to have this much celebration, it's mind blowing how beautiful it is. There goes William and Kate. Oh, somebody's coming. Oh, that's cool. That's cool, Stephanie. I'm definitely listen. I've never been there, so I would love to go like with you and Seven and have like a little group together. Good morning, Albie.
Bodyguard! King Bodyguard! Move to the right pile! Right pass! King Bodyguard! By the center!
Oh wow.
Pass!
Ooh, I gotta see the sneak peek. Chloe, thank you for sending me that link. Ooh, that looks so pretty. You know what? Can I share this video with Stephanie? Chloe, so Stephanie could see because I would love to share this video with Stephanie. Oh, thank you, Chloe. Stephanie, I'm gonna send you this link so you can check out the crystals. I am such a oh my god, it looks so beautiful. Oh, that looks so beautiful. I'm only 1 minute into the video and I'm so amazed. All right, so what we're gonna do is here we're gonna go ahead and break off from here because the parade is already over on that end. So we're gonna go ahead and get into some news. Some news, not a whole bunch of news, but we got some here. Let me just set them up real quick because everything is like all out of whack here. So let me just set everything up, and then we're gonna watch all together. We're definitely gonna watch that. Let me go ahead and bring me back to me. Hello, me. Let me resize all these videos. Give me one moment, Stephanie. I'm gonna send you the video. It's 5 minutes long, but it's like I'm already 1 minute into it, and I'm like, I'm in heaven. It's so beautiful. Crystals. I love crystals. Okay. Let's watch this one. All right, let's set it up and let's enjoy this.
The Trump administration has made it clear that America will not be hosting foreigners who celebrate the death of fellow citizens. Here is Marco Rubio.
We are not in the business of inviting people to visit our country who are going to be involved in negative and destructive behavior. Okay, so why should if I invite someone, if we invite someone to visit the United States of America as a student, as a tourist, as whatever, then they have the standard they should be held to is very high. We shouldn't be bringing people into this country. We should not be giving visas to people who are going to come to the United States and do things like celebrate the murder, the execution, the assassination of a political figure. We should not. And if they're already here, we should be revoking their visa.
Brittany, I could not support this anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree, of course, 1,000%. Now, some argue on the other side, well, we're talking about free speech, and Charlie Kirk was all about free speech. However, there's a huge difference between freedom of speech and hate speech. And the radical left, what they're doing right now, celebrating an innocent man's political assassination, is hate speech. And 1,000%, if you're here on a visa, if you're here visiting our country,
I can't ride any of the rides though.
Celebrating this man's
but
death.
I can get on the train.
I think if you're even a U.S. citizen and you're celebrating this man's death, you should be kicked out of your job or fired.
Absolutely.
France,
I think repercussions
Germany,
should be happening. We should not be seeing
Scotland,
this.
England,
and we most
Italy.
definitely shouldn't be celebrating it on
I'm
the
going
media.
next year.
I mean, we're seeing even some left-wing journalists who are on some mainstream media networks like ABC News, who just recently
Thank
said
you for
what he
sending me
said
that
about the text messages
Stephanie.
and the exchanges between the suspect and his
lover. Yeah, roommate.
Awesome, Stephanie.
The gender of that lover was.
You're gonna enjoy it.
Man, woman.
Man transitioning to a female. Exactly. It's really bizarre commentary to kind of say that it was very touching text messages when the reality was that Tyler Robinson had just admitted that he had killed Charlie Kirk. I do not understand it. I want to talk to you about Karen Bass. Just when we thought that LA Mayor Karen Bass couldn't get any lower, there are reports that she refused to follow Donald Trump's directive to honor Charlie Kirk and ordered local fire stations to not lower their flags to half staff. Now, her order was also met with criticism, of course, and some fire stations defied her instructions. But I mean, it really shows how heartless she is, Brittany.
Well, and I wonder how what she would have done with the George Floyd killing. It was a completely different reaction from her. I just want to know why. Why couldn't she pay the respect and tribute to this man? He influenced millions. He had such a ripple effect, his cause and what he was doing on college campuses with the younger generation and the youth in terms of politics. You don't have to have had to agree with his ideologies and his way of thinking, but he was a huge political figure in our time, connected as up there with MLK Jr. I mean, this is a man who took
18 to 62. That's a lifetime.
Just what he did was just so amazing. Why not give him that honor and
respect? Albie's father used to work on the rails.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I mean, the message that Charlie Kirk would share with the world about putting faith in God, loving your family, loving your country. I think more people need to listen to him. Now, Charlie Kirk's wife, Erica Kirk, has shown so much strength, so much grace since witnessing the love of her life be killed in such a horrific way. And she shared this memory of Charlie, speaking to one of their children.
Edwin's grandfather worked on the railroad.
And right near this very table was the first time that I met Mama. And it started as a job, and I was asking all these questions, philosophy, religion, Jesus. And then I realized Mama was beautiful and smart and elegant and Christ-like. And so I said, forget this job interview. I want to date you. And I said, I have enough friends. And that's where your journey started.
Brittany, I really admire Charlie and Erica Kirk for how much love and respect they showed each other, and they were so public about that. You know, I think they were such a great example to young people.
Oh, I know. I get chills watching that. Did you notice how when she's filming and he kept looking up at her, at his while talking to his daughter? And I think this just encompasses so much about Charlie Kirk, of just how he was just first and foremost a man of God, man of his wife, just an amazing husband and devoted father. And you know, it's tough to watch. I know you got emotional last week. You were so raw and real, and I think we all loved seeing that so much, because
I can't wait to go to Busch Gardens now.
He had
I'm so excited. I think I'm more excited to like
because this was really
visit and
I mean, look at
check
this.
out the area.
I mean, what a
and
beautiful moment. You
the
know, this is what he
scenery
was
and the
preaching.
history.
This is what he was talking about. This is what he was debating. Just getting back to, you know, finding God, finding a higher power, praying, being with family, putting them first. I just, yeah, I mean, it's the chilling video, and it's so sad, the entire thing.
Thank you for saying that. I mean, so many of us right around the world are just absolutely heartbroken, because we all knew what Charlie was really like, as you say, man of God, and watching videos of him with his family, it's just devastating. Before I let you go, Brittany, I want to talk to you about the Emmys. The 77th Emmy Awards were presented on Sunday, and isn't it interesting? Not a single word was uttered at the awards about Charlie Kirk's murder.
What?
This is, of course, you know, the most high-profile killing of a political figure since the 60s in America.
They didn't
Although one award winner found time to make a political message, and this is part of Hannah Einbinder's Emmy acceptance speech. Take a listen.
I just want to say, finally, go Birds, and free Palestine. Thank you.
What? Free Palestine.
So
what the fuck is
free
that?
Palestine. So an endorsement for Hamas.
It's just never been there.
Right there.
So a couple of things. I used to cover the Emmys. I've covered many
Propaganda
Emmys.
bullshit, man.
And progressively, I will say it was getting more and more political and more and more progressive as the years were going by. And watching this the other night, first of all, I couldn't even watch it in its entirety because it was so bad. It's no wonder the ratings are at an all-time low. This is a woman who is very young. She's Jewish. I'm Jewish. I don't want her to be in our tribe. That's for sure. She's so delusional and brainwashed. I would say one thing to people like this, because, you know, let's remember, she's saying and spouting off free Palestine and F ICE while she goes in her SUV with her security in her gated community in Los Angeles and then goes to sleep at night, right? Why don't you get a one-way ticket to Gaza and actually really educate yourself about the region? Understand what's going on there versus using this platform to just spew disgusting stuff when you have such a following with these youngsters watching. You know, it was so disgusting to me. And I really hope she doesn't work again in Hollywood, because you know what? People are wake up.
No, Hollywood's
read
gonna
your
love
lines,
her.
read your script. You are a paid actor. You're not a politician. You're not out here trying to convince anyone of anything. Then go to Gaza if you're that. If you want to do this, go to Gaza.
Absolutely.
Then want to report back at the next Emmys.
Yeah, isn't it interesting as well? Some of the people who are celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, they claim to be supporters of the LGBTQI plus community, and at the same time, they appear to be pro-Hamas. I mean, it's just so hypocritical. One last question before. So the hypocrisy is insane, especially out of Hollywood, and it's from some of these lefties.
She tries to be this feminist, and yet, did you see how they had to blur her? Hamas praised her, and they had to blur her off the shoulder dress, and yet she's this feminist. And it's like, do you even know what Hamas will do? There's the picture. Yes,
there it is.
Thank you.
Wow,
there it is. Exactly. So Hamas, they post something about praising her, what she says, yet they have to blur her dress, and here she is for, you know, women and women's rights and all that and LGBTQ community. And yet, does she have any idea what they do in Gaza if you say you're gay?
Yeah, no, and
And
she doesn't want to call that
It's
out
right
either,
from the
does
building.
she? You know, what about calling out Hamas? Anyway, it's absolutely unbelievable. Before I let you go, Brittany, Oscar award-winning Hollywood legend Robert Redford is being remembered as one of the finest actors ever. He died in his sleep at the age of 89 in his home in Utah, and you had the honor of interviewing him for Entertainment Tonight a few years ago. I mean, can I get your reaction to the news?
Yeah, I mean, I remember meeting him, and I was just like, I was awestruck because it's Robert Redford. He is a legend, and I just remember, out of all of these celebrities that I interviewed over the years, working for Entertainment Tonight and CBS News back in the day, he was one of the most charismatic, special people I've ever interviewed. Interesting life and hard worker. And I remember giving him a gift in the middle of our interview. I gave him a fishing lure because he was a huge fisherman, and he was so grateful and thankful and just very soft-spoken and such a gentleman. But what a life he lived, 89 years old. Life. Maybe we all live that long, God willing. And yeah, I mean, he was a legend. They don't really make them like him anymore.
No, they don't, do they? Brittany Hopper, independent journalist, thank you so much for joining us on Power Hour. Always so wonderful to speak with you.
For having me and all that you do.
Wow, that's something. Let's go ahead and just keep it moving, right? Let's keep it moving.
Donald Trump wasn't the only target of a weaponized FBI, because according to Senator Chuck Grassley, 92 Republicans and conservative groups were investigated under Biden through something called Arctic Frost. It was launched by an anti-Trump agent. We're learning today that one of those groups targeted was Charlie Kirk's TPUSA. This coming during an explosive Senate Judiciary hearing with FBI Director Kash Patel. Remember, sources are telling Fox that the knives are out within the administration and outside the administration for Patel amid some criticism of his handling of Kirk's assassination.
Mr. Patel was so anxious to take credit for finding Mr. Kirk's assassin that he violated one of the basics of effective law enforcement. At critical stages of an investigation, shut up and let the professionals do their job.
Could I have been more careful in my verbiage and included an A subject instead of subject? Sure, in the heat of the moment, but I was doing the best I could.
You know, candor, I don't quite get that, because if we have our man, that would suggest to the public that everybody can rest and relax and not then continue to provide information to local law enforcement and to you. Well, so that was a mistake.
I don't see it as a mistake. I see it as something working with the public to identify that there was a subject.
But remember, those same people were fine with their FBI, the Biden FBI, the Obama FBI, given everything we've learned about them. Give me a break. Well, Spartacus himself was there also, going on an epic rant.
I think you're not going to be around long. I think this might be your last oversight hearing, because as much as you supplicate yourself to the will of Donald Trump and not the Constitution of the United States of America, Donald Trump has shown us in his first term and in this term, he is not.
Look how angry he looks.
To people like
Look at his face.
That rant of false information does not bring this country together. If you want to work on bringing this country, it's my time, not yours.
My God.
If you want to talk about
dividing this country,
it is.
Why is he interrupting
your
Kash?
social media posts that
it
tear
is
this country apart
to address your falsehoods.
Oh, you can try all you want.
Look, why is he talking?
Take responsibility
time.
For what you have said.
Time.
Sir, you're
your
making
time
a mockery of
is
the committee.
bullshit,
Sir,
man.
you don't tell me my time is over.
Your time is up, idiot.
What my time is. You can't lecture me.
You can tell me my time's over.
You may be the charge of the
I'm not
FBI,
going anywhere.
but I am not afraid of you.
Mr. Chairman.
Not afraid of you.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
He's not even supposed to be talking.
You're not the boss of me. This was ridiculous. I don't think Booker had a rational thought throughout that entire hearing.
No,
which brings us to the Schiff hitting the fan.
Did you ever terminate or discipline an FBI employee in whole or in part because they had been assigned or worked on an investigation of Donald Trump or January 6th?
FBI
Yes or no?
employees are only terminated
Yes
if
or
they
no,
fail
Mr.
to
Patel?
uphold their oaths of
Yes or
office
no?
and duty.
You're not
at
answering
the
my
FBI
question.
We have
Yet-
countlessly proven you to
From
be a
your
liar in
administration,
Russiagate, in
and you call
January
that
6th.
being
You are
in
the
the
biggest
weeds?
fraud to ever sit in the
This
United States
stinks to
Senate.
high
You are a
heaven.
disgrace to this
This stinks to high
institution
heaven.
and an utter coward.
I'm not surprised.
I'm not
I'm
surprised
not
that you continue
surprised
to lie
that
from your
that
perch and put on a show
two of you
so you can go
have
raise
you
money
out
for your
and for good
charade.
reason.
You are a political buffoon at best.
Political buffoon, utter coward. This was unreal. Louisiana Senator John Kennedy is here, who was at that hearing today. He's also the author of the upcoming book, How to Test Negative for Stupid. I love the title. Senator, I can't wait to read your book. Was the FBI Director Patel, was that fair? Is there any fairness left? I don't know. But what of that today?
Well, I was there. Unfortunately, Mara, the hearing did turn into a bit of a goat rodeo. Some people obviously need a shock collar. Here's what I saw based on Mr. Patel's and the FBI's conduct with respect to the assassination of Mr. Kirk. And Senator Welch and Senator Durbin and I must not have been seeing the same thing. I saw an FBI director, Kash Patel, and the FBI working with the Utah state and local law enforcement officials, catch an assassin within 33 hours. They caught Mr. Kirk's assassin within 33 hours.
I'm the same way, Chloe, about the fish. I
Mr.
can't touch
Patel
the fish
and the FBI
because I
working
get a
with
reaction.
state and local law enforcement officials in
I
Minnesota
have to like wear
catch
gloves
the assassin
or have
who
someone
killed the
take the
state
hook off the fish.
legislators and their spouses in Minnesota. That's what I saw, and that's why I told Kash today I congratulated him. You can nitpick and say, well, what you said wasn't accurate, and why'd you do it? Kash himself said, yeah, I said a couple of things early on when I was before we had every fact, but he said I was leaning toward transparency. Had he not said enough, they would have said you're not being transparent. So, look, Laura, this is all. So much of this is political. President Trump is the president of the United States.
Weird animal.
Kash Patel is the director of FBI.
I like that. That was good.
Some people are
That's a
not
good
happy
one.
with that, but it's just a fact, and they need to drink a big old tall glass of get over it and move on. Those are just the facts.
Well, Senator, the fact that their FBI was in the process of falsifying affidavits at the FISA court, they didn't seem to have any problem with that. But like one verbal, slip up, if you're going to call it that, or he should have phrased it differently, that's like crucify him for that. You're right. It's just total theater. Senator, I'm dying to get your reaction to something else, because we talked about those text messages between the suspect in Kirk's murder and his roommate/romantic partner. Now, here's how one reporter at ABC is describing them. Watch this.
This is disgusting.
It was very touching in a way that I think many of us didn't expect. A very intimate portrait into this relationship between the suspect's roommate and the suspect himself, with him repeatedly calling his roommate, who was transitioning, calling him my love, and I want to protect you, my love.
What?
Senator Kennedy.
Once again,
it's fucked up.
Some people need a shock collar. Touching? The guy just murdered another human being. And he's talking about it to his love interest. It reminded me of something my dog would bring up. Touching? The guy murdered a human being.
No.
I try to be tolerant of other points of view. I really do, but that wasn't touching, and no fair-minded person can call it touching.
Yeah, Senator, they spent years dehumanizing Trump and dehumanizing his supporters and boosters like Charlie Kirk, but they humanize the assassin and his roommate, touching and intimate.
Yes, and some of this is the fault of the media. a lot of it is the fault of social media, or in my opinion.
I agree.
I mean, let's face it. Social media has lowered the cost of being an a-hole. People do things on social media that they would never do to each other's face. And it's become just rage bait. I don't have a solution to it yet. We can talk about that another time, but that's a big part of the problem.
Senator, thank you very much. Congratulations on the new book, How to Test Negative for Stupid, which everyone in Congress obviously needs to read. Senator, thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
I need to
click
get that
here
book.
to subscribe to Fox News.
How to Test Negative with Stupid. Oh, the title of the book is funny. My goodness, bless his heart. Let's go ahead and check out some more stuff here. Let me see what else we got. We got a few more things here. Let me see. Okay, let's check out this one. All right, here we go.
This is Power Hour with Gabriella Power.
Hello and welcome to Power Hour. I'm Gabriella Power. Coming up on the show, prosecutors have charged Tyler Robinson with the murder of Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk, and the state is seeking the death penalty.
We did file just recently, within the last few minutes, a notice of intent to
Gotta heat my coffee again.
That was filed by Utah County Attorney Jeff Gray. So that should be in the court's file.
The chilling text messages between accused killer Tyler Robinson and his trans boyfriend on the day Charlie Kirk was murdered have been revealed, and ABC News described them as very touching.
It was very touching in a way that I think many of us didn't expect. A very intimate portrait into this relationship.
I mean, just disgusting. Also, we'll cross to the UK, where President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump have touched down for the president's second state visit. But first, Utah County District Attorney Jeff Gray has addressed the media, providing more details about this accused killer, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson. His parents have told authorities that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more and more left.
Robinson's mother expressed concern to her husband that the suspect shooter looked like Robinson. Robinson's father agreed. Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and had started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented.
Now, prosecutors say that Robinson had been planning the attack for more than a week. They alleged that he left a note for his boyfriend that stated, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I'm going to take it." Robinson also texted his lover and roommate, "To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you." His boyfriend replied, "You weren't the one who did it, right?" And Robinson responded back, "I am, I'm sorry." Just incredibly chilling to hear that. And what we've seen over the last 6 days, while the world has been mourning the death of Charlie Kirk, is a disgusting response from parts of the far left. Here is Democrat Ilhan Omar's response.
And I think, you know, there are a lot of people
She's
who are out there
disgusting.
talking about him just wanting to have a civil debate.
Complete rewriting of history.
Yeah, there is nothing more effed up, you know, like than to completely pretend that, you know, his words and actions have not been.
It's a second visit to UK.
In existence.
They're just gonna go over through some stuff.
And here are just some of
It's
the
a state.
many
It's a state.
lunatics celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder.
I guess it was,
for the
they were
world to
invited, and he had made commitments to go there. Look at this crazy. Look at this. Stupid. Stupid. This is so stupid, man. I can't. This is so gross. Why are they playing all these music, right? And they're not even speaking.
Yeah, and sadly, this reaction comes as no
Oh my
surprise.
God,
We've
I
seen this
can't.
kind of sick reaction time and time again. And a new poll shows that Liberals are more likely to say violence can be warranted in order to achieve political goals than Conservatives. This is the YouGov survey that was taken in the immediate aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination. And a quarter of respondents who identified as very Liberal said that violence can sometimes be justified to achieve political goals. And you wonder how anyone could ever reach the point where they support political violence. But then again, you look at these prominent figures on the left repeatedly calling for it.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
People need to start taking to the streets. This is a dictator.
You know, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
Enemies of the state.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
Do something about your dad's immigration practices, you feckless.
When they go low, we kick.
How do you resist the temptation to run up and wring her neck?
The biggest terror threat in this country is white men, most of them radicalized right off to the right.
I thought he should have punched him in the face. I said, even if you lost, he insulted your wife.
Yes.
He on the escalator called Mexicans rapists and murderers. He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should have punched him in the face and then gotten out of the race. You would have been a hero.
I'd like to punch him in the face. I said if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
Punch some people in the face.
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump, and that's a fact.
Look, as his character is stabbed to death.
Where is John Wilkes Booth when you need him?
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
A Missouri state senator is under investigation by the Secret Service after saying she hopes President Trump is assassinated.
I will go and take Trump out tonight.
Joining us now is independent journalist Brittany Hopper. Brittany, it's wonderful to see you. Let's start with the latest details coming out of Utah. Prosecutors have charged Tyler Robinson with the murder of Charlie Kirk. And Utah County District Attorney Jeff Gray says that the 22-year-old accused shooter is facing 7 counts. They include aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury, 2 counts of obstruction of justice, 2 counts of witness tampering, and a count of commission of a violent offence in the presence of a child. Brittany, prosecutors also say that Tyler Robinson had become more and more left. They've revealed chilling messages between Robinson and his roommate, who is Lance Twiggs, who's transitioning from male to female. And the state is seeking the death penalty. But can I get your reaction to the latest developments?
I mean, I know so much more continues to unfold, and we're learning so much more about this sick.
So much hate with the Democrats, man. So much hate.
Yeah, I mean, radicalized to the left, and we are seeing this more and more too often, unfortunately. And then this political assassination in front of our eyes. You know, I think we've all said this, it's been said before, but we can't say this enough. There will never be a Charlie Kirk again in our lifetime. And I think that what we saw happen and what we're seeing developing, what's coming out more and more every single day, actually hour by hour, we're trying to piece everything together, right? We still have so many questions, but I think the biggest question right now is the mentally deprived people out here who are being radicalized and basically celebrating this father's and husband's death. This is what we need to be talking about.
Absolutely.
I mean, why are we talking more about this? The people who are actually celebrating this man's death. And then, yes, this sicko is up for the death penalty. I am all for the death penalty. In fact, let's grab our popcorn and watch this man get the death penalty, in my opinion. But you know, I'm
Yeah, but
still
I
in
want him to
question with
suffer.
a lot of things, and I still think that there are a lot of questions that need to be answered regarding this this killing, this murder, this political assassination, if you will. Were other people involved? The old man that was, or the elderly man, I should say, that was arrested. You know, the latest today was that he tried to say that he did it to give the shooter more time. So were they connected? Were they together? There's just so many pieces to this puzzle that I think we're still learning, and we're still going to be learning in days and weeks ahead.
Absolutely. Of course, it is still early in the investigation. But as you mentioned, Brittany, we've just seen such a sick reaction from parts of the far left following Charlie Kirk's assassination, the most brutal thing I think I've ever seen. And now it's interesting, we've seen lefties on TikTok celebrate Charlie's death. And this new YouGov poll shows that Liberals are actually more likely to justify political violence than Conservatives. And the poll, I think, is no surprise, seeing as we are witnessing so many crazy lefties jumping up and down and dancing that Charlie was killed.
I don't understand where the humanity is in the world right now. We have completely lost touch of reality. So we are justifying killing a human being because the differences of our ideologies and politics. It makes zero sense to me. And it's so sad. And all I can say is that I think more people need to find God. More people need to be like this man and what he preached. You don't have to agree with every single thing that this man preached. However, he was a man of God, a man of family, his wife, father, be good, do good. We need to get that back into the world because it is so out of control what we're seeing. I mean, were we,
Oh, that's cool,
I can't
Chloe.
imagine anyone on the right
I like
celebrating,
white tasting. They're pretty cool.
God forbid
I've been to a
AOC's
few of
death.
them
I
in
mean, I don't
Connecticut.
agree with her ideologies, but if someone did this to her, I would be upset. I mean, it would be sad. Seeing this from the left,
Water.
it speaks
Look at me, water.
volumes, in my opinion, of how radicalized and how delusional this side has become. It's not the Democrat Party like in the 80s, 90s, even early 2000s.
No.
We have gone to a level of lost all humanity, in my opinion.
Yeah, and we're seeing some crazy lefties right here in Australia behaving the exact same way. I mean, some of the media reports here have been awful, the way they've depicted Charlie and justified his assassination. It's horrific. But the Trump administration has made it clear that America will not be hosting foreigners who celebrate the death of fellow citizens. Here is Marco Rubio.
We are not in the business of inviting people to visit our country who are going to be involved in negative and destructive behavior. Okay, so why should, if I invite someone, if we invite someone to visit the United States of America as a student, as a tourist, as whatever, then they have a different, the standard they should be held to is very high. We shouldn't be bringing people into this country. We should not be giving visas to people who are going to come to the United States and do things like celebrate the murder, the execution, the assassination of a political figure. We should not. Wow. And if they're already here, we should be revoking their visa.
Brittany, I could not support this anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree, of course, 1000%. Now, some argue on the other side, well, we're talking about free speech, and Charlie Kirk was all about free speech. However, there's a huge difference between freedom of speech and hate speech. And the radical left, what they're doing right now, celebrating an innocent man's political assassination is hate speech. And 1000%, if you're here on a visa, if you're here visiting our country, you should be out if you are celebrating this man's death.
Yep.
I think if you're even a US citizen and you're celebrating this man's death, you should be kicked out of your job or fired.
Absolutely.
Repercussions should be happening. We should not be seeing this. And we most definitely shouldn't be celebrating it on the media. I mean, we're seeing even some left-wing journalists who are on some mainstream media networks like ABC News, who just recently said what he said about the text messages and the exchanges between the suspect and his lover.
Yeah, roommate.
Whatever you want to call him.
That lover was, I forget, man, woman. I don't know.
Man transitioning to a female. Exactly. It's really bizarre commentary to kind of say that it was very touching text messages when the reality was that Tyler Robinson had just admitted that he had killed Charlie Kirk. I do not understand it. I want to talk to you about Karen Bass. Just when we thought that LA Mayor Karen Bass couldn't get any lower.
Oh no, not Karen Bass.
Refused to follow Donald Trump's directive to honor Charlie Kirk and ordered local fire stations to not lower their flags to half mast. Now, her order was also met with criticism, of course, and some fire stations
Oh my
defied her
God.
instructions. But I mean, it really shows.
Karen
how
Bass
heartless
needs to
she is,
be
Brittany.
removed. She needs to be
Well, and
removed.
I wonder how she what she would have done with the George Floyd killing. It was a completely different reaction from her. I just want to know why. Why couldn't she pay the respect and tribute to this man? You know, he influenced millions. He had such a ripple effect, his cause and what he was doing on college campuses with the younger generation and the youth in terms of politics. You don't have to have had to agree with his ideologies and his way of thinking, but he was a huge political figure in our time, connected as up there with MLK Jr. I mean, this is a man who took so many people, and you know, just what he did was just so amazing. Why not give him that honor and respect?
Well said. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. I mean, the message that Charlie Kirk would share with the world about putting faith in God, loving your family, loving your country, I think more people need to listen to him. Now, Charlie Kirk's wife, Erica Kirk, has shown so much strength, so much grace since witnessing the love of her life be killed in such a horrific way. And she shared this memory of Charlie speaking to one of their children.
Storytelling. So we're here at Bill's Burgers in New York City, and right near this very table was the first time Dad met Mama, and it started as a job, and I was asking all these questions, philosophy, religion, Jesus, and then I realized Mama was beautiful and smart and elegant and Christ-like, and so I said, forget this job interview. I want to date you. And I said, I have enough friends. And that's where your journey started.
Brittany, I
Wow,
really
that's so
admire
beautiful.
Charlie and Erica Kirk for how much love and respect they showed each other, and
That
they
was
were so
beautiful.
public about that. You know, I think that was such a great example to young people.
Oh, I know. I get chills watching that. Did you notice how when she's filming and he kept looking up at her, at his while talking to his daughter? And I think this just encompasses so much about Charlie Kirk, of just how he was just first and foremost a man of God, man of his wife, just an amazing husband and devoted father. And you know, it's tough to watch. I know you got emotional last week. You were so raw and real, and I think we all loved seeing that so much, because this is the effect he had on so many of us across the world, because this was really him. I mean, look at this. I mean, what a beautiful moment. You know, this is what he was preaching. This is what he was talking about. This is what he was debating, just getting back to, you know, finding God, finding a higher power, praying, being with family, putting them first. I just, yeah, I mean, it's the chilling video, and it's so sad, the entire thing.
Thank you for saying that. I mean, so many of us right around the world are just absolutely heartbroken, because we all knew what Charlie was really like, as you say, man of God, and watching videos of him with his family, it's just devastating.
Okay, so what we're going to do is, because this is a long one, so we're going to keep it moving to a different one here, because I want to catch up on more. So let's watch this over
It's time
here.
for Media Meltdowns, and this one is dedicated to Jasmine Crockett's insufferable media appearances. Here she is on CNN, claiming that the majority of violent crimes in America is a result of white supremacy.
And if you really want to know who the criminals are in this country, you can Google it. You don't have to trust me. But the people that commit 80% of the most violent crimes in this country are white supremacists. Yet for whatever
She sounds stupid.
they sit and they serve at the pleasure of the president. They are the ones that were there on January 6th, tearing our democracy
January
down
6th.
physically, and now
Oh,
have them
Lord.
tearing us down right here from within.
I love that she even says,
She's a
you don't have
fucking
to
idiot.
trust me, and then makes that outrageous claim 80%. If you do Google it, you'll find that the percentage rather of violent crimes in the US that are attributed to white supremacy is so incredibly small, it's less than 1%. But here she is last week telling the world that law enforcement is not supposed to prevent crime.
I want to be clear that, like, law enforcement isn't to prevent crime. Law enforcement solves crime, okay? That is what they're supposed to do. They are supposed to solve crimes, not necessarily prevent them from happening, per se.
Oh, she's bright, isn't she? Here is the Democrat saying all Republicans are racist.
I talk to black folk all the time as somebody that's a child of a preacher. Listen, most black people are not Republicans simply because we just is like, y'all racist. I can't hang out with the KKK in them. That's really what it is. But when we think about who we are as black people and we think about where we come from, most black people have very conservative values, right? But the reality is that, like, we just can't side with like the neo-Nazis in them. We're not dealing with y'all like that, right?
But leftist media outlets like MSNBC cannot get enough of Jasmine Crockett. Here she is in tears while on one of Katie Fang's last shows with the network.
So I want to exercise a point of personal privilege right now. I'm going to play a really quick clip for you, Congresswoman, and ask you a question on the other side. Take a watch and listen. My next guest. Joining me now is Texas State Representative Jasmine Crockett. Representative, so happy to have you here. I know you had a busy day yesterday. Well, Texas State Representative Jasmine Crockett, thank you for being here and thanks for all of your advocacy. We appreciate it. Okay, that was you and I 3 years ago. That was your first time on the Katie Fang Show. This is the second to the last episode of the show. Congresswoman, I wanted to thank you for always getting up and early and delivering it, but I also want to say thank you for your continuing support for democracy.
Okay, and following the horrific murder of Charlie Kirk, Jasmine Crockett has doubled down on her previous claims that Donald Trump is a wannabe Hitler, insisting that it's a perfectly reasonable claim to make and would not inspire radicals to be violent.
We've got to talk about like what it means when you're running for president or you're running for one of these higher offices and you go out there and you talk about beating people up. You go out there and you say things like, I could shoot somebody in the middle of the street in New York and I could still win. We got to talk about like that. That is next level. Me disagreeing with you, me calling you, you know, I want to be Hitler. All those things are like not necessarily saying go out and hurt somebody. But when you're literally telling people at rallies, yeah, beat them up. And that kind of stuff, like you are promoting like a culture of violence. So we
and
need
that's
to
what you
talk
guys are
about, like,
doing.
what it looks like when you don't promote a culture of violence.
She sounds stupid.
Is a disgrace.
She sounds so stupid.
Joining us now is comedian and host of Blaze TV's Prime Time.
Hold on, I gotta
Alex
pause
Stein.
this. Let me pause this for a second because I have to reflect. Jasmine Crockett, you're a fucking idiot. Okay, nothing like this whole like election year, and even when Trump got elected and took over office, you guys were battle crying and trying to get people to stand up and if you see a Republican, you shout in his face and you get on his face and you punch him in the face and you do all this craziness. What like Maxine Waters was saying to her people and her constituents, like you guys are bringing the uproar and the energy, that negative energy, and talking about, oh, I want to punch him in the face. Oh, we should do this and that, and causing more harm than good. If you have nothing positive to say, Jasmine Crockett, take this from me. Shut the fuck up. And that's it. So let's continue because she's just getting me mad. And it's like, I can't stand that bitch.
Alex, I want to talk to you about Charlie Kirk in a moment, but just quickly, can I get your thoughts on Jasmine Crockett there?
Well, you know, Gabriella, Jasmine Crockett is literally my congresswoman here in Dallas, Texas. And I can't tell you, every day when I look at my social media, there's a new clip that makes me absolutely embarrassed that we have such a person with such low IQ. I mean, this is the thing, is like, she is not talented whatsoever. The only reason that she won is because she was the right skin color in a district that had a former congresswoman that retired. So she kind of snuck her way in, and now the left parades her like she is their next political icon. And if that is the strongest person in their bullpen, if Jasmine Crockett really is the political icon that the left tries to, paint her to be, then the left is totally screwed, and they will not win an election for the next 30 years. Because when Jasmine Crockett actually gets pressed, she can't answer these questions.
No.
She doesn't actually have the skills to be a good congresswoman.
No, she's got absolutely no
She's
idea.
not. She needs to be
Now,
kicked
Alex,
out of Congress.
How are you going? It's been almost 1 week since Charlie Kirk was murdered in the most evil way possible. And of course, he was a great friend of yours. How are you feeling?
Well, America and the world lost an American hero. And I know people have been hearing that over and over, but it is true, because even if Charlie Kirk didn't agree with you politically, he wanted to give you the opportunity to come and speak with him and debate. And he literally reached across the aisle, unlike anybody on the left and unlike anybody on the right for that matter. He truly wanted to actually have a conversation. And this is the problem too. What's so egregious about this is that Charlie Kirk was only ever respectful. He only had class. He operated with, biblical standards in every decision that he made. And yet these leftist, transgender, mentally ill people still wanted to take out Charlie
They
Kirk,
need to
who
be
really,
classified
to be fair,
as a terrorist
is basically pretty
organization.
moderate. I mean, and I think that's why he was so successful, is that he wasn't, as polarizing as the people that are celebrating his death wanted him to be. So it's just an absolute tragedy. America lost a future president. I lost a person that I, not only called a friend, but a
That's
guy
why
that I
they
looked
killed
up
him, because
to,
they knew he was
who's
going to be a
younger than
future
me.
president.
Just a political firepower.
He's a vice
firehouse. I
president
don't
for
even know
sure.
what the proper term is. He was a supernova. He was a juggernaut of conservative young people, and it's just sad to see him go. It's impossible to really think that it's impossible to comprehend that it's real.
Yeah, I feel the exact same way. He's someone I really looked up to and really admired as well. But it is so horrific, as you say, especially some of the celebrations we're seeing on the far left, people celebrating his death. It's horrific. And, looking at what's unfolded since he died, you try to make sense of it all. They tried to silence Charlie because he spoke the truth, and also people listened. But it's interesting, by killing him, they have made Charlie's voice even louder. Charlie Kirk's podcast is now the #1 podcast in the world. So this brings me some comfort, knowing that there are more people now listening to him and listening to his wisdom.
No, not only that, but Turning Point USA, who I'm so lucky they let me be a part of their great organization. They talked about in the past week, Charlie has gotten over 15 billion views on his normal social media platforms. So of course, Charlie's legacy is going to live on, and we can find a little silver lining that there's a lot of people that might not have known who Charlie Kirk is now that know very well who he is now. So there is a silver lining. But at the same exact moment, I'm finding it very difficult to kind of envision a world being better without Charlie than with him. And I think it's just impossible to think the world is a better place without a true American patriot that believed in God not being here. But we have no choice. What is life? Life is suffering. So we're going to have to suffer through the pain and really honor Charlie by not giving up and continuing to have discussions that might be difficult but are necessary.
Absolutely. Now, prosecutors have charged Tyler Robinson with the murder of Charlie Kirk, and the state is seeking the death penalty. Prosecutors allege that Tyler Robinson became more and more left in recent years. We've also, Alex, seen a lot of fake news online. I mean, there were pictures of Tyler Robinson in a Trump shirt that was circulating online that were fake, and people have even tried to cast the suspect as some kind of MAGA person. It's just another disgusting lie.
Well, the conspiracy theories right now are so prevalent. You can't go on social media without hearing a new conspiracy theory surrounding Charlie's murder. But this is the problem, is that on both sides of the aisle, people have lost faith in the federal government. People have lost faith in the FBI. People have lost faith in actually getting the official story and it being the truth from the American government. So I think that's where we're at, is that I obviously don't want to get into the conspiracies yet. I don't want to jump to any conclusions. We have to wait and see what happens.
Of course.
But there's just going to be an ecosystem of people just spreading the craziest conspiracies to get clicks, and that just comes with the territory, sadly. But there are some weird things with this, though. Like, I love Charlie. Obviously, a lot of people love Charlie, but I don't understand how somebody could hate Charlie so much enough to go and brutally murder him in front of thousands of people. Like, it takes a special kind of sickness and hatred that I can't even imagine having for somebody. And I've witnessed, I've been the victim of really bad things, and I still didn't wish death on any of my enemies. So for this Tyler guy to want to kill Charlie Kirk because he wants, he's pro-life, or because he wants the, First Amendment to exist, it almost, it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make sense. So obviously, let's not believe all the conspiracies, but just the story, this whole entire event, it doesn't feel real. So I think that's why people are trying to find answers in a situation where there's not a lot of answers right now.
The media has also been pretty horrible reporting on Charlie Kirk's death. I mean, we've heard suggestions on places like MSNBC that Charlie Kirk essentially deserved to die. And today, as prosecutors revealed more details about Tyler Robinson, the suspect, they also revealed text messages between Tyler Robinson and his trans boyfriend. And this is how the ABC News decided to cover it.
We have seen
This is
an
disgusting.
alleged murder with such specific text messages about the alleged murder weapon, where it was hidden, how it was placed, what was on it, but also it was very touching in a way that I think many of us didn't expect. A very intimate portrait into this relationship between the suspect's roommate and the suspect himself, with him repeatedly calling his roommate, who is transitioning, calling him my love, and I want to protect you, my love. So it was this duality of someone who the attorney said not only jeopardized the life of Charlie Kirk and the crowd, but was doing it in front of children, which is one of the aggravating circumstances of this case. And on the other hand, he was, speaking so lovingly about his partner. So a very interesting, and as Pierre said, riveting press conference, David.
I mean, what on earth was that? Speaking very lovingly about his partner, describing it as very touching. I mean, this is an alleged murderous monster, and they're painting him out, or they're describing him, I should say, or suggesting that he's some sort of romantic, Alex.
Everybody needs to clip this, guys. This is what we're dealing with here in America, is that a person brutally murdered a father of 2 kids in front of his own wife. And ABC is going to come on and romanticize some sort of weird text message exchange with the killer and their transgender boyfriend. We have lost the plot in America. ABC is basically the enemy of the people.
Yeah.
And for him to try to sensationalize or romanticize their text messages makes me absolutely sick. And that's the only way you can feel like there's nothing romantic about him sending a text message to a person admitting that he killed Charlie Kirk. Literally nothing romantic about it. It's the most repugnant thing. And for him to even describe it like that shows that broadcaster, broadcaster, is obviously mentally ill, or he's dating a trans person. I don't know which it is, but it doesn't make sense to romanticize something so horrible.
I can't believe it. It's disgusting. I don't know why I'm still shocked anymore, but that's up there. That shocks me. Now, Attorney General Pam Bondi is being slammed for saying there's no place for hate speech. Listen to this.
There's free speech, and then there's hate speech. And there is no place, especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie, in our society.
Do you see more law enforcement going after these groups who are using hate speech and putting cuffs on people, so we show them that some action is better than no action?
We will absolutely target you, go after you if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything. And that's across the aisle.
Now, Alex, she's being slammed for this because Charlie Kirk was, of course, a huge advocate for free speech. He wanted to keep America free.
He wanted free speech.
He wrote in a post last year,
even if it's hate,
speech
it's
does
free.
not exist legally in America. There's ugly speech, there's gross speech, there's evil speech, and all of it is protected by the First Amendment. Keep America free. I mean, can I get your thoughts on what Pam Bondi had to say there?
Well, it makes me lose my faith in Pam Bondi, literally doing the exact opposite of what Charlie Kirk would want. I mean, you can see his tweets.
That's the opposite.
Free speech absolutist.
Hate speech is free speech, no matter what.
Your First Amendment right to say it. So Pam Bondi saying that they're going to create hate speech laws goes against every single thing that Charlie Kirk stood for. So I hate it. I don't like hate speech laws. They can definitely be manipulated and used in the future to, in another pandemic, they might say that if you criticize a vaccine, that's considered hate speech. So I don't like the opportunity that I know the government could use to enforce these hate speech laws, or, it's going to be very vague. So here in America, if you want to say something bad, That's your God-given right by the Constitution. And,
Yep.
and Pam Bondi saying that she wants to create hate speech laws, it goes against what Charlie truly wanted.
It does. Finally, before I let
I
you
agree.
go, Alex, we cannot forget Irina Zarutska, the 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee who was murdered in cold blood while on a train in Charlotte, North Carolina. A close friend of hers shared this video paying tribute to her.
Oh, boy. That's all the stuff that they did? Oh, man, look at that. She actually had a good time. Wow, look at this parties. Well, I got to cut the music out on that one because I don't want to get copyrighted for the music. But she looked like a happy party girl. She was a party girl. She had a good time. She looked happy. Like she was a good. She looked like a nice girl. Very pretty.
I still think of Charlie Kirk because he was one of the few key voices really speaking out for Irina Zarutska because, as we know, the media didn't want to cover her death.
The mainstream media did not cover it whatsoever because it paints a narrative that they don't want to expose the public to, which paints a picture that first of all, they want to make it white versus black, but this is a serious issue. A guy with 14 previous arrests was able to go brutally murder a refugee from the Ukraine. So it's not about black or white. It's about that we have a judicial system that actually helps.
Yeah, I think the text, something's up with those texts, Stephanie. I agree.
Irina got punished for trying to have a job, ride, the public transportation so she can save money. She's trying to struggle here in America. And what does she get for doing that hard work and trying to live the American dream? She gets stabbed by a criminal that should have been in jail a long time ago. So it's not necessarily a white or black problem. It's a judicial system that benefits criminals and hurts the law-abiding citizens. So it's a terrible tragedy.
that was disturbing to see, man.
Charlie, before he passed away, was a very
She seemed so innocent and so nice, and she got her life taken away because some idiot wants to come
One of Charlie's
and
last
stab her and kill her in the
messages
train.
about Irina Zarutska. Alex Stein, we have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, so we're gonna keep on with this. We're gonna go on to, let's see where we're gonna go next. Let's go over here. Let's check out Lefty Losing It.
It's time for Lefties Losing It. Let's start with some weapon-grade gaslighting from alleged comic Jimmy Kimmel. Here is the far-left purveyor of late-night disinformation engaging in some more disinformation, this time about his ideological fellow, Tyler Robinson.
As Kash Patel and they knew he was crazy. Yep.
The MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Yes, I'm sure
Jimmy
the
Kimmel.
far-left loser moaning about supposed fascists and obsessed with trans activism with a trans boyfriend is a closet Republican, according to Kimmel. I mean, let's just disregard officials telling us what his ideology is, and let's disregard the alleged killer's own words. But Jimmy Kimmel wasn't done yet. He even mocked President Trump's grief for Charlie. Now, President Trump loved Charlie Kirk. Those close to him say he saw him as another son. But this is what Jimmy Kimmel had to say.
Fuck Kimball.
This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish, okay?
This guy's a fucking idiot, man.
A 4-year-old mourns a goldfish.
What a fucking asshole.
Forgive the callous, hateful miscreant if it was just
He should be taken off TV.
He is supposed to be a comic. Now, this next gal is supposed to be some sort of a model. She was a contestant on a show called America's Next Top Model.
About Charlie Kirk. You like terrorism?
What the fuck is wrong with these people?
I think the only thing that went wrong that day was that Trump wasn't standing behind him getting a secondhand bullet.
Oh, hell
She's
no.
as ugly on the inside as she is on the outside. That brings me
She's
to
going to get a
Jamel
visit
Hill,
from the
former
Secret Service.
ESPN anchor, the race-baiting simpleton, who
What a
continues
fucking
to
assholes
lie
these
and
people are,
engage in
man.
deliberate
They're
misinformation.
just full of
Listen to what
hate.
she says
Hate,
about the
hate.
man charged with murdering Charlie.
And wake of Charlie's murder, there was an incredible amount of angry discourse from the right, blaming the Democrats, blaming liberals, saying, you're the reason this happened. Only to find out, surprise, 22-year-old white dude, loved guns, raised by two parents, lived in a good home. Dad is a minister, also a sheriff.
His dad is not a
Check any of them
minister.
boxes y'all thought he would check, did he?
Well, he
His
checked the
dad was not a
boxes I
minister.
expected him to check,
He was a
Jamal.
sheriff.
He's a far-left, trans-activist lunatic who
People need to get their
regurgitates
information
the
right.
same BS you do. He claims Charlie was spreading hate because the left called telling the truth hateful. His dad wasn't a sheriff, but he did appear to come from a decent family. Just shows that coming from a decent, God-fearing family isn't enough to inoculate a sick mind from toxic leftist indoctrination. And did Jamel really blame Republicans, conservatives for angry discourse? I mean, how dare we be angry that a brilliant young man was murdered in front of his children? How dare we call out those celebrating this sickening act of domestic terrorism? And be on guard for those who claim that this isn't a left or right issue, that this isn't political, that there isn't a clear motive. Those are lies, and we're not putting up with lies. We are not tolerating the left's bold-faced lies and gaslighting, including this from CBS.
5 days after Charlie Kirk's murder, the shooter's motive remains elusive. No writings left behind, vague secondhand testimony. That uncertainty and the risk of drawing sweeping conclusions suggests the murder may share similarities with recent violence not driven by an obvious political ideology.
No clear ideology, except Tyler Robinson told us precisely what his ideology is and why he targeted Charlie Kirk. There is zero mystery about the motives of Tyler Robinson or his political ideology. The only question is, who else may have been involved? Now, let's hear from The View. Here is Whoopi Goldberg offering some sober analysis.
Not that
She looks
crazy
almost
bitch.
disappointed that Charlie's message will only grow stronger. Remember, it was just a few years ago that Whoopi was forced to apologise to Turning Point USA for falsely linking Charlie's movement to neo-Nazis.
Wow.
The ladies of The View have done plenty to incite the demented left.
And what assassins should always remember is just because you take somebody out doesn't mean the message is going to stop. And it's important to keep that in mind.
Now, we've had plenty of examples of instant karma this week as hate-filled individuals
I'm surprised The
have
View
got
has
their
not been taken
comeuppance
off of
for
television yet.
celebrating a great man's assassination. And here is another example. This young man thought it was funny to turn up to a memorial at Texas State University and do this. Incredible how tolerant the crowd there is of those antics, but he did get a dose of instant karma. Shortly after that incident, he was identified and promptly expelled from the university. And I don't feel one bit sorry for him. You want to engage in that type of cruelty, mocking not just the murdered, but those grieving his loss, you deserve to get expelled. Now, let's hear from ABC talking about the text messages of this alleged killer. Do you think they reflected on how his language echoed that of mainstream leftist figures from the media and the activist class and the Democrats? No. Instead, they were marveling at how touching it all was.
What was on it, but also it was very touching in a way that I think many of us didn't expect. A very intimate portrait into this relationship between the suspect's roommate and the suspect himself, with him repeatedly calling his roommate, who was transitioning, calling him my love, and I want to protect you, my love. So it was this duality of someone who the attorney said not only jeopardized the life of Charlie Kirk and the crowd, but was doing it in front of children, which is one of the aggravating circumstances of this case. And on the other hand, he was, speaking so lovingly about his partner.
Now, I'm delighted to have this next guest back on the show following his sold-out tour with Jordan Peterson. Dave Rubin, host of The Rubin Report, is returning to Australia this October for 3 exclusive shows in Melbourne, Sydney and Brisbane. The dates are on the screen. Get your tickets early before they sell out. Dave, welcome back. I wish we had brighter news to discuss tonight, but the loss of your good friend Charlie Kirk has had a profound impact on tens of millions in America and around the world. Tell me how you're feeling and what you've learned in this past week.
Yeah, well, Rita, it's always good to see you. We used to do this a bit more often. I am excited to come to Australia. And actually, the thing that brought you and I together years ago, when we were doing a lot of shows together, was the thing that brought Charlie and I together. We just wanted to talk about things. We wanted to talk about the hot button issues of the day and debate them. And years ago, when Charlie and I met first in 2017, I was a man of the left. He was a man of the right. And he came up to me at an event we did and he said, hey, let's go on tour together. Let's talk about everything. Let's debate everything. Let's go to colleges. Let kids ask us whatever they want. Let's just battle it out the way you're supposed to battle it out in a free society, which is with words, of course, not with bullets. And Charlie and I did that dozens and dozens of times. We were protested and we had fire alarms pulled and bomb threats and all of those things. Of course, nothing like what happened this week, which you're right, has now, I think, affected hundreds of millions of people all over the world. Charlie was a great human being. You know, putting aside the politics for a second, Charlie was undoubtedly a good husband and a wonderful father, and his wife is now a widow and his children will grow up without a father. He was a good human being who was doing the thing that we're all told we should all do, which is talk to the other side. Nobody from an American context did that more than Charlie Kirk. That's what he devoted his life to. Charlie would get hate from both sides because he was always trying to find new people to talk to. To this day, I still didn't agree with everything Charlie said, but I will say, and this is a great credit to his debate skills and his thoughtful way of having nuanced conversations, I came a lot closer to Charlie's opinions over the years than Charlie came to mine. I think I did move him on a couple things, but he definitely brought me more within, let's say, a wide tent conservative movement. So this is a terrible time for America, but I would say a terrible time for the world because, you know, whatever happens in America, as you know, it leaks across the entire world and can make it across an ocean and land in your continent as well. And I just hope cooler heads can prevail right now because right now we're sort of, as a country, we're going through a degree of mourning, although there's a lot of people that are quite angry too. And it just feels like we're kind of sitting on a powder keg right now. If one or two other weird things happen, it feels like all bets are off. And I'm really devoting myself right now, my show and my upcoming tour in Australia, to finding the people that want to break bread again, that want to figure out, okay, hey, we're different, but we got to learn to live together. And that's going to be my mission. I think it's the only way that I can honor Charlie appropriately.
And I want to ask you about this notion that we keep hearing, including in the Australian media, which just regurgitates the MSNBC, CNN talking points. This notion that Charlie Kirk was deeply homophobic, he was hostile to the LGBT community.
He wasn't.
You're a gay man. You were a friend of Charlie Kirk. Can you please address that allegation?
Yeah, well, look, I happen to be gay. It's not something that I even think about that often or anything else. I've been married for over 10 years. We have kids. It is what it is. We live a decent life like most people. And Charlie, like millions of other people, Charlie was entitled to his own personal religious beliefs. There's a video that maybe you've seen. Elon Musk even tweeted it out in the last couple of days where somebody started asking Charlie, how can you welcome gays into the conservative movement? And Charlie's answer is so wonderfully thoughtful and the perfect example of what Charlie was. Charlie makes a point of saying, hey, I have my own religious beliefs, but America is not a religious theocracy. Did he want America to be restored with Judeo-Christian values? And did he believe that he felt that his personal views were best explained through Christianity? Well, the answer to that is absolutely yes. But Charlie was not crusading against marriage equality. Charlie was welcoming gay people into the conservative movement. By the way, he was also doing that with black people and and Hispanic people and everyone else. I mean, all of the commentary around this man is completely ridiculous. But I will tell you, Charlie was at my house not too long ago. My husband and I sat at weddings next to he and his wife. We broke bread many, many times. And again, people are allowed their own personal religious beliefs. I, for one, would not force a religious institution to do anything that it didn't want to do. But that's the difference between a religious belief and a secular institution, which is the government of the United States. And by the way, if you can credit that sort of open idea that Charlie was presenting there, you can credit him for then bringing that to MAGA, which then opened up enough so that Elon Musk and Joe Rogan and Bobby Kennedy and Tulsi Gabbard, all of these ex-liberals, disaffected liberals like myself, Rita, I think a little bit like you, could then come and be part of MAGA. So no, he has nothing. There was no hatred in his heart. I would also make a quick distinction. I think it's important. The idea of the LGBT community, people need to stop saying it, because the L's and the G's and the B's have nothing to do with the T's. And that has become a political
point.
ideology more than a sexuality or a gender identity. Yeah.
Absolutely. And increasingly, the LGB want to distance themselves from the rest of the alphabet. That just keeps increasing too. But I don't even know how many letters we're up to now.
Two-spirit, do you know what two-spirit is, Rita?
Oh, two-spirit, yes. We're supposed to start with 2SP now, aren't you, before you start the LGBT? And then you've got the plus at the end. So it's infinite number of letters that you could add to that. Now, can I ask you to respond, please, to this clip from Jimmy Kimmel, the painfully unfunny so-called comic, had this to say on his late night show.
We had some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Who's scoring
Dave,
what
this
points?
kid was apparently a conservative, which must be news to him and his trans boyfriend.
Yeah, it's wild. First off, Jimmy Kimmel exists as a quote-unquote comedian, and I use air quotes there because I've never heard him say anything funny, but he exists as a political operative in some ways more than Charlie himself existed as a political operative. Yeah. Charlie was out there talking to people and open to ideas. Jimmy is doing a show where he makes, I don't know, probably about $15 million a year to only force one political ideology down the throats of Americans. No, the kid came from what sounds like a decent two-parent household that had some conservative values, and then he went to college and apparently became radicalized there, and then had, I suppose, a trans boyfriend and was pushed into leftist ideology. So the fact that Jimmy knows he can go up there and just lie to his audience, I mean, I would say this goes to what I know you guys are dealing with in Australia, which we're certainly dealing with here, which is a massive misinformation war on the populace, that the people who control the strings of everything seem to think they can just lie about absolutely everything, tell you up is down, left is right, boy is girl, and get away with it. And to the extent that Jimmy Kimmel is still on TV, I suppose they can get away with it.
Well, they started with just straight out fakes. They put the alleged killer in a fake Trump T-shirt, and that circulated, and people saw that and believed it before it was debunked. And the lies continue, as you've just heard. Now, it's not just the lies, it's utter ugly invective. Streamer Stephen Burnell, known online as Destiny, he had this to say about Charlie's murder and the political climate in America.
If you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive, Donald Trump shouldn't have been president for the second term. Every time he's in office, this happens. People joked about when Biden came in, it was so boring, nothing was going on. 7 out of 10 of the largest protests in American history have happened under Donald.
And he also defended mocking Erica Kirk, Charlie's grieving widow.
It's such a simple thing. If you're going to weaponize somebody's grief against the other party, well, then of course people have a right to fight back against it. I think that she has every right to grieve in whatever way she wants, but when that grief is going to be weaponized to do recruitment, political recruitment, and
this guy's a fucking idiot
on the other side, then of course you not only have the ability to mock it, I think you have the obligation to mock it. It's insane.
There you go, Dave. You have the obligation to mock her, a grieving widow who has to explain to a 3-year-old child why her daddy is never coming home.
I mean, I would say this is shocking, except I've seen enough clips of this guy endorsing violence and saying all sorts of crazy things for years that I'm not surprised at all. There are other streamers. I think you've probably heard of this
You're
guy,
gonna act
Hassan
like that,
Piker, who's
they should
huge
take
on
him off the
Twitch, who's
internet.
literally called for violence, blood in the street, violence of capitalists, who is still on that platform. But I would say broadly, without making it about a specific person, I mean, we shouldn't be surprised by any of this. I mean, the left in America has purged all of the decent liberals. It has become a radical party that is trying to usher in Marxism, communism, and socialism. And by the way, they finally admit that themselves. You know, years ago, they started calling themselves Democrat socialists. They don't really even say the Democrat Party anymore. Now they are outright socialists. And then when you combine what I know you have in your country too, with the these Hamas marches and everything else, you get this crazy red-green alliance. And what do they have in common? What do the Queers for Palestine have in common with the, the perceived oppressed Palestinians? It's that they would love to take out Western society. That's what they have in common. That's it.
Yeah.
So it is not surprising that these people would either endorse violence or mock those who have just lost their loved ones because of violence. It's actually a fairly obvious extension of everything else that they tell us.
Dave Rubin, we can't wait to see you in Australia next month. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you, Rita.
Joining me now is documentary filmmaker and commentator Ami Horowitz. Ami, much of the media's reporting on this issue has been appalling, and there's been no self-reflection about the role so many in the media played in using lies and hyperbole to demonize a man like Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, no question about it. And look, obviously, the lies and the falsehoods of the media are legion, and obviously there is no self-reflection. Look, they obviously, to say they dropped the ball is understating the amount of failure they did on this issue in particular. Look, they don't hide their agenda. And that's all I'm asking. Look, I'm not asking you to change your policies. Just hide your agenda for us, right? Just try to pretend to be even-handed. They can't even do that. And I think that a great example of that is the trans issue, because I think what we're seeing now is that this was certainly motivated or possibly motivated by this trans issue, because his boyfriend / girlfriend was trans. And the media continues to push the idea of trans violence, but not the trans violence that we've talked about, this being an example of that, or the mass shootings we've seen at Christian schools and other places by trans people. And in fact, we should do a segment, by the way, on dumb crap that AI says, because I want to do a cursory look on the amount of trans violence we've seen, particularly mass shootings over the past couple of years. And while it gave me a number, it then couched it and all these things like, well, just so you know, there's less trans violence than there is cisgender violence, which I didn't ask for, by the way. And also, by the way, it's not true when it comes to mass shootings. But yes.
And also not true when you look at percentages. That's the key point. Of course, there's going to be more cis, if you're going to use that language. But we're talking about a very small percentage of the population that is overrepresented in these sorts of crimes, particularly in the last few years, Ami. And I think denying that it is part of the problem. If we're going to actually be tackling these issues in any meaningful way, we need to be having uncomfortable conversations centered on the truth. And that was really what Charlie Kirk was all about.
That's right. And they want to hide the truth. And the last point I'll make about the trans violence is that there is and I'll go quickly to Kirk himself and the lies about him, but they do want to push the agenda of trans people being killed in significantly larger numbers than cis people, which is simply not true. I actually did the work on this. I looked into it over the past couple of years, and there've only been a very, very small handful of trans people who had been murdered because they were trans. And by the way, the vast majority of them were Black women killed by Black men. There is not a single example that I could find, Rita, of a MAGA supporter, of a Trump supporter, killing a trans person. Yet this is the narrative being pushed by the media, which leads to this culture of self-aggrievance that we've seen, which leads to this violence that we saw with Charlie Kirk, right? Because that was the lie made about him. So yes, the lies about Charlie Kirk are legion. They're so significant, in fact, that factcheck.org, a leftist organization which lies all the time, including about me, including about Sky News Australia, had to actually do a list of things that were lied about Charlie Kirk because so much of it was out there. They called him, for example, a white supremacist. He was the opposite of a white supremacist, right? He fought and kicked out a group from Turning Point called the Groypers, who are actually white supremacists. He was called... Stephen King, whose books, by the way, I will never read again, said he wanted to stone gay people. Another massive, scurrilous lie against him. They talked about his Asian hate. Zero. Untrue. And they talked about his anti-Semitism. And as a Jew, I think my antennas are kind of up about that. He was a supporter of Israel. He was a philo-Semite, Rita. And the only example they can use for him saying something anti-Semitic was he said Jewish money was involved in liberal causes, causing more anti-Semitism. Fact check, true, not anti-Semitic. Things that are true are not racist or anti-Semitic. They are what we call facts.
Absolutely. And as on Asians, and I can speak about that, he was a huge campaigner for having some sort of meritocracy in the entrance systems of universities, because Asians are amongst the biggest group who are disadvantaged when you are not getting in on merit, on what your academic achievement is, but what minority box other than Asian that you're ticking. Now, Tyler Robinson is facing the death penalty. Tell me about the charges he faced today and the FBI's efforts in particular to uncover anyone else who may have been complicit in this act of political violence.
Yeah, he's charged with a number of things, including the capital felony of aggrieved murder, which is the single largest charge you could have in Utah, which is basically it can range from the death sentence to life imprisonment. And by the way, I'm not sure, while I'm certainly a supporter of the death penalty in certain cases, and I think this might in fact be one of the cases I would support it in, because he wasn't just trying to kill somebody, he was trying to start a war. He's trying to tear the fabric of this country apart by this killing. But I'm not sure which is worse, which is him having the death penalty or sitting in jail for, since he's 21, maybe upwards of 70 years.
That's what I was saying.
What
Oh my God.
To kill actually take root in this country and
That's
bloom.
exactly what I was saying.
Of Charlie Kirk, we've seen across the world, not just the country, the world. People picking up
Oh
the
my
mantle
God.
of Charlie Kirk. So maybe it'll be worse for him to
Make him
see
suffer.
that live for the rest of his long life in jail. I'm not sure. But I think what's even more interesting, because I think what
I was saying
Tyler
the
Robinson
same thing.
pretty clear cut. The evidence seems, in terms of DNA evidence, it seems that he will in fact be prosecuted and he will go to jail or be killed for this. But I think what's interesting is the FBI is looking into accomplices or people who've actually hid the evidence, right? And I think that if you go into this chat group that he had, I think a lot of things start happening. First of all, chalk this up to things on the internet never go away, folks. You may try to delete it, but how dumb are you not to know that this thing is still sitting on some server somewhere in the air? But I guess they don't know how tech works, even though they're all, kind of involved in the tech world, right? In the gaming world. But look, there are numerous examples of these people talking as long as a month before this exact date of Charlie Kirk's assassination. So that's either an incredible coincidence.
I have seen
and I
that.
don't really believe in incredible coincidence, or they knew something in advance. And I think this is all going to come out because at the least,
I think the FBI is going to track down every single lead. They're not going to leave a single stone unturned. Ami Horowitz, thank you so much for your time tonight.
I have a feeling that that's also going to happen. They're not going to leave anything left behind. They're going to have to go after every single person who celebrated and has this ideology in their heads that, and it's just so sad. It's just a very sad time that, we have to get this evil out of our country, and we don't need this negative energy at all. And the fact there's so many people out there that are celebrating and like it's just mind-boggling, and they're losing their jobs and they're losing their minds. I feel like there are going to be more attacks because these trends and the LGBTQ, whatever, elemental PQRXYZ, to I don't know what power they're at right now. Again, there could be billion, trillion, gazillion, and with the hand signals of the Gavin Newsom, the little and the Gavin Newsom. I have to do all the signs because this is all part of their clang now. So it's kind of like sign language at this point. That group should be put on a terrorist watch list, and also Antifa. Antifa should be in the terrorist watch list, and so is the LGBTQ should be put in the terrorist watch list. Enough is enough. We're not dealing with that shit anymore. This is just crazy rhetoric that's gone on for way too long, and it's time to put our foot down and say enough is enough, and we're done with this craziness. I blame Obama for this craziness, and they thought they were gonna have chaos and the world was gonna explode, and everybody's gonna fight and kill each other because Trump's in office and the Republicans are the bad ones. And in reality, I mean, who's really the bad here? Is it the Republicans or the Democrats? Who has been committing more violence? Who has been speaking more rhetoric, negative rhetoric? It's been the Democrats. And not only that, we just saw it yesterday in the Senate, the Democrats attacking Kash Patel. And Kash was not taking it. And he spit right back at them and threw it right at their face. He's like, you're not going to talk shit about me. And you think you're all like good? You guys are horrible. You guys can't even think for yourselves, that you constantly got to read from a script that what they tell you to say. You can't even think of what to say on your own because you have a piece of paper that you got to read from. Piece of shit. Ugh, it just makes me mad inside. Democrats, man, you guys are losing really, really, really bad, and the world is watching, and the world thinks you guys are a horrible organization, and I think the Democrats are going to end up being on the terrorist watch list. They're gonna end up being on the terrorist watch list, and they're gonna be they gotta be removed from Washington. If they keep up what they're doing, I think they should be banned from Washington and they should be removed from Washington. What do you guys think? I mean, I believe that they should be removed. I don't think they should be a part of our society, a democratic society, that we want to progress, not go backwards. But it seems with the Democrats, we got to continue to go backwards and stay backwards because that's what they like. They like everyone to be dumb, young, dumb, and no future, no progress. They want you to progress, but not really progress. They want you to decrease. Like, they don't want you to be like, they don't want you to be who you want to be and be someone successful, someone who has morals, who has respect, who actually has values. They don't want that. The Democrats, they want you to stay stupid and continue on with your stupid life and stay as a Democrat and give them all the money, right? Because that's all they want. They want money, fame, and attention. It's like, I'm not down with the Democrats. I'm not a fan of them. Never will be a fan of them. I think it's a party that's dying slowly, and I feel like they need to die a little bit faster because that party needs to be abolished. That's just my feelings and how I see things. It's sad, It's just really sad, and I don't like it. Why do we have to have so much negative on one side, and how come both sides can't come to an agreement and be happy? You know, where's the happiness? Where's the positivity? We're if the Democrats want power back so badly, why are they not like pushing for like peace? Why are they not pushing for, transparency? Why, like how they used to, they like those dog whistles, right? Oh, gun control. It's all about gun control. No, it's not, you dummy. The guns don't kill people. People kill people. If you're gonna cry battle about gun control, then I'm gonna cry battle about mental institutes and how we need to reestablish and reopen mental institutions. Hey, right? Why not? So with that said, we're done with the news for the morning portion. And now we're going to go into the paranormal videos. So if you guys ready, I'm ready. If you have to get your day going, go ahead and get it going. I truly appreciate you guys coming through and watching. And I still got my medicine here to smoke. I got it right here. I haven't started yet. But it smells good. And let's get to the paranormal. Paranormal activity, paranormal videos always brings joy to my heart. So let's go ahead and set this up. Give me 1 second to set it up. I got a few of them. Let me see how many. I got 1, 2, 3, and possibly 4 videos to watch. So it's going to be a good little watch-a-thon of paranormal videos. So with that said, let me set this up and let's watch together. If I could put the volume up.
Pitch black, bro.
I can't see 120 feet. I can't see the ground between us right now.
Yeah, they just go up and up. A lot of stars too, because there's no city lights or anything. Yeah. Hope we're still going the right way.
So we were told about a location that was in the middle of the woods where this witch used to stay at, and apparently people still believe that there's some kind of haunting associated with the cabins. So we went out at night and started searching.
I'll check it out right now. Stephanie,
oh shit!
Okay,
the path is lit up pretty nice.
Oh, I'm gonna check it out.
Like even if we didn't have the flashlights, we could kind of see the trail. Different color, yeah. That's cool. Oh, you can see
That's actually really temperatures.
The trees are all like shit. It's pretty tight.
Like the dirt holds more heat than the trees because they're wet. And
Yeah. None of us had any idea of what this night was going to turn into. We couldn't have been prepared for what we ended up seeing.
Apparently, kids used to go missing in the town like 40, 50 years ago?
Yeah, like in the 60s.
And they all kind of blamed this woman. They said she was like a witch performing black magic type shit. You guys can do that? Seriously. So, like rustling in the bushes, but then it sounded like a weird, I don't know, like a hiss. You didn't hear that?
We heard some rustling noises, I think typical nature stuff, but of course we're on edge because we're going out there for a very specific reason, and that's to investigate a house that supposedly has a ton of activity and has a history of being used by witches.
So, yeah, they all assumed that this witch or this woman was kidnapping kids from town. Oh, fuck. Hey, right there. Oh, way over there. Oh, there's a bunch of them out here.
looks like 3. I guess there's still like people fucking around with this stuff too. And there's lineage too. Like she came from people that were into the same shit.
I'm here listening to the music, Stephanie.
They don't know if it's their family members fucking around with kids or what, you know?
Yeah, witchcraft shit.
I know there's a lot of videos out there titled Gone Wrong,
But honestly, that's the only way you can explain this episode.
Is this open? Can we get in here? Hello? It's just like jammed in the dirt. You can barely see in there though.
Pretty good song.
Stick your lungs there? Okay, let me stick this in there. Okay.
Pretty good song.
Oh yeah, like a little crawl space.
They gotta make this bigger.
Yes, please. Pretty barricaded, so I doubt that anybody would have access to that. With the insulation, like, this one's got like logs holding it up and shit. Like, is this accessible? Oh, look at that spider.
Where? I see a massive spider, probably about a little bit smaller than the palm of my hand.
Holy shit.
What are we doing?
I don't like spiders.
Around the other side. Okay.
That looks like a wolf spider. That's a big spider.
Hello.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Want to go up in there? Or?
Wow, that shit goes way fucking up.
Good no.
Thank you, man.
Whole places.
Oh, there's a little hole right there. Some are living up in that shit.
Oh, goddamn, yeah, it does go way up in there. Huh. I wonder. There's got to be a point or a purpose for it to go so fucking high and be built all the way across like that.
I want to
don't
see.
know, but this building does not look really super sound.
Well, this building doesn't look like somewhere that anyone would be living either. I want to find where her
this
living
looks like a
quarters
building
are.
that I don't know if these are just spiders, but if that was a wolf or anything we would just do.
Oh, we got a window here.
Especially out here with no service.
Yeah, this looks like maybe this could have been like a living area.
Oh, definitely.
Oh wow.
This is like an actual cabin.
Yeah. Oh, there's a door right there. It looks like it's ajar. And we get in.
And as we approached the third cabin, I saw something in the grass.
Oh, there's two doors. Is this like a double-sided thing? Or does this connect inside? I'm gonna look in this other window.
It looks like there's a door in there.
Ooh, it's got bombed by it.
Okay, this one's kind of awesome too. Yo. What the fuck is that?
And as I got closer, I realized that it was a dead animal.
Okay. Is that a rabbit?
I'm sorry.
It was disgusting. It was nauseating. I was gagging. Colton started gagging. It's just gross, foul.
I can't help it. I really can't.
You all right?
I'm kind of feeling nauseous now thinking about it. And that was just compounded by the smells that were coming from the carcass itself and just the visual of all the bugs on it.
Oh, bro. You see this?
What?
But then I saw what looked like almost a spike, like a hand-carved spike, but it had twine as a handle.
It's like a fucking shank.
Where?
Oh my god. Look at that.
What the fuck? That's like a fucking homemade little dagger.
Yeah.
Dude, that's fucking disgusting, regardless. Fucking stinks a little.
Ugh, there's flies all over here.
I was apprehensive going into the cabin just because that kind of stuff's not really our thing. Like animal sacrifice, the witch stuff. I don't know. It freaked me out. It's an area I didn't want to be in. And I don't know if they're still around. I don't know if they're willing to use that kind of shit on other people. Like, it's just not something that we really fuck with.
Definitely made us all a little bit uncomfortable going into the actual cabin itself.
I'd say this is already pretty uncomfortable now.
Now I'm hearing shit.
Hello? Hello? It's like a bunch of cages over here. What? There's like cages over here. It's like chicken wire or something, I don't know.
I'm like trying not to fucking gag. Him gagging fucking me up too.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the smell of that is
dude.
fucking nasty.
Ugh, it fucking stinks in here.
Oh,
Oh shit. Like a bunch of
You see right behind you?
okay.
there's like a bunch of steaks and twine and shit over here. Did you see that shit?
Yeah, I saw it. Hello? Oh, dude. What you got up there? Shit. Weird shit. Like what? Like hanging shit. What kind of hanging shit? I don't know if we should go up here, honestly. What?
A bunch of just weird stuff hanging from the ceiling. There was like trinkets made out of sticks. Obviously, it looked like some form of witchcraft.
There's like a bunch of shit hanging from the ceiling. There's jars.
Hello?
Careful, I don't know how sturdy this shit is. Oh, there's a fucking hole in the wall that goes to another room. Hello?
You gotta see this shit. He kept saying, you know, it was really weird. I wanted to take a look, of course, so I poked my head up and saw him, and just like in disbelief, like it was surreal. Like, I can't fucking believe this is actually happening.
Here, come on. It's fucking weird.
What the fuck? There's one. This can't be. There's two.
Okay. The whole environment was just foul and disgusting. The amount of flies up there was just crazy. They're flying in your fucking eye, your ear, all over the place.
What the fuck is that? Ugh. What is that, dude?
The smell was so bad. I don't think that any of us could have been prepared to walk into that.
Dude, I can't look at it.
What is it?
It's like meat.
What the fuck?
Just horrendously rancid remains. We don't know what's in there, but we do know that it was disgusting and it stank.
This got weird real fucking quick. I can't believe this. I have no idea. Here, spin that one with your foot. On the ground. What is that?
Hold on.
What?
You gotta see this shit,
I
dude.
don't want to see this shit.
What is that?
Dude, I'm actually. I don't know what that is. Maybe we shouldn't hang out here too long.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah, let's just think about what Let's we're go doing. outside for a second.
It was just gross. And the smell, we just wanted to get some fresh air and regroup. So that's what we did.
I was
Is it-
not expecting to see a
is it
dead
like-
animal and fucking remains upstairs.
Yeah, that's not like paranormal shit. That's
Upstairs,
physical.
It's not. It's not gross.
What
Why
do we do
would
with
you have remains of whatever that is?
that shit's foul, dude. It's a lot.
We planned on doing all sorts of tests there. It was just really a heavy atmosphere to be in. So after we regrouped outside, we talked about going up there, doing a spirit box test. And that's what we did. We went back in. We started running the spirit box. nothing really, I think, could have prepared any of us for what we heard after we started doing the spirit box.
It's fucking disgusting. Here, keep a light on that, Sam.
We were doing a normal spirit box test up there as a group. We weren't really getting anything too clear. We thought we might have heard a couple words.
What's in the jars?
There was a really audible, almost like a scream or something, and it was coming from outside of the cabin.
What was that?
That was loud.
From
That was
over here,
outside,
right?
We muted the spirit box and we started listening.
Pausing you. I put it at pause.
And we heard it again, but this time it sounded
We got
a little bit
to
closer.
watch. After this paranormal show that we're watching, I'm gonna jump onto some more news. So just stay tuned. I'm gonna jump on some more live news after this paranormal video. We'll watch. We'll continue watching the Kash Patel, and then I got a couple of more paranormal videos to watch.
Hearing a scream in the middle of the woods, especially in the middle of the night.
Hey,
when you
Josie,
think
good
we're out
morning.
there all alone. It clearly sounded like a woman.
How you doing,
It clearly
Josie?
sounded like it was outside. That's just fucking horrifying.
I'm gonna light up now.
Yeah. Oh, whoa. It's getting closer. Yeah, kill the light for a second. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. No, let's go. What the fuck is that?
After the third or fourth scream we heard, we decided to go lights out because we were freaked. We thought whatever it was could see us because it felt like it was getting closer, like it was pursuing us almost. And then the final scream before we decided to leave sounded like it was right outside.
Kill the light for a second. Okay. Yeah, no. No, let's go. What the fuck is that? God damn. Oh, it's fucking closer. That's it. It's right fucking behind us.
I almost dropped all the equipment trying to get out of the building. We sprinted, literally, we started running. And as we were running towards the dirt trail that we had followed all the way into this place, we heard it one last time, and it sounded like whatever it was, whoever it was literally like right behind us.
God damn. Oh, it's fucking closer. That's it. It's right fucking behind us.
It was coming from behind us. I was the one nearest the noise. So at that point, I was operating on pure adrenaline.
Oh, it's fucking closer. That's it. It's right fucking behind us.
We were way far away from civilization, anything. Even our car was, I don't even know how many miles down the road.
I stopped recording. We just wanted to get out of there.
We went there with the intent of doing a full investigation, went there with like a pretty positive attitude. Hopefully we'd get something interesting, some sort of evidence. And we got a lot more than that. So it just wasn't an option to stay there.
What was that?
That was loud.
From over here, right? Right. Yeah.
Yes, we're getting into the spooky season.
Oh, whoa. It's getting closer. Yeah, kill the light for a second. Okay. No, let's go. What the fuck is that? God damn. Oh, it's fucking closer. That shit sounds like it's right fucking behind us.
Wow, you hear that? Yeah, let's go ahead and that was a crazy one. You know, the woods is very creepy, but I feel like these people are doing things out there and they're manifesting these entities and they're doing these rituals and dark rituals and opening up portals and bringing energy from the other side here. It's disturbing, but let's go ahead and check out what's going on live here. We're a few minutes behind on it. I would say like 10 minutes behind, but we could catch up. And let's watch this together. And this is the Kash Patel, the oversight of the Federal Bureau of Investigations. This is like part 2 of what happened yesterday. And yesterday, if you were here, you did see the craziness of what's been like what happened yesterday. And this is just a continuation because this is part 2. This is day 2 of FBI Director Kash Patel testified before House Judiciary Committee. This is going to be fun. It's going to be crazy. Let's watch together.
Committee will come to order without objection. The chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. We welcome everyone to today's hearing on oversight of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. This is the first occasion for the committee to get back together since the tragic death of Charlie Kirk. Charlie was a good man, a happy warrior who fought for principles and values I think make our country special, and certainly was a strong proponent of defending the First Amendment, something this committee cares deeply about. I said this over the weekend. I think Charlie lived that scripture verse, 2 Timothy 4:7, fight the good fight, finish the course, keep the faith. Charlie certainly lived that, and he did it with a smile on his face. And so the tragic killing happened a week ago while we were in markup here in the committee. And I know everyone, I know our witness was a friend of Charlie's, and I know many people in the dais were as well. So I know we're all praying for Charlie's family, and I would extend a moment to the ranking member if you wanted to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for saying that. The whole country reacted with horror and shock to the brutal assassination of Charlie Kirk in cold blood. And there is never any warrant for political violence in America. And just as we all recoiled together at the shocking assassination of Melissa Hortman and others who died in that Minnesota attack, we all stand together categorically against political violence in America and determined to end these cycles of political violence that have traumatized the country.
Well said. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Schmidt, to lead us all in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As is customary, we will begin with opening statements. 5 weeks ago, because of the work of Director Patel, we learned that the former chair of the House Intelligence Committee and current United States Senator leaked classified information. We learned this because a whistleblower came forward. Whistleblower with 23 years experience in the intelligence community, a Democrat staffer on the committee, said this: they were pressured to leak classified information, which sort of raises the obvious question. Why would the head of the Intelligence Committee, the chair of that committee, who's supposed to be guarding our secrets, why would he be encouraging the leaking of classified information? Whistleblower told us that answer as well. Leaked information was supposed to be used. The leaked information, false information, was going to be used to indict President Trump. Now, the former chairman
I agree.
wasn't the only person leaking information.
Very
Jim
thin.
Comey was also sharing things he wasn't supposed to share. Again, don't take my word for it. The Inspector General told us this. In his report, he said, quote, James Comey violated FBI policy by disclosing classified information. And what was Comey's motive? Same as the senator from California: to sabotage and undermine President Trump's first term. And we know that Mr. Comey's not been shy about what his objective was. In fact, 4 months ago, he told us. Remember this? 8647. Jim Comey told us.
Yep, that was
Just 4
Comey.
months ago. Now, how'd they do it? How did the former chair of the Intel community, the former FBI director, and others in our government attempt
And he
to
didn't even get in
undermine
trouble.
President Trump's first term? 7 weeks ago, because of the good work of the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, we learned from another whistleblower, a second whistleblower, that in the closing days of the Obama administration, the intelligence community assessment was changed. On December 5th, 2016, they had one assessment. That assessment said Russia did not impact the election vote count. There was a meeting at the White House on December 9th, 2016, where it was decided, no, we're not going to have that. We're going to come up with a new one. And the new one said Russia was trying to influence the election and did influence the election, which just wasn't accurate. And that new one is published on January 6, 2017. Let's just show you a few things that took place. I want to show you first this email from Admiral Rogers, the head of the NSA. You can see it was December 22nd. Says to Jim, John, and Jim Clapper, John Brennan, Jim Comey. And he says, I asked my team if they've had sufficient access to the underlying intelligence, sufficient time to review that intelligence. On both points, my team raised concern. Further states, my folks aren't fully comfortable. A few hours later, there's an email back to Admiral Rogers. This one is from Jim Clapper, and it says this: it is essential that we be on the same page and are supportive, and all of us are supportive of the report in the highest tradition of, that's our story, and we're sticking to it. We may have to compromise on our normal modalities. This is one project that has to be a team sport. That's our story, and we're sticking to it. Compromise on normal modalities, that's a fancy way of saying, that's the government speak for we're going to have to change the rules. In fact, we're not going to follow our own rules. And that's exactly what they did to get the objective they wanted, to undermine President Trump. Now, how did it specifically take place? The whistleblower said that the government officials ignored concerns about discredited information. And what was that discredited information? What was the discredited information that they didn't ignore the concerns about? What did they use, that discredited information? Of course, it was the dossier, the now famous Steele dossier that was paid for by the Clinton campaign when they hired the law firm Perkins Coie, who hired Fusion GPS, who hired the foreigner Christopher Steele, who wrote all this garbage and lies down. That is what was used to change the intelligence community report. And what happens next? What do Jim, John, and Jim do next? They go to Trump Tower on January 6, 2017, to brief then President-elect Trump about the dossier. Again, the Clinton-financed, foreign-authored dossier that the whistleblower knows is garbage and that they know is garbage. And then there's one final step. One final step. Jim Comey leaves that meeting with the president and immediately leaks to the press that they briefed the president on the discredited information. They briefed the president on the dossier and thereby given it some credibility and creating the basis and the predicate for all they did to the president. They leaked false information. They leaked classified information. They used and leaked discredited information, and they didn't follow their own rules, all to sabotage President Trump's first term. And but for this guy, Kash Patel, but for this guy, we would never have known this information. The good people of this great country would not have known what took place 8 years ago when they were trying to undermine the guy elected by we the people. And I want to thank Attorney General Bondi. She set up a special strike force, a special team to look into this and see if there's any criminal liability that exists in what took place. Now, in addition to getting the truth to the people, Director Patel is getting the bad guys off the street. He's moved agents out of Washington, got the focus off of politics here in D.C., and is instead putting bad guys behind bars. 21,000 violent criminals have been taken off the streets, which is a 125% increase from the comparable period in the previous administration. He's rescued 4,000 kids. He's got 1,300 predators who he's arrested. He's also ended the weaponization of the FBI. No more spying on parents at school board meetings. No more pre-dawn raids on pro-life Catholics. No more retaliation against whistleblowers. And he's given us information that Chris Wray didn't. Maybe said better, he's given us information that Chris Wray wouldn't. Director Wray didn't tell us that there were 26 confidential human sources at the Capitol on January 6, 2021, even though he was repeatedly asked about that by members of this committee. Director Wray didn't tell us that there were 17 of those confidential human sources who entered restricted space. 4 went in the Capitol. None of them were arrested. They weren't authorized to do that. They broke the law. None of them were arrested. Lots of American citizens were arrested, but the guys whose whose American tax dollars was used to pay these guys who broke the law, none of them were. One was recommended for charging and was not charged. And remember when Chris Wray told us that the Richmond field office memorandum on pro-life Catholics was just a one-off? Turns out he wasn't being square with dissent either. Director Wray wasn't square with us. He told us that multiple other offices were involved in targeting the Catholics. We got that information from Director Patel. We learned from Director Patel the FBI actually surveilled a priest, tried to get the priest to divulge information, break the priest-penitent relationship and confidence that exists. And Director Patel is saving taxpayers' money. He's not going to build a new headquarters outside of D.C. He's going to keep the headquarters right here in the capital city. Save Americans money. Save the taxpayers' money. In 8 months, Director Patel has given us the facts. He's ended the weaponization at the FBI. He's taken bad guys off the streets, and he's saving taxpayers' money. But my guess is the Democrats won't focus on all that good news. They'll focus on politics. They'll stick with Comey and Clapper and Brennan and continue to try to undermine President Trump. That I yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Director Patel. You and I have not had the opportunity to meet, and alas, you failed to respond to the 8 oversight letters I've sent you over the last 7 months. So we do have a lot of questions piling up for you, but I want to start with a word of praise. The first FBI director was J. Edgar Hoover, who steadfastly refused to hire women, African Americans, and other minorities as agents. And although he was a closeted homosexual who lived in domestic partnership for decades with Clyde Tolson, he also participated in anti-gay crusades. He aggressively promoted what we would today call white Christian nationalism. And he would undoubtedly be turning over in his grave to see as one of his successors a first-generation Indian American and a proud Hindu. So I congratulate you on being a breakthrough in this sense and being a beneficiary of the civil rights movement that opened up the FBI and the federal workforce to lots of people who never would have been hired in its first decades. Alas, you share J. Edgar Hoover's dangerous obsession with blind loyalty over professionalism and effective public policy. For Hoover, it was blind loyalty to him in keeping his secrets. For you, it's blind loyalty to Donald Trump in keeping his secrets. During your confirmation, it was widely noted on all sides that your primary qualification was your unwavering loyalty to Trump. Unlike other directors, you had no work experience at the FBI, but you had made over 1,000 media and political appearances in support of Trump's campaign. Your Senate confirmation vote was 51-49, the closest in history, with your opponents warning you were not qualified and had no interest in actually developing the qualifications for the job. I hoped that they were wrong. Alas, they were not. While most other new FBI directors drew on their experience as FBI agents, you didn't have that. But you did write a picture book trilogy for children ages 5 and up based on your experience clashing with President Trump's political enemies. In your book, you describe your literary alter ego, Kash the Knight, as a wacky, easily bored wizard carrying out King Donald's vengeance by driving his enemies out of the kingdom. In the books, King Donald is besieged by the evil Hillary Queentown, but saved in the end by Kash. Then Kash goes on to catch mules who are stealing the 2020 election for the great King Donald from Sleepy Joe. And then in the third book, Kash takes down the dragon of the jalapenos, nicknamed the DOJ. Your supporters had hoped that you would graduate from imagining yourself a romantic fairy tale knight to actually running America's premier federal law enforcement agency. Alas, just as we've learned how dangerous it is to put a science-denying anti-vaxxer in charge of our public health, we've learned how dangerous it is to name as director of the FBI a man who thinks of himself as a fairy tale knight who keeps a fire-breathing dragon named DOJ at home to forcibly drive villains out of the kingdom. When Charlie Kirk was assassinated, while his killer was still on the loose, you decided you didn't need to be at FBI headquarters in Washington to work with your team while the chaotic manhunt unfolded. You spent your evening dining in a swanky Midtown Manhattan restaurant and tweeting out false information that the subject of the shooting was in custody, a statement you had to retract 1 hour later. Your performance was so disturbing that even the MAGA base was alarmed. Culture warrior Christopher Rufo, who just a few months ago sat in your chair as a Republican witness, observed that you performed terribly, and he called for your ouster. The FBI might be able to survive your delusions of grandeur and the explosively volatile temper that was on display yesterday in the Senate, but the intractable problem is that you are running the FBI not as a law enforcement agency charged with keeping the American people safe, but as a political enforcement agency working directly for the president's vengeance campaign. 7 months in, it's impossible to overstate the destruction, chaos, and demoralization you've brought to the FBI and its workforce and the resulting danger your actions have caused to our country. You've been systematically purging the FBI of its most experienced and qualified agents, division leaders, and experts in counterterror, counterintelligence, and cybersecurity, precisely the people who have the expertise you lack, in which the FBI and the country need. They've been expelled from the ranks of the Bureau simply because they did their duty investigating crimes, including those committed by the mob that attacked the Capitol on January 6, 2021, and beat the hell out of more than 140 police officers, or simply because you suspected them of being insufficiently loyal to Donald Trump. You illegally sacked Brian Driscoll, the former acting director of the Bureau, and a decorated counterterrorism expert who worked at the FBI for nearly 20 years. According to Driscoll, you told him your own job, quote, depended on the removal of agents who worked on the cases against the president, regardless of whether the agents chose to work on those cases or not. You added, quote, the FBI tried to put the president in jail, and he hasn't forgotten it. You forced out the leader of the Salt Lake City field office, Mehtab Saeed, just weeks before Charlie Kirk's assassination, depriving the FBI of an experienced counterterrorism expert described by her colleagues as absolutely the best and legendary. She would have led the FBI's manhunt had she not been fired. When Trump decided that rounding up immigrants with no criminal records was more important than preventing crimes like human trafficking of women and girls, drug dealing, terrorism, and fraud, you ordered the 25 largest field offices to divert thousands of agents away from chasing down violent criminals, sex traffickers, fraudsters, and scammers to carry out this immigration crackdown. Director Patel, you treated the men and women at FBI with disrespect and paranoia. You've assembled a roving band of freelancing henchmen within your office and charged them with conducting
Jim Jordan looking at him.
Investigations.
He's like, "Are
targeting
you
and
kidding me?"
harassing Career FBI employees. Amazingly, you
This is
forced
like
senior leadership
so
to
negative.
repeatedly take polygraph tests to prove their political
And I
loyalty.
love how he's
and
reading a
pushed out
script.
leaders who refuse these demeaning
See the
exercises.
script?
And now we're seeing one very clear reason why
Reading
you
a
want to build
script.
a political FBI. The
I'm
Epstein
gonna talk to
files.
Tyson
You want an
tomorrow. I'm
FBI
gonna talk to him
blindly
about
loyal to
this,
Trump,
about the
and
script.
to you as his enforcer, so you can continue your cover-up of a
Because
massive international
they
sex
keep
trafficking
reading from scripts,
ring with
these
more than
Democrats.
1,000 victims, betraying
maybe you
all
should read
of
a
the
talking point
survivors
and then
of the
come
sexual
with the
violence.
thoughts out of your
Before
head
you got in
and
this job,
explain.
you called for full release of the Epstein files, telling
I have no script.
podcaster Benny Johnson that the
Like,
only reason the
there's
list was
nothing on
not
my-
released
like, I don't read
by
from a
DOJ
script.
and FBI was, quote,
This
because
is
of
all
who's
scripted.
on that
And look,
list.
they even have boards.
Upon your confirmation, you promised that, quote, there will be no cover-ups, no missing
They have these
documents, no
little-
stone
these
left
people behind
unturned.
him,
And anyone
you
from
know,
the
little
prior or
boards.
current bureau who undermines this will be swiftly pursued. This spring, you ordered hundreds of agents to pour over
Like,
all
this
the
is-
Epstein
this is
files, but
ridiculous.
not to look for more clues about the money network or the network of human traffickers. You pulled these agents from their regular
Jim Jordan has his,
counterterrorism or
like,
drug
back
trafficking
turned to
duties
him.
to work around the clock, some of them sleeping at their
Look how he
desks
looks at him.
to
He's like,
conduct
what
a
the
frantic
fuck?
search to make sure Donald Trump's name and image were flagged and redacted wherever they appeared, whether
Look
an
at the
email, a text, a
conspiracies.
letter, an interview,
Like, what's
a photograph,
going on
or
here?
a video. In May, Attorney General Bondi reportedly told Trump that his
You know what
name
I
had
mean?
indeed
The
appeared
Democrats are never
multiple
happy, man.
times
They're never happy
throughout
people.
the Epstein files. And not long
They're the
thereafter, in
most,
July,
like,
you and the
saddest
Attorney General
people
released a memo claiming
in the world
that, quote,
are
no
the
further
Democrats.
disclosure would be appropriate or warranted. In a few short months,
They're
how did you
always-
go
always so
from being a
sad.
crusader for accountability and transparency for the Epstein files to being a part of the conspiracy and cover-up? The answer is simple. You said it yourself, because of who's on that list. Donald Trump's relationship with Epstein over the years is well documented. A week ago, the Oversight Committee released Trump's disturbing birthday book, Note to Epstein, written
Oh,
over a drawing
Lord.
of a woman's naked body,
Oh,
referring to a,
Lord.
quote,
Are you kidding
wonderful
me?
secret. The Oversight Committee
You're bringing
obtained the
this?
note from the Epstein estate, not from
This
the
is
FBI.
what they're fighting
raising
for?
questions again of whether the FBI has been
What
withholding
is the Democrat
documents.
Party?
While you're
What are they
unleashing the
doing?
FBI to cater to Trump's desire to shut
Like,
down the
what is
Epstein
this
inquiry,
party
the
is
first
about?
9 months of the Trump presidency have seen a spate of political violence and domestic terror
Oh,
events.
man,
We saw
they're
deadly
going the
attacks on
wrong way,
political figures on
man.
both the left and the right. The brutal assassination of Minnesota Democratic House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband,
Hey,
and the
look,
attempted
reading a
murder
script.
of Democratic State Senator John Hoffman,
See, look,
his wife,
he's
who
reading from the
miraculously
script. Look at
survived
the papers.
a combined 17 gunshots. We saw an
You see?
arsonist set Pennsylvania Governor
it's
Josh Shapiro's
ridiculous.
residence on fire. And of course, last week, we saw
This
the
is ridiculous.
horrific, cold-blooded assassination of Charlie Kirk in Utah that has shaken the nation. 1 minute after Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck, a 16-year-old shooter in Evergreen, Colorado, radicalized by white supremacist ideology online, opened fire and critically wounded 2 other students at
Lord.
Evergreen High School.
Because of this
We've seen
bullshit.
lethal anti-Semitic violence, including the murder of 2 young
people-
Israeli embassy
I can't.
staffers just blocks from the Capitol, and then in the attack on a gathering of Jewish people in support of
Democrats-
hostages held in Gaza. In
How are we
in June.
progressing as a
We've seen
nation
continued
if
mass
we're going to
shootings in
keep
schools,
tit for tat
the domestic
with
terror
stupidity?
incident at a Catholic school in
How is
Minneapolis
America
last
going to
month,
move
which
forward?
killed 2 children and wounded 18
The
others.
Democrats
And
are
in
stuck
August,
on
a man
stupid.
fired
They're
more than
stuck on
500
reverse.
bullets at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, killing a police officer who
I
was a
can't.
Marine veteran and a father. People like Melissa Hortman and Charlie
Listen to this
Kirk
shit.
should be able to participate in politics as elected officials or active citizens without being shot down in cold blood in the United States of
I
America.
can't with the Democrats.
People should
I
also
can't.
be able to go to elementary school, to middle school, to high school, to work, to the mall, and to church without being shot down in explosions of gun violence. The important position at the FBI requires a leader who puts public safety and national security and the rule of law first. I'm afraid, Director Patel, you've given us reason to believe you've used the powers of the FBI to serve Donald Trump and his agenda of partisan retribution. You've broken your promise not to do that. You've betrayed Jeffrey Epstein's victims and survivors. You've turned your back on the career law enforcement officers of the FBI. And as a result, you've left all of us less safe than before. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. That opening statement may have been longer than any book director's ever written or anyone else has written. Without objection, all of the opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness. Mr. Patel has been the director of the FBI since February of 2025. He previously served as chief of staff at the Department of Defense, deputy director of national intelligence with the National Security Council, and also as a congressional staffer, as a federal prosecutor, where he focused on national security cases. And he also worked as a public defender in the state of Florida. We welcome our witness, appreciate his work, and thank him for appearing here today. We will begin by swearing you in. Director, would you please stand, raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witness has answered in the affirmative. You can be seated.
Here we
as you
go.
are. You know, you've been through this.
These Democrats, watch.
Fine job. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly,
Jim
we ask you to
Jordan's
summarize
awesome.
your testimony. Director, you may begin.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Raskin, and members of the committee. I want to begin today by discussing the appalling assassination of Charlie Kirk. It's important for this FBI to be transparent without jeopardizing our investigation, so a little bit of the timeline is important. Charlie Kirk was unfortunately assassinated on September 10th. We immediately, the next day, released images early in the day in local time in Utah to start the public partnership in our manhunt for the assassin and culprits. At approximately 5 p.m. local time, I arrived on the ground and walked the crime scene myself. And we flew multiple FBI assets in and out to process DNA simultaneously while bringing in evidence response technicians, hostage rescue teams, and other experts to assist state and local law enforcement with their investigation. At 8 p.m. local on September 11th, the FBI collected and populated and promulgated at a press conference a video of the suspect on the grounds. We also released enhanced images. Due to that release that I directed and ordered, the suspect involved was apprehended and in custody at 10 p.m. local time. That's less than 2 hours after we did the video release and the photo release. So within 33 hours, that individual suspect was in custody, and his family, who has since been interrogated, specifically stated to FBI interrogators that because of the video that the FBI released at my direction and because of the photographs that they released, they identified their son, they confronted their son when he swung by their home, and that's what led to his apprehension. We are still, the FBI has that investigation ongoing, and it continues to be ongoing. And I want to thank the state of Utah and the state and local authorities there. And I also want to thank the Attorney General and President Trump for directing resources to allow us to conduct that investigation as we have. Under this administration, the FBI has arrested more than 23,000 violent criminals, 23,000 in 7 months. That's twice as many year to date last year. We've taken over 6,000 firearms off the streets. 6,000 guns are no longer in the hands of criminals in 7 months. We've identified and found and located 4,700 child victims. That is a 35% increase year to date last year. We have arrested 1,500 child predators. That is a 10% increase year to date last year in just 7 months. We've assisted our partners with countless counterterrorism operations around the world. We've captured at the FBI 4 of the most top 10 wanted fugitives in the world in 7 months. To put that in perspective, that's as many as my predecessor nabbed in the entirety of the Biden administration. We got 4, we got more coming. On top of that, in 2 weeks, thanks to the help of the CIA, we collected and captured one of the individuals responsible for the horrific Abbey Gate bombing that led to the murder of 13 service members. We did that in 2 weeks. They didn't do it in the 4 years of the entire prior administration. Nationwide, we've been executing our Operation Summer Heat, the FBI's national focus on targeting violent crime based on intelligence-driven operations. Ask the citizens of Seattle, Miami, Memphis, Charlotte, Chicago, New Orleans, to specifically highlight New Orleans and Nashville. There has been a 250% increase in violent crime arrests in those cities alone and other mid-major cities that I've just listed. In just a few short months, we have already unleashed 1,000 FBI personnel across this country. Every single state across this country is getting a plus up. This is a fiction that the FBI is short or that we are compromising the men and women in the field. They do not need to be in Washington, D.C., so we're sending them into the field to each and every one of your states. Because of that, crime is at an all-time low. We had to do it because of the explosion of crime. And maybe the most important stat for Americans to realize, in just 7 months, we are on track to produce the lowest murder rate in modern U.S. history by double digits. Those are results not of mine. Those are results of the men and women of the FBI. If you want to criticize me, bring it on, but do not attack the brave leaders in the field. We are also working 24/7, 365 on the opioid epidemic that is killing more than hundreds of thousands of people a year. We have seen 1,600 kilograms of fentanyl off the streets so far in 7 months. Year to date, 25% increase. To put that in perspective, that's enough to kill a third of the American population, 120 million Americans. 100,000 kilograms of cocaine and meth gone off the streets. Earlier this year, I highlighted in Cincinnati, Ohio, how we're getting creative to chase down those that were willing to do harm to our citizens, not just by striking at the heart of the fentanyl producers, but the fentanyl precursor companies in China. And we indicted for the first time multiple companies and individuals, not just in America, but in mainland China, that are producing the ingredients that produce and make fentanyl that kill our children. And we're going to keep going. Counterterrorism work, cyber attacks, and foreign adversaries are something the FBI must never sleep on, and we are not sleeping. In the counterintelligence space alone, this year, year to date, 30% increase in counterintelligence arrests from the DPRK, Russia, Iran, and China. And I want the American people to know, in this setting, there's a lot of work that the brave men and women in the FBI are doing we just can't get into, but they don't stop. Our cyber threats, ransomware attacks, those harming our children online. We have nearly a 20% increase in indictments arrests in 7 months alone this year. We're going after those that harm our malware, infrastructure systems, telecom systems, and energy structure. Combating SALT and Vault typhoons are just a little bit of the examples we're doing. Maybe most importantly, under the counterterrorism and domestic terrorism umbrella, are nihilist, violent extremists, and those that label themselves 764, who wish to go online and convince children to maim and mutilate themselves and commit suicide. And we are producing record numbers of arrests under that umbrella organization. We even stopped an individual in the 764 network who wanted to conspire to kill an adolescent girl. He is now in custody. Transparency remains one of my main priorities at the FBI. And this is what I've done in my 7 months at the helm. We've produced more than 33,000 pages of documents to Congress to a variety of committees, including, I believe, 7,500 to this committee alone, if memory serves me correct. To put the 33,000 in perspective, my predecessor in 7 years produced 13,000 pages in total to the United States Congress. His predecessor in 4 years produced 3,000 pages in total. I repeat, I have produced 33,000 pages in 7 years to this Congress and will continue to do so. I'm dedicated to restoring the trust and the mission and the integrity of the FBI, and we cannot do so without congressional oversight, and I promise you I will continue to do so. On the Epstein case, the original sin on the Epstein case was how it was handled by Mr. Acosta when he first brought the case in 2006, 7, and 8. The original case had a very limited search warrant, had a very limited search window, had a very limited investigative window. I was not there when those search warrants and that investigation was launched. I would not have done it that way. They were limited to only 3 to 4 years of investigations from 97 to approximately 2001 and 2002 to 2005. Mr. Acosta allowed Mr. Epstein to enter into a plea agreement where he served weekend jails for trafficking minor women. He also was allowed to leave jail to go home on the weekends. Plus, he allowed a non-prosecution agreement to be signed as part of that plea deal, prohibiting future investigations from that prosecution and from that evidence and prohibiting the collection of further material. That is the original sin. We are working with Congress to produce more than any administration ever has material on Epstein. And I welcome the challenge to tell us that we are not being as transparent as the law allows. We even went to court and asked the judges to lift those prosecutorial agreements and to lift those court order seals, and they denied us 3 times. Congress is welcome to do the same and join the fight. And I'd lastly like to focus on operation that the president led in DC. Because of this, we are taking this fight in DC to every single city across the country. 2,100 arrests in the last month alone. DC has seen a 60% decrease in gun crimes, 75% decrease in carjackings, and 53% decrease in homicides in our nation's capital. And rightly so. We're bringing that fight to the streets of America. I want to thank you for your support, and I'm proud to be the director that leads this FBI into a new headquarters building that they've needed for decades, saving the taxpayer $3.5 billion and also providing our workforce a safe environment. If you don't know the calamity that is the Hoover Building, I invite each and every one of you to walk around. I'll give you a tour myself, and you can see where the cement falls on the heads of our employees that is only to be saved by netting. Just to give you an example. Thank you for support to our mission. And I do want to highlight one thing about DC. It's because the FBI gathered sources and evidence that we were able to, through our source network, identify the horrific murder of the DC intern, Eric Tarpinian. And I've spoken to his family, and we are working to bring them justice. And Mr. Chairman, in my 16 years, now my 17 years of government service, if anyone has any questions about my service, bring it on.
Thank you, Director. We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Ison.
Director, delighted to have you here. You are a breath of fresh air. As you outlined, and I won't repeat it, the accomplishments, you did so with the same resources as your predecessor, roughly. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And so how much of that has to do with taking people out of the backside of the FBI and moving them into the field, into doing the job for which we primarily pay the FBI?
It's exactly what we needed done. 1/3 of the FBI's workforce resided in the National Capital Region before I got there. 1/3.
I don't see Kash reading from a paper.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Do you see him reading from a script?
Were deployed across this
Do you
country
see him
on a permanent basis.
He has
Every
papers
single
in front of
state in
him.
This union is getting a
But you
plus
see
up,
he's answering
not
a question
reduction,
without
plus
reading a
up
paper.
of 1811s of Intel analysts and support staff. And that is why the
And we're
crime
going to
rates
notice
are
the
going
Democrats.
down in record numbers.
We're going to
Thank
notice
you
the
for doing
Democrats.
that.
They read off of
you know,
scripts.
It's perhaps the hardest thing for a bureaucrat
Republicans
to do is to
read
lower the head
talking
count around
points.
them that support them.
They
and I
don't read
appreciate
answers.
your willingness to do it.
They don't
Different than your
question. They don't
predecessor.
read off questions off of a script.
A
They
lot of
see
what
talking points.
you covered earlier was the find, the discovery, and then the prosecution that is done by the DOJ. But I want to talk a little bit about
Democrats
the
read
prevent
like the whole
side.
script.
On the Charlie assassination, sir?
No, on all of these. Okay. For example, and I'll bring it up before the Democrats bring it up, January 6th. January 6th, we now know because of your find that in fact there were people involved who were not just observers, but participants who in fact, it's been alleged, and I personally believe, in fact, were part of promoting, perhaps even the one woman who died, encouraging her to walk through a door that led to her death. When you see that kind of activity, and you know it was done under predecessors with full knowledge, whether it's January 6th, where embedded people crossed the line, or any other activity, including obviously the Russian hoax that we're now dealing with up in front and center. My question to you is, what can you or others do to prevent it from occurring again? Not on your watch, but on future watches. How can we know that this won't happen again the moment you leave the FBI?
It's simple. What I'm doing through our leadership cadre is having FBI agents do what they were trained to do, not what they were not trained to do, not put them in situations that both harm them and the public. We're also utilizing our SORT networks and prioritizing the threat structure to go after the narco traffickers, the counterterrorism people, the counterintelligence threats, and the cyber threats. That's what they were trained to do, and that's what we're letting them do.
One major question I have, after decades of doing this, on our side of it, both the chairman, myself, and others, both at oversight and here, have seen that the FBI and the Department of Justice hide behind non-statutory practices. Now, you've changed the interpretation of many of those practices. That's why we're getting the discovery that was previously withheld. How do we work together to make sure that we never again have false walls, non-statutory walls that say the Department of Justice has a prohibition about giving, quote, you fill in the blank, that has led to the chairman not seeing anything until you took over?
I'm wedded to aggressive constitutional oversight. Having been a House congressional staffer, I know that is an important part of securing our democracy. And the way we make it an everlasting, enduring process is by showing the American people the results of what we are doing and the important work of this committee and putting it out to them so they can see government waste, fraud, and abuse. And then they can demand from our constituents and our electors that they want this process to continue.
Last major question here. Some things are so sensitive that we both would agree they cannot be made public. Will you commit to this committee when it is too sensitive to disclose that you would at least make it available for in-camera review by the chairman and ranking members or others designated?
I have done that and I will continue to do that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a breath of fresh air. This is the beginning of what we need. But my questions today for the director are ones in which I believe that we do need to codify by agreement or by statute if necessary, the kind of openness and transparency that we're seeing from this administration, the kind of discovery that's allowing us to do our oversight properly. And I would hope
That's
that
very true.
that be the follow-up to this, along,
The last
obviously along with
administration,
the Attorney General.
they
And I
weren't
yield back
transparent.
my 4 seconds.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Director Patel. In the wake of the tragic murder of Charlie Kirk, Donald Trump said, quote, "Violence and murder are the tragic consequences of demonizing those with whom you disagree, day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible," close quote. I would note for the record that Donald Trump has famously demonized practically every person he has ever disagreed with, and therefore, using his own logic, he has put their lives at risk. I should note, about 2 weeks ago, when I announced my decision not to my decision not to seek re-election, many people on both sides of the aisle, including the chairman, offered me well wishes and thanked me for my service. Donald Trump, on the other hand, took to Truth Social to call me a, quote, psychopathic nut job, among other things. Yesterday, I received a threatening note filled with anti-Semitic comments and hateful attacks that mimicked some of the same language used by the president. I am sure many of us in this committee face similar threats every day. We have seen political assaults on both the left and the right. The attack on Charlie Kirk, the attempted assassination of the president, the murder of the Democratic Speaker of the Minnesota House, the assault on Paul Pelosi, and the attack on the Capitol on January 6th, for example. Director Patel, do you agree that there is political violence from both the left and the right?
There is too much political violence.
Do you agree, yes or no, that there's violence?
There is
yes
too
or-
much political violence based on ideologies from either side.
From either side, okay. Are you aware of the study by the Cato Institute, a well-known conservative group, that found that 69% of the violence is from the right?
I'm not familiar with that
You're
study.
not familiar, okay. I would commend it to you. Are you aware the administration has threatened to use violence as an excuse to crack down on liberty and freedom of speech?
Say that again, I'm sorry?
Are you aware titled Trump invokes Kirk's killing and justifying measures to silence opponents? In
The
wake
video
of
is not
Charlie
matching
Kirk's
the-
killing, President Trump and his allies have laid out a broad plan to
matching
target
the,
liberal groups, monitor speech, revoke
there's-
visas, and
they're
designate certain
talking,
groups as
it's
domestic
not matching
terrorists.
the video.
That's sentence.
That's not me. That's dumb over there.
Politicizing the murder of Charlie King to go after free speech is not a legacy I believe Charlie King would have wanted. Moving on, I want to address another topic. The FBI has traditionally played a key role in prosecuting public officials for corruption. But I fear that at a time when the president is accepting planes
it's not
from Qatar for
matching?
his post-presidential personal use, issuing pardons to major donors, and personally profiting from the office of the presidency, the FBI may be abandoning its
We're
commitment
just
to
a few minutes
investigating public
behind.
corruption.
We're like 10
Since
minutes
its creation in
behind
the wake of the Watergate scandal,
from live.
Public integrity section has been one
So
of
we
the
have a
crown jewels
10-minute
of the
delay.
Department of Justice, investigating and prosecuting corruption among the nation's public officials and acting as a key safeguard against politicized
I
prosecution.
see they have a Benny
This section's
Johnson
work has been supported by an elite
thing
squad
they're
in the
going to show
FBI
as
devoted
evidence.
specifically to rooting out corruption. But according to reports, the public integrity section has now been decimated, and the FBI's public corruption squad has been
This is going to
disbanded.
get crazy with the
I would
Democrats.
like to submit for the record a New York Times article entitled "FBI Dismantles Elite Public Corruption Squad." Ask unanimous consent. Thank you. These actions are an invitation to corrupt politicians to break the law, since they know that the government is asleep at the switch. Last month, Senator Warren and I, along with dozens of other members of Congress, wrote to you and Attorney General Bondi expressing grave concern over your decision to effectively legalize corruption and politicize prosecutorial decisions. And he asks unanimous consent to enter this letter into the record. Thank you. I don't have time today to walk through all your questions, all of our questions and concerns, but will you commit to answering this letter in short order so that we can understand what factors led to this decision and how it has impacted the ability to hold corrupt officials accountable?
I will review your letter with my team and respond as soon as
You will respond. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director, for being here. I appreciate the change in the FBI and the tone since you've been there. We heard the ranking member, however, describe the FBI under your leadership as being resorting to political enforcement and you personally as being paranoid. I would just suggest that perhaps that is the projections of the ranking member himself and not you, sir. I want to refer to something that was said yesterday in yesterday's hearing by Senator Grassley. He said, it's well understood that your predecessor left you an FBI infected with politics. At your nomination hearing, he gave you records, made public records about whistleblowers regarding something called Arctic Frost. Arctic Frost was the FBI case opened and approved by anti-Trump FBI agent Thibault. And Arctic Frost became Jack Smith's elector case. The new records show that Arctic Frost was much broader than just an electoral matter. In fact, it was expanded to Republican organizations. Some examples of the groups that the Ray FBI sought to place under political investigation included the Republican National Committee, Republican Attorneys General's Association, and Trump political groups. In total, 92 Republican targets, including Republican groups, Republican-linked individuals, were placed under the investigative scope of Arctic Frost. On that political list for investigation was one of Charlie Kirk's groups, Turning Point USA. In other words, Arctic Frost wasn't just a case to politically investigate Trump. It was the vehicle by which partisan FBI agents and DOJ prosecutors could achieve their partisan ends and improperly investigate the entire Republican political apparatus. I'd ask that, Mr. Chairman, that document be administered.
Without objection.
So I know that this may be under current investigation, but I wish to ask specific questions about this for just a moment. What search tools were used in Arctic Frost to view private communications of targets?
I believe the traditional search tools, search warrants, lawful service of process, and the tools that the FBI has in our infrastructure systems, cybersecurity systems, and counterintelligence systems. But generally speaking, if I may, I want to use this to highlight the fact that I'm continuing my promise to work with Congress to produce documents simultaneously and also conduct ongoing investigations. I'm giving you as much as I can, and I'll give you more when I can.
Thank you. Another question regarding that is, were there any directives from the Biden White House concerning the Arctic Frost investigation?
Were there any
directives or communications from the Biden White House itself concerning the Arctic Frost investigation?
I'll just rely on what was turned over to date, sir.
Okay. So I want to add here, the search warrants that were used included the seizing of a U.S. member of Congress, his phone. I think we all know who that was and how that was taken away and used for political purposes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Director. So we'll leave that for a second, and let's go over to the Charlie Kirk case for just a second. Let's emphasize this. How many hours did it take from the assassination to the arrest of the assassin, Mr. Director?
33.
That seems pretty swift. And it was because of the actual release of videos and photographs that you directed to be released, sir.
That's correct. And to put it in perspective, the Boston bomber took 5 days and Luigi Mangione took 5 days.
Was the platform Discord forthright from the start with law enforcement about the shooter's communications on its platform?
Discord, the platform ownership, has been working with our lawful process, and we are obtaining materials from them on a rolling basis.
Thank you. And I want to get back here to Arctic Frost for just a second, Mr. Chairman. I'd like the unclassified document from the FBI released to be admitted to the record.
Objection.
And a document from the Economic Times also to be admitted to the record.
Objection.
So I'm going to give you the last 30 seconds. We could go on about the Epstein case. I've got a bunch about that, but I'm just going to let you, if you wish to respond to either of the two vitriolic questioning or statement from the Democrats.
The work of the FBI speaks for itself. It's on showcase here today. Anyone that wants to attack the FBI can attack me, but leave our leadership structure alone. When you have 23,000 violent felons arrested, twice as many as this time last year, the work speaks for itself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. Appreciate your good work, Director Patel. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
He's not wrong.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, before you joined the FBI, you railed against it for covering up Jeffrey Epstein's human trafficking ring. Let me refresh your memory with this clip.
Has Epstein's list, they're sitting on it. That doesn't seem like something you should do. You're protecting the world's foremost predator. That seems like an evil thing to do, regardless of who may be embarrassed in the release of that list. Why is the FBI protecting the greatest pederast, the largest scale pederast in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list.
So you finished that December 2023 interview with a challenge to the FBI and harsh words for Republicans in Congress for not getting the Epstein files out to the public. You can see this clip.
Boy pants, and let us know who the pedophiles are.
Put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are, you said. You emphasized that the president and the FBI director each had complete authority to release Epstein's client list. You said Epstein's black book is under the, quote, direct control of the director of the FBI. Look at this clip.
This is way off the topic, but who has Jeffrey Epstein's
black book?
Black book.
FBI.
But who? That is I mean, there's
that's under direct control of the director of the FBI.
All right, so you were sworn in as director more than 200 days ago. Now the black book is under your direct control.
Yeah, but
why haven't you released the names of Epstein's co-conspirators in the rape and sex trafficking of young women and girls?
The Rolodex, which is what everybody colloquially refers to as the black book, has been released.
Oh, no, you're talking about what the journalist got 5 years ago? No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about what you were talking about there,
That's
the black
exactly
book
what I
under
was
the direct control of the FBI director.
We have released more material than anyone else before. The Biden administration, Obama administration had the exact opportunities to release this material, and they never did. And if you are selling the men and women of the FBI,
Why
we're not
have you
going after
changed your
child predators.
position?
Hang on, you said we're not going after child predators. 1,500 child predators arrested this year, 35% increase.
I'll reclaim my time.
4,700 child victims
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to
found.
reclaim my time if you could instruct the witness. Why have you changed your position? There you were saying it's under
you
the
don't let
direct
him
control
answer?
of the FBI director and all of it
I
should be
hate
released.
Democrats.
Why have you changed your
Everything
position?
that has been lawfully permitted to be released has been released. And as I told you,
Really?
the investigation was limited. And let me make something crystal clear. I never said Jeffrey Epstein didn't traffic other people, other women, and they're not other victims. This is the investigation we were given from 2006, 7, and 8, and the search warrants from 2006, 7, and 8. That's what we're working with.
Well, wait, have you released all of the stuff that the FBI has seized from Epstein's house? The computers, the emails, the file cabinets, the documents? What about the financial records? Have you released all of that?
Everything the court has allowed us to
Which
release.
court are you talking about?
3 separate federal courts have come in and said,
We're talking about the evidence you've got. It's got nothing to do with what those courts have.
do you have any idea how the law works? Do you want me to break the law in a federal judge's order?
No, I want you to
satisfy
follow your own
curiosity?
word, Director Patel. You said up there it was
You want
under the
them to break
direct
the law.
control of the FBI director. He had the black book.
Everything I have direct control over, we have gone to court. You haven't.
Complete
We
your
went
sentence.
to court.
Everything you have direct control over, you
we-
said.
have gone to court and everything we have direct
Director
control
Patel,
over.
complete your
and
sentence.
can
You said everything.
lawfully release. We're releasing.
Read this. The girl.
You began the sentence, everything you have direct control over, and then you stopped that sentence. You've released everything that you have direct control over?
I have direct control over and can lawfully release. If you're not familiar with the court orders, that's not my fault.
Oh, I'm
Go
perfectly,
look at them.
I'm perfectly familiar
court.
with them. But how did we prosecute Ghislaine Maxwell?
She was prosecuted with the investigatory material that was collected from 2001 and 2005 because of the non-prosecution agreements and the court orders on the investigations and search warrants. We were not able to develop new information. And oh, by the way, Jeffrey Epstein was out for 12 years and the Obama and Biden administration did nothing to look at his work, his pedophile network. If you want to blame me, that's fine. But now you're blaming the men and women who conducted this
stop
great
that.
search.
I'm not blaming anybody other than you. You're not keeping your word. You said that you would release all of the materials
Has
under your
anyone
direct
released
control.
more information on Epstein than I have? Has anyone?
Much more.
Did Comey? Did Ray?
Much
Did
more.
they?
Excuse me. Much more has come out in the days since the American people in Congress have been demanding it. But it's coming out in dribs and drabs. Why don't you just release the entire file as you promised to do?
I literally just told you there are multiple federal court orders. I'm not going to break the law to satisfy your curiosity. You didn't join us when we filed court to release the court orders. You could have. You have lawyers. You could have shown up. You didn't do that.
That's a tiny fraction of the material we're
That
talking
is
about.
not.
It's a tiny fraction.
How do you know that? Have you seen everything?
It's all misdirected.
These people in the back that are controlling. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Just to be
people in
clear,
the back,
how
they're
many of
huddling.
the Epstein files were released in the 4 years of the Biden administration?
0.
And how many have you released?
I don't have the number, but it's got to be thousands of pages of stuff.
I was going to ask you to begin whether Americans are safer today than they were 9 months ago, but you cited dramatic increases in criminal arrests since you've taken office, a dramatic decrease in crime that's resulted. Who would have thought that taking criminals off the streets would reduce the crime rate? But somehow we have stumbled upon that new truth. But it begs the question, what was the FBI doing during the 4 years of the Biden administration to see that dramatic an increase in work under your tenure?
The simple answer is I'm letting good cops be cops. We're working with our state and local law enforcement. We're energizing our partnerships. We're bringing on more task force officers. When you have more cops in the streets, when you're using ground-based intelligence, when you're not weaponizing law enforcement and focusing on DC and focusing on the rest of America, this is what happens. It is not a significant mind shift in terms of how we maneuver the FBI. They've wanted to do this work since they signed up. We're just letting them.
And we've seen many prominent Democrats oppose your efforts to restore law and order to the streets of our nation's capital. I mean, all of us here have seen a dramatic change for the better here in Washington, D.C. Why are so many Democrats attacking you for that?
Sir, Democrats have been attacking me for a decade, as is the fake news media. They didn't like the fact that I exposed the Russiagate host and the largest weaponization of the FBI, DOJ, and U.S. history. We proved it to be true with congressional oversight. I'm wed to that congressional oversight and will continue to do that work.
Christopher Wray repeatedly warned this committee that the Biden open borders policy had produced a significant increase in terrorist threats that he said kept him up at night. A particular concern, he said, was the 2 million gotaways that entered the country during the Biden administration. That's an average of 41,000 every month. What are the monthly gotaway numbers today?
Sir, I'll have to get back to you on the exact gotaway numbers, but identifying that there are gotaways is step one. Going and manhunting them is step two, and that's what we're committing our resources to.
Well, that's my next question is what progress has administration made in apprehending and removing terrorist threats that came in during the Biden years?
I think you're talking about, if you're not, let me know, known or suspected terrorists, and we've encountered almost zero at the southern border since the southern border has been sealed. But the problem that we are running into is our northern border. It's largely expansive. The enemy has adapted, and we need more focus on the northern border to stop known or suspected terrorists from coming in from places like China, Russia, the Middle East, Africa, Afghanistan.
And what can you tell us about the remaining threat posed by potential terrorist cells here in the United States?
The terrorist threat that continues to be posed by international terrorists here in the United States is one of my highest priorities. We are working through our intelligence community partners to identify those individuals, and we've taken down numerous individuals and numerous rings across this country to neutralize that terrorist threat, including in places like New York City, Los Angeles, and I believe Dallas, Texas, most recently.
How extensively did criminal cartels like Sinaloa, Jalisco, New Generation, MS-13, Trinidad, and others infiltrate our country during the Biden administration?
By the tens of thousands.
Well, and what progress have you been making in combating their presence?
I think the DHS is best to speak to that, but I think I can't remember the numbers of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of individuals they found that came in illegally, and the tens of thousands that associations to criminal networks have all been deported.
And that effort is being opposed every step of the way by Democratic leaders in our cities, some of our states, and right here in the Congress. Isn't that true?
Well, we're just working where we can in every single city we can, and I welcome the opportunity to partner with Republicans or Democrats on fighting violent crime like we're doing.
Mr. Biggs asked about Arctic frost. What else can you tell us about that and what we need to do to assure that it never happens again?
Continue the congressional oversight work that you're doing on Arctic frost. Let me provide you with more documentation on Arctic frost, and also call in witnesses from the paperwork that we have given you. You have that right, and the American public deserves to hear what those people have to say. As for my ongoing investigation, there's not much I can say.
What role did the FBI play in suppressing the Hunter Biden laptop story during the 2024 election?
Off the top of my memory, sir, I believe the FBI was in possession of verified information from that laptop, and it was improperly publicized that they did not have information and masked it as Russian disinformation. We now know that was categorically false. I don't know why the FBI did that, when they did that, but we've released all the materials related to that.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized. Mr. Goldman.
Mr. Patel, does Donald Trump appear anywhere in the Epstein files?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
It's not a complicated question. Does Donald Trump appear anywhere in the Epstein files?
I didn't say it was a complicated question. I just didn't hear you, so my apologies. We have released where President Trump's name's in the Epstein files and everybody else, and all credible information that we are legally allowed to release has been released.
All right, so let's go through that. You're referring to court orders that prohibit you from releasing grand jury testimony under Rule 6E. Is that what you're referring to when you say as the law allows?
That's a piece of it.
Really? What other evidence do those three court orders you cited prohibit from being released?
Information that was collected pursuant to those search warrants that were limited
Wrong.
in fashion.
Wrong. That's
Okay.
not what the court order says, and that's not under 6E.
And you're talking, and I said that's 6E, and I said there was others, and I'm answering that. There are sealed court order documents. There are protective orders. from
They
the
are
court.
unsealed as part of discovery given to Ghislaine Maxwell. They are no longer sealed.
That's just not true. We can argue about it all you want.
Okay,
or
well,
can go
you
to court.
agree that there are, so your testimony here is that the reason why you are not releasing all of the videos that you have acknowledged, there are so many, and that the FBI spent thousands of hours of reviewing, the photographs, the photographs that you have. You're saying that you're not releasing those because there's a court order requiring them to be sealed? Is that your testimony?
Never said that about the videos. On the totality of the videos, of the thousands of images that were seized pursuant to the search warrants executed at the time, the overwhelming majority of that video is pornographic material that was downloaded from the internet and child sexual abuse material. We will never release that.
Well, as you should not release the victims. But if there are videos that relate to others who Epstein trafficked to, such as maybe Prince Andrew, or photographs, that you have total control to release.
Yes, and if it
And
exists,
so why haven't you released it?
why are you supposing that that is a fact when in fact it is false? Are you saying that
You're saying that none of the videos relate to anything relevant to the Jeffrey Epstein trafficking ring?
Every single video that we have collected pursuant to the prior search warrants has been examined for the last 10 years. And every single video has been utilized for whatever prosecutions were able to be legally brought.
I'm not asking about prosecutions. I'm asking about why you aren't releasing the full Epstein files, including the names of
Because
people
the
who were
courts
involved in
can't.
the
He's
sex
protected
ring
by the courts. The
that
courts are not
you
releasing it.
promised to do before you
Oh my
became
God.
FBI
I
director.
just told you I'm not going to release downloaded porn of
I'm not
children on
asking
the
about
internet.
that. Fine. I'm asking about all the other files.
What other videos? Tell me. Tell me.
That's what I'm asking.
Tell me.
You're saying there are no videos that would be relevant to anyone else involved in the Jeffrey Epstein sex ring.
Pursuant to Mr. Acosta's collection of information based on the search warrants. That's all we have in our
I
possession.
understand. And I'm asking you that stuff.
That's all we got.
I'm not asking all you got. I'm asking you in that stuff, there's nothing that's related to
What is going on
to
here?
any other sex traffic, any other
These
people
Democrats,
engaged
man.
with Epstein in underage sex.
That's correct. To my knowledge, no.
Okay. Let's talk
What's
about the
going on with
witness
these
interviews.
guys, man?
302s of witness interviews. Those are not subject to the court order. Those are not subject to any fictional sealed order for a search warrant. Why aren't you releasing those with the redacted names of the victims?
We are releasing as much as legally allowed. That's why we went back to
How
the
is that?
courts.
How is that not legally allowed?
Sir, do you know how court orders work? Do you know how protective orders work?
Actually,
Do you know how
Mr.
sealing
Patel,
orders
I was
work?
a prosecutor, a real prosecutor for 10 years. I know exactly how.
So I was a
court
fake one?
orders- And I want to understand
Oh, damn.
what the court order prevents you from releasing witness statements that the FBI took.
You should know that as a real prosecutor, when the court hand downs a protective order and a motion to seal, the material is sealed unless
So
that
your
judge
testimony
waives
here
it.
is that all of those witness statements are
Oh,
under
Lord.
a court
This is getting
order,
crazy
a
now.
protective order.
We are providing everything we can legally provide.
No, that's not my
Congress has sent
question.
us a
My
subpoena.
question is, why are those witness statements that are not grand jury testimony, that if they were under a protective order are no longer under a protective order, why are they not being released?
How are they not
And
under protective
Why are you not going to the court like you did for the grand jury testimony to unseal those records?
The DOJ did go to the court.
No, not on those records. Why
Time
aren't
of
you
the
going? You
gentleman.
just went on grand jury.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The
You are hiding the Epstein files,
time
Mr.
of the gentleman
Patel.
has expired.
You are part of the cover-up.
He's still
Can I
talking.
respond?
Sure can.
Oop.
Any allegations that I'm a part of a cover-up to protect child sexual trafficking and victims of human trafficking and sexual crimes is patently and categorically false in the work of my
So I hope you will talk to them when they
Gentlemen's
have
time has
requested
expired.
to speak
Wait.
with you.
Yeah,
Because
he's
the
talking
victims
to
have
you. Gentleman
requested
yields
and you are
back.
not
Hello.
responding to them.
Your time
Director,
is
yes or no? Is the
expired.
FBI still spying on parents
Democrats,
at
man.
school
You
board
see how the
meetings?
Democrats are?
No, sir.
Is the FBI still targeting Catholics?
No, sir.
Is the FBI still spying on President Trump?
I don't believe so.
Is the FBI still censoring Americans?
No, sir.
Is the FBI still targeting Americans for shopping at Cabela's or purchasing Bibles?
Nobody is targeted for their faith.
Is the FBI still targeting Americans who are pro-life?
Nobody is targeting anyone for their beliefs.
Is the FBI still cooking the books on crime data?
The crime data is real.
Is the FBI still purging agents for conservative viewpoints?
No one at the FBI has asked their viewpoints on policy.
Is the FBI still labeling the Betsy Ross flag, the flag of the American Revolution, a hate symbol?
No.
Well, maybe that's why you've been able to, what was the number? 23,000 bad guys you've arrested, a huge increase from the same time period in the previous administration. I think you said 1,400 predators, 4,000 children rescued. Were those the facts?
4,700, 35% increase on children rescued.
Yeah. And you got the guy that, Abbey Gate.
We got the Abbey Gate guy.
We had a guy from the 4th District of Ohio who lost his life there serving our country. We appreciate that. Maybe when you're not focused on politics, you can actually do what the FBI is supposed to do. Go get the bad guys, right?
That's what the men and women of the FBI do.
Director, did John Brennan lie to Congress? Let me just read a couple things actually before you answer that. 2 years ago, we had Mr. Brennan in for an interview, and I asked him, how'd you learn about the dossier in December of 2016? Mr. Brennan replied, I received a copy of it from the FBI, and the CIA was very much opposed to having any reference or inclusion of the Steele dossier in the intelligence community assessment. That's what John Brennan told the United States Congress. 7 weeks ago, the Director of National Intelligence told us this: John Brennan lied and denied using the dossier in the intelligence community assessment because he knew it was discredited. CIA officer told the House Intelligence Committee, Brennan refused to remove it, and when confronted with the dossier's main flaws, he responded, "Yes, but doesn't it ring true?" John Brennan lied to us?
Mr. Chairman, I won't stylize the evidence. What I will say is that the intelligence community assessment, those that created it and any individual involved with it, is an ongoing investigation.
There's an investigation into what took place in December and January of December 2016, January 2017, when this whole thing started, this grand conspiracy. That is being investigated. Is that right?
That has been publicly announced by the department.
That's been announced by the department. Did Chris Wray hide documents from this committee?
You would know better than me, sir.
Well, I think you told us like 700 pieces of information you've given this committee since you've been the director relative to just one incident, the Catholic memorandum from the Richmond field office.
I can give you the comparison, sir. Yeah. The Catholic memo, I believe we turned over 750 documents. In Mr. Ray's tenure, I believe they turned over 19 pages.
19 pages. You've given us 700. Why would Chris Wray hide information from this committee?
You'd
Want
have
to
to
hazard
ask
a
him.
guess?
I'm sorry.
Hazard a guess why he would do that?
I don't know, sir.
I think maybe it was because FBI was spying on a priest, trying to get him to break the priest penitent confidence that exists. You think maybe that was the reason?
You'd have to ask him, sir.
Yeah, we'd love to do that. I want to read a few names here. Arctic Haze, Tropic Vortex, Riding Hood, Foggy Falls, Echoes Fate, Sirens Lure, Genetic Christmas. What are these code names about, Director? You know?
Not off the top of my head.
Well, Arctic Haze, Tropic Vortex. My understanding, these are code names for leak investigations of classified information from the year 2017. Does that ring a bell?
In terms of leak investigations, many of those are classified and many of those are ongoing, Mr. Chairman. But we are working with you to produce documents as we close those investigations or as we declassify them.
Let me ask you this question, because this is something I've wondered about, the way the FBI used to work. Wade, this whole thing kind of, so many of these things unfolded. Seems to me you had all these people in government leaking information that then gets reported in the press. There's a story written about it. And then that article is then used to further the investigation and move forward with what they want to do. Did that take place back in 16 and 17?
That's the exact scenario that took place in the FISA application for Carter Page and the rest of the Trump campaign.
And that is frightening, because that's what the CIA is supposed to do in foreign countries. It's not supposed to happen to Americans, but it did, didn't it, Director?
Yes.
And not just any Americans, it happened with the President of the United States. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and you were the key guy in helping expose that. And I think our country will be forever grateful for what you did to let the country know that was going on involving Americans, which is not supposed to happen, and not just, again, any American, but the President of the United States. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm concerned by reports that FBI agents have been diverted from their important work on crime and anti-terrorism to work on matters that are not critical to our safety. I'd like to play the video, the whole video.
Jeffrey
clip.
Epstein's
Black Book?
Black Book.
FBI.
But who? That is, I mean,
Oh,
there's.
that's under direct control of the director of the FBI.
No, but the Black Book, it's not just sitting, I mean, that's Hoover power times 10.
And to me, that's a thing I think President Trump should run on. On day one, roll out the Black Book.
In contrast to that attitude of let it all out, we're getting reports of actions that run contrary to getting everything out and that also involve diversions of FBI resources. For example, an FBI whistleblower reported that you were pressured by the Attorney General to place 1,000 personnel on 24-hour shifts to mine roughly 100,000 Epstein-related records to redact President Trump's name from the files. Bloomberg reported this, that you directed FBI special agents from the New York and Washington field offices to join the Bureau's FOIA employees in Winchester and another building a few miles away, and that while reviewing the Epstein files, FBI personnel identified numerous references to Trump in the documents and people familiar with the matter.
They didn't even
said that
turn off their
Trump's name,
phone.
along with other high-profile individuals, was blacked out. Now, the New York Times reports, and this is a quote, Justice Department officials diverted hundreds of FBI employees and federal prosecutors from their regular duties to go through the documents at least 4 times, including once to flag any references to Mr. Trump and other prominent figures. Details of the review were based on accounts by 3 former FBI and Justice Department officials who spoke on condition of anonymity because of fears of retaliation, and further that the FBI finished after they finished its review of the files and materials, was sent to a team of Justice Department lawyers who double-checked the FBI's redactions and, quote, were instructed to flag any mentions of Mr. Trump and other celebrities. Now, I have 3 questions for you, Mr. Patel, about this. First, how many times did President Trump's name appear in the Epstein files? Was it more than 100, more than 1,000? Were the agents who were pulled from their duties to redact the president's name from the Epstein files working on criminal cases or national security cases or child sex trafficking cases? And are the number of agents that have been reported diverted for these purposes, is that accurate?
No.
No what?
You asked if it was accurate. I said it wasn't.
So you're saying that none of this happened? That,
No, I'm saying it was inaccurate.
okay. How many times did President Trump appear in the Epstein files? More than 100? More than 1,000?
He's still stuck with this Epstein
No,
files?
What we've been able to release. Is
Oh
what
my
we've been
God.
Able to release, and that has.
No,
been-
that's
Why
not
are
the
they stuck
question. I
on
asked you, how
Epstein?
many times did the president's name appear?
I don't know.
It's your testimony. You do not know that
The
answer.
number of times, no.
Could you tell us how many agents were diverted for this task and what they were working on?
When you say diverted, you make it seem as if agents were pulled off what they do all the time. Agents at the FBI masterfully do double duty and triple duty. And because of the public's interest in this case, we flexed resources to make sure that we could answer the public signal demand. So do you want
Wow.
us to look through the material and provide it to you, or you do
He's
not want us to
nailing
do
her.
that?
So it's
Which
your
one is it?
it's your testimony
She's
that no
cutting
one
him
was
off.
diverted from a criminal matter, that this was a top priority to go through these this material to look for Mr. Trump's name. Is that your testimony?
I don't
That's the
trust
highest
people that wear
priority of the
green.
FBI?
What's one of the most impressive things about the FBI
I don't
leadership
trust
in the
people that
careers in our
wear
own place is that they
green
make the decisions on who to send
jackets.
where on priorities and make sure the mission needs are not hurt. And that's what happened here.
It's shocking to me that the FBI would think
She
that
looks like a real
erasing
Karen.
Mr. Trump's name from the Epstein files is a high priority when we have crime, we have national security threats, we have terrorism threats, we have murders such as that occurred, unfortunately, with Mr. Kirk. It's shocking to hear.
Oh, now they're gonna try to
that's
blame it
your
on
highest priority. And with that,
the
Mr.
FBI
Chairman,
because
I
of
yield
Charlie
back.
Not what I
Kirk's
said.
death. That's
Gentleman yields
that's
back. Gentleman from
fucked up.
Wisconsin is recognized.
Director, is President Trump implicated in any wrongdoing related to Jeffrey Epstein?
Based on the entirety of the evidence that we have, absolutely not.
The president is not implicated.
Correct.
Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about China's malign influence here in America. And, we've seen spy balloons traverse the United States. We've seen police stations in communities around America. And sitting in the chair you're in just 2 years ago, there was a sheriff from Cochise County, Arizona, Mark Daniels, that was here, who said that the exponential increase in the amount of fentanyl that is coming into America is directly related to the open borders policies of the previous administration. Do you agree with Sheriff Daniels' characterization?
In large part, yes.
So since you've been director, has there been a reduction with, we've talked about how the border is largely secure now, right?
The southern border, yes, sir.
The southern border is largely secure. Has there been a concomitant reduction or a reduction in the amount of fentanyl that is coming into America?
There has been a massive reduction to the tune of, we've seized more than 25% year to date this year than the prior year. And that's enough fentanyl to kill 120 million Americans.
Does China play a role in this fentanyl that's coming to America?
As I stated in my opening, sir, what they do and the companies in China, mainland China do, is produce the precursors and the cutting agents that they ship overseas through various countries into the Mexican drug cartels who produce it. So they basically are the cooks in terms of the ingredients.
Tell us, what is the FBI doing to stop China from delivering death to America?
So for the first time in a decade, I actually reached out to my counterpart at the Ministry of Public Security. No one at the FBI had done so, to engage.
Ministry of Security, where's that?
In mainland China.
In mainland China, thank you.
To engage in a conversation to say, hey, can we have a certain number of these precursor chemicals listed in China so that they become illegal and illegal to trade. We're also working with our counterparts in places like India and Guatemala, because the transshipment routes of the precursors, the Mexican drug cartels have gotten creative, and instead of coming directly to America, are going into these countries. And we've had massive success in India and Guatemala, and in those governments' great partnerships in shutting down the ability to ship the precursors into those countries, which are ultimately destined to America.
So those people that are working with security agencies have been working with you, is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
So I want to turn to a couple cases that are at the University of Michigan, where Chinese nationals on behalf of the Chinese government smuggled in illicit biological materials, stuff that can harm our agricultural industry. What actions are you taking as we see repeated stories of Chinese nationals doing this in the United States?
So just that, sir, in this calendar year alone, as I was mentioning, our counterintelligence operations and cases brought against the Chinese are up by, I think, something like 40%. And specifically, the cases in Michigan show two threat streams, not just against our agricultural industry, which is a threat to national security, but they were also bringing in chemical agents and mushrooms. I'm not the exact expert, that would have ultimately hurt our population. We arrested and charged all of those individuals, and we were aggressively going after them in every single state because they weren't doing it in Michigan alone.
Should research universities across the United States be doing a thorough job of vetting Chinese nationals that are coming to their universities?
They should.
Turning to spying in America, you know, we heard the stories about Senator Dianne Feinstein's driver, who was a Chinese spy. We're familiar with Linda Sun, who worked in Governor Hochul's office, Christine Fang in California. What are you doing to find these people who are Chinese spies that are trying to burrow themselves into the politics of America? Because we know it's happening, right?
Yes, it is. And what our counterintelligence unit is doing is aggressively seeking the intelligence into where these individuals are working. Then we are utilizing our operational authorities to go in and investigate them either through our human source networks and collecting information through lawful process, online search warrants and data, so that we can bring proper arrest charges and publicize to the world what they're doing here. And just because we've caught a few doesn't mean we've caught everybody. We've got a lot more to go.
I get one more quick question in. The FBI arrested a judge in Wisconsin, Hannah Dugan, for interfering with a federal law enforcement operation. Could you tell us a little bit about that? And is a judge above the law here in the United States of America?
Well, no one is, and that case is ongoing. But as you stated, and these allegations that there was an interference in a federal lawfully executed federal law enforcement priority that was interfered with.
I yield back, Mr.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Patel, I believe you had primary importance in starting Operation Viper in Memphis. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Operation Viper brought in the FBI, the DEA, the ATF to help the Memphis police in policing the city.
That'll be phase two, sir. Phase one was FBI and local law enforcement in Memphis for the last few months.
Okay. You did a good job, and the police director and the mayor have told me that was been helpful. The FBI working with the police, and the FBI are trained in law enforcement. They know Miranda rights, they know how to do policing, and they do a good job working with the police. Do you think that the National Guard is necessary to do the work that the FBI is doing now?
Thank you. I do think it's necessary to finish it. What we've done is 500 arrests in Memphis and 110 federal indictments. But what we need to do is we've only secured a piece of where the criminal conduct is occurring in Memphis, and we can't work inside perimeters that are not established and safe, and we don't have the manpower to give us the space to fully go into the areas where the criminal activity remains.
Well, are you suggesting that the National Guard is going to go into the more heavily crime areas?
They're going to establish, like they did in Washington, D.C., perimeters where local law enforcement and the FBI, DEA, ATF, and U.S. Marshals can go into. We can't be going into all these areas knowing that they're extremely volatile and jeopardizing the safety of our agents.
Did the National Guard do anything in Washington to help the FBI stay safe from these dangerous elements?
They established perimeters.
Established perimeter, and the criminals knew about it, so
it was a visible force, sir, so they kind of saw it.
Well, what you did, I commend you for what you did, and I think the FBI coming in, we have a crime problem in Memphis. The FBI has helped, DEA will help, and the ATF will help. I don't think the National Guard is going to help, and what I've seen, they're not trained in law enforcement, are they?
No, sir.
And so that could be a problem. Who will direct the National Guard in Memphis? Will it be, will they have control over your agents?
No, sir, they won't.
Who will have control over your agents? You?
Well, the SAC and then ultimately the chain of command up to Washington, D.C. will control the FBI, but there's a task force that was put together that is going to be led by an interagency. The heads of U.S. Marshals, DEA, and FBI will be working together with DHS collectively on this.
Have you visited Memphis before?
Yes, sir, I have.
So you know how good a city it is.
I love Memphis.
A lot of us do. And Memphis is a great city, great history, civil rights museum. Might say something about slavery, but that was the history. It needs to be taught. Blues, Elvis. Beale Street, right, barbecue. And people should come. It's not a troubled city. We've got some crime, but it's not a troubled city. We're not troubled, and we love our city. And we hope that the National Guard doesn't come in and cause people to have questions about Memphis, because it's a city they should visit. Let me ask you this about, you said that the homicide rates are coming down to an all-time low?
In modern recorded U.S. history, yes,
When
sir.
does modern recorded history start?
I think the FBI, and I'll get back to you on this, has stats on that going back about 30 years, sir.
Okay, I was thinking back to Ozzie and Harriet, and I didn't think you could beat Ozzie and Harriet.
That's early. Like,
Secondly,
I woke up
you
early.
mentioned
I was up.
the
I've been
Epstein
up
case.
since 6
Any of the women
this morning.
that were victims,
I started the show
came
at
up here in their press conference
7:30.
and all, did any of them contact your office and ask to give
So-
information?
To my knowledge, no, sir.
But I
If they
understand you need that
Let me
coffee.
ask you first.
I already
is there a
have
statute
mine.
of limitations
I'm
on
good.
sex crimes like
I
that
drink
one?
all my
Sex
coffee.
with a minor, rape.
The DOJ is the expert, but I do not believe there's a statute
But
on
you
that.
gotta make that
limitations on
coffee.
that.
So there's not a statute of limitations. Should you not be interviewing those people who know who raped them and the names and the places and give you that information? That seems like that's a treasure trove of information. And it's a serious, serious, serious number of crimes.
Sir, I couldn't agree with you more. We've been very public about asking individuals to come forward with new information, and we would run out every single lead on that.
Well, I'm sure the women will come forward, especially today, to be sure that they will get an opportunity, because that seems like something we ought to do.
What's wrong with this guy?
Mr. Driscoll, what was his reputation?
I can't comment on Mr. Driscoll's matter. It's an ongoing litigation.
Yeah, but his reputation you can tell us about.
I can't tell you about his reputation. His work has been laid out in that lawsuit.
How many of the FBI agents who worked on the January 6th case have been fired?
I don't have that number, sir.
Do you have a ballpark figure?
No, but I can tell you that individuals based on case assignments in the FBI that I have led have not been terminated for case assignments.
Thank you, sir. And come back to Memphis, and you work with Kevin Kane in our tourism bureau.
He's great.
Thank you. And thank you for your work in Memphis.
Gentleman is back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized.
So 4 documents I'd like to introduce into the record. The first one is
Yes,
Jeffrey
the ones, the
Epstein's
Chinese
story
ones,
played out for
the ones that are playing
years in
soccer
plain
and they
sight.
just fall over.
And Acosta is quoted in here saying, "I was told Epstein belonged to intelligence and to leave it alone." The second document is
So this is how we stay
entitled
informed.
"What
This is how I
Epstein's
stay
Bodyguard
informed.
Warned About His CIA
You have
Connections."
to watch this stuff and listen.
Third
because
document is
these are things that are
Fox
happening
Digital.
behind everyone's
It's titled
backs.
Epstein's private calendar
And they're
reveals
televising it,
planned
so
meetings with Obama,
I'm watching.
admin
Pay
official,
attention.
CIA chief.
You know,
And
it's important.
the
It is
last document
important.
is Wall Street Journal article that highlights Ehud Barak's 36 meetings with Jeffrey Epstein. He was the former Prime Minister of Israel and head of military intelligence for Israel. It may have held that title when he met Epstein, and then, yes.
Without objection, the gentleman will hold for a second. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one UC request. This is Judge Engelmeyer's decision from August in U.S. versus Epstein, stating the government's 100,000 pages of Epstein files dwarfs the 70-odd pages of Epstein grand jury materials.
Without objection, the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, I watched some of your Senate hearing yesterday when Senator Kennedy asked you, you've seen most of the files, who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these women to besides himself? You replied, according to the transcript, there is no credible information that he trafficked them to anyone else. You also said somewhere in the hearing and here today that the problem is that the case files are constrained by limited search warrants from 2006 to 2007, and that the non-prosecution agreement hamstrung future investigations. Those constraints only apply to Southern District of Florida. They do not apply to Southern District of New York, the location of the 2019 sex trafficking indictment, which produced many things, including a series of FD 302 documents. According to victims who cooperated with the FBI in that investigation, these documents in FBI possession, your possession, detail at least 20 men, including Mr. Jess Staley, CEO of Barclays Bank, who Jeffrey Epstein trafficked victims to, victims including minors such as Virginia Roberts Ufree, may she rest in peace. That list also includes at least 19 other individuals, one Hollywood producer worth a few $100 million, one royal prince, one high-profile individual in the music industry, one very prominent banker, one high-profile government official, one high-profile former politician, one owner of a car company in Italy, one rock star, one magician, at least 6 billionaires, including a billionaire from Canada. We know these people exist in the FBI files, the files that you control. I don't know exactly who they are,
I
but
pay
the
attention.
FBI does. Have you launched any investigations
going on
into
in
any
the
of
world.
these people? And have you seen these
I always pay
302
attention.
documents?
Sir, I have.
I learned
asked
that,
my
like,
FBI
knowing
agents
is half the
to
battle
review
from
the
G.I.
entirety
Joe.
of the Epstein files and
That's
bring
how I
forth
learned.
any credible information. And we're working with Congress not only to divulge that information and
True,
produce
true
it to you,
story.
but
I used
any
to watch G.I. Joe a
investigations that
lot when I
arise
was
from
little.
any credible investigation will be brought. There have
Like
been
a
none
lot
new
of G.I. Joe,
materials
like
brought to me
every Saturday morning.
indictment.
I used to
So
watch
is-
G.I. Joe.
Is the loophole
And
here,
knowing
or
is
is
half
it
the
your
battle.
assertion that these victims aren't credible, that the 302s maybe didn't produce credible statements that rise to a probable cause?
It's not my assertion, sir. It's the assertion.
The Democrats are really
of
crazy. You
two
know,
different
you see the
United
difference in
States attorneys'
energy
offices
between
from three
Republicans
separate
and Democrats.
administrations who
Democrats
investigated those same materials
always
last
cut
time.
people
The
off
302 documents in the FBI's
and
possession.
always like
They
attack.
reviewed all that. Yes, sir.
And so have you reviewed those 302 documents that where the victims name the people who victimized them?
If I personally know, but the FBI has.
So how can you sit here and in front of the Senate and say there are no names?
I said
I named one today.
I said we are not in the practice at the Department of Justice FBI of releasing victims' names. That is not what we do. We are also not in the habit of releasing incredible information. That's not what we do. But multiple authorities have looked at the entirety of what we have.
Okay, I got to move on here. Were you present when the AG had the White House event when she released the binders to social media influencers?
I was, yes.
So if you're willing to meet with social media influencers who stood to benefit from the sensational and sad stories of these victims, will you meet with the victims as well?
The FBI will meet with anyone who has new information.
Will you personally meet with them?
The FBI and the professionals who are handling the cases will.
Were you instructed that it was important to release the documents to the Oversight Committee on the day of my introduction of the discharge petition to release these files?
I don't know what day that was, so no.
Well, they were released that day, and there were victims' names who weren't redacted because they were in such a rush, and the victims are not happy about that. Have you investigated any of the CIA connections? Have you seen the CIA file on Jeffrey Epstein? And if you wanted to see it, would they show it to you?
Well, I can speak for the FBI. And that's presuming there's a CIA case file. And I've reviewed everything that the interagency, not I, the FBI, that was provided to us.
Would you be willing to look at the CIA file on Jeffrey Epstein?
If there is such a file, and if it has not already been turned over to the FBI will look at any new investigative leads.
Have you made any progress on the pipe bomb investigation January 6th? And have you made any progress on the motive of the Las Vegas shooter?
As to the first, it's an ongoing investigation and we have made progress. As to the second, sir, I'll have to get back to you.
All right, thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous
Gentleman
consent
yields back.
request.
Unanimous consent request from the gentleman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent to introduce an unsigned memorandum from July 7th, 2025 that says we did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties with the insignia of the Department of Justice and the FBI.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I have a
Gentleman from Georgia.
unanimous consent request. It's a article entitled DOJ Deletes Study Showing Domestic Terrorists Are Most Often Right-Wing.
Without objection.
Thank you.
What was that about?
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, thank you for being here today. I want to first talk about the significant role that the FBI plays in combating the national security threats posed by our nation's greatest threat, our nation's greatest security threat, China and the Chinese Communist Party. It's a fact that China is America's most significant national security threat. Isn't that correct?
I would say so, sir.
And you would agree with me that China wants to dominate the United States of America?
I think that's largely their plan.
And they want to dominate the world, both militarily and economically. Isn't that correct?
I think so.
And sir, you've been FBI director for the last, 8 months?
7 months, yes.
7 months. And during that time, have you held any stock in any companies founded in China?
I don't believe so.
Well, you do own stock in a company known as Elite Depot, don't you?
Which one, sorry?
Elite Depot. You own stock.
I think that's, I'll have to get back to you. I think it's a law firm and it's a company out of Singapore.
Okay, well, no, the company out of Singapore, which is owned by Elite Depot, is the Shein Company, which was founded in China, correct?
That company operates out of Taiwan.
Well, they changed their headquarters from China back in 2022 to Singapore for tax purposes, but it's owned by a Chinese billionaire. I think his name is Charlie Zhu, and you own stock in the company that owns Shein.
Which I disclosed during my confirmation process.
You certainly did. And now, do you still hold that stock in that Chinese company?
Pursuant to the Department of Justice, who reviewed my material that was submitted during my confirmation process, I was able to hold certain stocks and they made the decision.
You still hold the stocks that you have? You still hold on to these Chinese stocks, these stocks in this Chinese company?
I disagree that it's a Chinese company, but I was in the DOJ, when you're appointed, makes a call on what you can and can't possess.
Well, now, let me ask you this. Chinese companies steal trademarks. They produce counterfeit products and sell them over the internet on platforms such as Shein. They steal intellectual property. They steal data from American companies. And to me, it seems inconsistent with your role as FBI director that you would own stock in a company that is based in a country that is the nation's premier national security threat. It's like you are putting your own financial security over the security of the nation.
I disagree with that characterization.
Well, I think the American people look at it like it's a classic situation of the fox guarding the hen house. If the FBI is charged with investigating espionage, economic espionage by companies controlled by the Chinese Communist Party, and you are the director of the FBI, you've got a conflict of interest.
Sir, I would just show if there's any intimation that I'm
Why
against.
are you holding on to this stock?
It wasn't a decision I made.
And it's valued at up to $5 million as of when you last reported, correct? $5 million in stock?
No, I don't follow it.
You don't follow it, but you're still making money off of it.
I don't have any money off of anything.
Well,
What I have done,
Trump's trade policies directly impact the value of that Chinese stock. Won't you agree with that?
which trade policy? I'm not a trade expert.
Okay, all right.
But I want to tell you
Play
this.
Crazy on me today. Let me ask you this question. Why are you hiding pedophiles? Why are you shielding pedophiles? Why are you protecting pedophiles?
That is maybe the most offensive thing you could say to me, given the numbers.
Well, you have not released
Given
the
the
Epstein
numbers
files.
of pedophiles.
You are aware of the
we have
Epstein
arrested-
client list that was published in the 18,000.
Time the gentleman
emails
has
released.
expired. The gentleman yields back.
Can you answer the question?
Can I just respond?
Of course, the gentleman can answer the question.
Since I took over the FBI, there has been a 33% increase.
Sir, all of that started under Christopher
Your time
Wray.
is done,
No,
but
it didn't.
the witness gets to
All of
answer
that
the
started
question,
under
and
the
then we'll go to our
previous,
next.
33.
FBI director, sir, and you're coming in here trying to take credit for something that a previous director
Gentlemen,
instituted and largely brought to conclusion.
I take
I
no
think it's pretty
credit.
clear that
offensive.
the
It's
director
offensive.
has numbers are so
incorrect
much better
also.
than the previous director.
It's
Dr.
deceptive.
Patel, if you want to
I take-
answer the question.
I take no credit. The men and women of the FBI have seen a 33% increase in the number of counterintelligence
Yeah.
arrests out of the
And
PRC.
so all of a sudden, when
And
you
the-
coming in 7 months ago,
And,
Gentleman's time has
Heaven on earth.
expired.
and on
sir,
the pedophile
American public not gonna
accusation,
go for that.
we have arrested 1,500 child predators in the last 7 months.
Under investigations
More
initiated
than
by
anybody
the prior
Appreciate
directorship.
the director's good work, and we really appreciate that the time the gentleman has expired. We now go to the gentleman from Texas.
I thank the chairman. Thank the FBI director for coming before the committee.
Crazy.
I assume the FBI
They're
director,
crazy.
Mr. Patel, I
Democrats are so
believe,
fucking crazy.
you probably agree with me that there is a significant organized effort on the left side of the political spectrum to advance criminal organizations being able to put more criminals out on the streets. And that what we've seen this in daily action. Are you familiar with the report that came out this last Monday from the Law Enforcement Legal Defense Fund?
I'm not familiar with that, sorry.
So this report came out this past Monday, and it said that significant amount of the money flowing out of George Soros and other leftist organizations and funders has been funding DAs and prosecutors, and quote, many of these DAs had never managed an office, prosecuted a criminal case, developed organizational policies. In dozens of America's largest cities and counties, this report finds these progressive district attorneys have outsourced core parts of the American criminal justice system to activists and political donors, taking direction and advice on everything from staffing decisions and communication strategy. Organizations, it's a complex web of donors going in through these organizations to put radical DAs and prosecutors out there, putting criminals on the streets. Does the FBI director agree that this exists and is a problem?
I will accept the factual representation, and if that exists, it is a problem.
The organizations such as TIDES, the Fair and Just Prosecution, Brenner Center for Justice, Partnership for Safety and Justice, the Vera Institute of Justice, the amount of dollars flowing from George Soros through and to these organizations and to the various prosecutors that have resulted in increased crime on our streets, including the brutal murder of the Ukrainian refugee in Charlotte. I bring that up because that is one component of the problem. In addition, we have an organized effort targeting our border. The NGOs, the nonprofits, and the deep pockets, the United Nations, charitable organizations, and a long list of over 250 organizations that the Center for Immigration Studies put out that lays out a complex web of organizations that were moving people into our country, knowing that they're dangerous, knowing that they're criminal, associated with taxpayer dollars flowing through the United Nations and donor dollars flowing through organizations, including ostensibly religious ones, putting these dangerous individuals on the street that resulted in fentanyl in our communities, that resulted in the death of Jocelyn Nungare, of hundreds, thousands even, as the director testified, 100,000 people dying from these narcotics every year. All of this in an organized effort, a complete effort by the radical left to use taxpayer dollars and these dollars to put people on our streets. In addition, the extent to which we've seen now with the Southern Poverty Law Center and their hate map targeting, for example, the Family Research Council, where we had a shooting right here in DC over a decade ago, putting Charlie Kirk, putting a target on TPUSA, Antifa, other radical organizations that are very specifically organized in targeting conservatives and ordinary Americans. Well, how about the organized effort to infiltrate our schools and advance a transgender agenda and advance a radical agenda, perhaps one that we will see exposed further in the individual that actually shot Charlie Kirk? Here's my question. Will you as the director, and are you as the director, pursuing all legal channels to follow the truth wherever it may lead on this organized effort, one? And two, do you agree that Congress should take all action necessary to expose this web of dollars that are flowing to undermine our way of life? I got another minute in my time that I'd like to hear from you on this topic broadly.
I'll keep it short. Investigatively speaking, we are doing the following. We are following the money. We are following the money in every organization and every person that is violating the federal code. And it doesn't matter what your background or ideology is. We are following the money. We are using legal process to follow that money, issuing subpoenas to follow that money, using grand juries to follow that money. And when we have results to recommend for prosecution to the Department of Justice, we will do that. And we will continue to publicize documents through Congress, yes, when we make these findings.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like unanimous consent to insert the record outsourcing justice by the Law Enforcement Legal Defense Fund that I alluded to before. I would ask unanimous consent to add a 2024 list provided by the Center for Immigration Studies on these United Nations and other affiliated groups that are responsible, over 250 of them, for moving individuals into our country in a coordinated effort. I would like a unanimous consent to insert a letter that I sent that currently has 33 members of the United States House of Representatives have signed on it, calling for a special select committee to pursue the organized effort from the radical left to target our way of life and undermine our security by putting criminals on the street and having our borders being wide open and putting us in danger. With that, I would yield back.
Without objection. Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of unanimous
Gentleman's recognized.
One is a letter from Senator Tom Cotton dated last year urging the U.S. to, quote, ensure that data from U.S. companies is not harvested by the Chinese Communist Party through the purchase of Xi'an software and technology.
Objection.
And also a statement by Marco Rubio, then Senator Marco Rubio, which warned our UK allies about, quote, Xi'an's deep ties to the People's Republic of China.
Without objection.
Also, crime is the record crime is down in 2025. Trump doesn't deserve credit, which demonstrates that the crime rates have been decreasing since 2023, which was published by the Vera Institute. Also, a unanimous consent request to enter into the record a NPR report from July of 2024. GOP vows to make America safe again. Statistics contradict their growing crime claims.
Without objection.
Also, a report out of the American Presidency Project dated January 17, 2025, record low crime during the Biden-Harris administration.
Without objection.
Also, Joe Biden is correct that violent crime is near a 50-year low, which was a PolitiFact publication of May 2024. And last but not least, a FBI releases 2024 reported crimes in the nation statistics. These are FBI statistics published on August 5th, 2025, which details decreases in murder, rape, aggravated assault, and robbery in 2024.
Without objection. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for unanimous consent.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit two sets of documents. The first is a series of emails from the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. They are making FOIA requests to get their own FBI files and not having any success. So I want to bring attention to that by submitting that to the record. The second document that I want to submit to the record, for the record, I know we don't usually read these. This one's not readable. It's completely redacted. For the most part, the first 50 pages. This is actually the search warrant that was served on James O'Keefe for a diary that he had already given to the government 2 months before. And as it turns out, there were no indictments here, yet he still doesn't know why he was raided. And I think he deserves to know. So,
Without objection.
Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Director, the first time you saw Donald Trump's name was in the Epstein files. Did you close the files or keep reading?
I have reviewed not the entirety of the files, so
You haven't reviewed all of the Epstein files?
Personally, no.
You're the director of the FBI. This is the largest sex trafficking case the FBI has ever been a part of. Buck stops at the top, and your testimony today is you have not reviewed all the files.
What I've been doing is been busy providing the safest country this country has seen in modern U.S. history in historic speed, because the men and women of the FBI are given the resources to reduce the homicide rate, to reduce the drug trafficking rate, to reduce the amount of children that are being trafficked and the number of
It sounds like
pedophiles that
those
we've
children being
arrested is
trafficked would
record high.
appreciate the director reviewing the files. You said you don't know the number of times Trump's name appears in the files, so it could at least be 1,000 times. Is that right?
The number is a total misleading factor. We have not
Could the
released
number at least
anyone's
be 1,000
name
times?
that we have not released anyone's
Could it
name in the
at least
Epstein
be
files
1,000
that has
times?
not been credible.
Director,
And
could it at
we have
least be 1,000
released
times?
every piece of legally permissible information.
Okay,
You can
so-
characterize the numbers however you want it.
Reclaiming my time, Director. It sounds like if you don't know the number, it could at least be 1,000 times. Which
It's not.
leads me-
It's not.
Is it at least 500 times?
No.
Is it at least 100 times?
No.
Then what's the number?
I don't know the number, but it's not that.
Do you think it might be your job to know the number?
My job is to provide for the safety and security of this country. My job is not to engage in political
And that
innuendo
includes protecting
so you can go
sexual
out to the
assault victims.
sticks and get your 20-second hit in your fundraising
reclaiming my
article.
time,
And
Director.
keep going, reclaiming your time, because the
Director,
people of California are being
If the
underserved by
president-
your
if the
representation.
president is not implicated, why not release everything that involves him?
We have released everything, the president and anyone else's side, that is credible and lawfully be able to be released. Your
Yeah, the
fixation
Democrats are
on this
really
matter
stuck
and
on this
baseless
Epstein.
accusations that
What's
I'm
going
hiding
on?
child pedophiles
Like
is
all of them asking the
disgusting.
same
Anyone that
bullshit.
says that needs to look at the stats alone and go back to the state of California, who's receiving the biggest surge in FBI resources through my redeployment, because the cities of Los Angeles, San Diego, and San
Reclaiming
Francisco
my time,
need it.
Director. Remembering your oath to tell the truth, did you ever tell Donald Trump his name is in the files?
I have never spoken to President Trump about the Epstein files.
Did you ever tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files?
The Attorney General and I have had
Why
numerous
is it so
discussions
important about his name in
entirety
the
of
file?
Epstein files and the reviews conducted by our
Did you
team.
tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files?
And we have
What is
released.
going
where
on with
President
these
Trump's
people?
name is in
It's
the
a simple
attorney's
question.
file.
Did you tell the Attorney General that the president's name is
Oh
in the
my
Epstein
God, this is
During
crazy.
many conversations that the Attorney
I don't
General and I
understand
have
this.
had on the matter of Epstein.
I don't
we have
understand this
reviewed
government.
The question is
painstakingly
simple.
These
who
Democrats.
Did you
can
tell
be-
the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files?
Stupid.
Yes or no?
Why don't you try spelling it out if
Yes
you're
or
going to mock me?
no,
Use
Director?
the alphabet.
Yes
Yes
Spelling it
or
out.
no?
No, A, B, C,
Director,
D, E, F.
it
Don't wanna
sounds
do
like
it?
you don't want to tell us. Did you tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name was in the Epstein files?
Why don't you try serving your
Director,
constituency
did
by
you tell the
focusing on
Attorney
reducing
General that
violent
Donald
crime in this
Trump's name-
country and the number of pedophiles that
Director,
are legally
reclaiming my
harbored in
time,
your
Director.
sanctuary cities in
Director,
California?
reclaiming
I'll
my
work with
time.
you on that. Do
Regular
you wanna
order, Mr.
work with us
Chairman.
on that?
Director,
Time
reclaiming my
belongs to the
time.
gentleman from California.
Did you tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files? Yes or
Question
no?
has been asked and answered.
You've not answered it, and we will take your evasiveness as a consciousness of guilt. Director,
He's so
did Donald Trump
stupid.
ever say to you, just
a guilt.
find and release the entire truth? Don't worry if I'm in it.
The instructions from the administration were to release all credible information, and we have done that.
Did Donald Trump ever provide information about Jeffrey Epstein as an informant?
Donald Trump has not been, and I can only speak for the FBI, an informant of the FBI.
So, Director, you've played this cute shell game where you say you can't release everything because the court has said that it legally is not allowed to be
Which is
released.
true.
But the court calls bullshit. Judge Richard Berman said that when you went to the court, quote, information contained in the Epstein grand jury transcripts pales in comparison to Epstein investigation information and materials in the hands of the Department
They are
of
so
Justice.
worried about Epstein
So
files.
let's move
Wow.
on, Director. You wrote a book called Government Gangsters.
That's the only
You
thing that they're
identified
worried
20
about.
individuals in that book.
There's so
You
much
put me
problems
on that
going on
list
in
at
the
the top
United
of the list.
States.
Thank you. My
And
children
all they're
find it
only
flattering.
worried about is
20
Epstein.
of those individuals have been investigated or have had
Crazy.
adverse actions. Director, considering that you have identified these people as, quote, government gangsters, will you recuse yourself from making any investigation decisions
All
about
the
these
problems
individuals?
we
Anyone
have
that has
in
been
the
terminated
United
at the
States.
FBI has been done
No,
so
no, the
because
question
they failed
again,
to meet the muster and
Director,
their constitutional
I will
obligation.
work on the
No, no.
audio-visual capabilities.
I'm going to
of
borrow
forensic.
your
You can hear me?
terminology and call
I'm reclaiming
bullshit
my
on your
time.
entire career in
I'm
Congress.
reclaiming my
It has
time,
been a
Director.
disgrace to the American
Director, I'm
people.
reclaiming my time.
You can reclaim your
Will
time all you
recuse
want.
yourself?
Mr. Chairman, you're going to allow a witness to speak this way?
Mr.
Chairman,
would
Will
you
you
give
recuse yourself, Director?
The gentleman has no time.
Mr. Chairman, would you
Mr. Chairman,
admonish the
point of-
witness not to insult members?
Gentleman has no time.
Mr. Chairman, just
Committee will remember.
quick point of order.
You insulted
Could
him.
the gentleman be extended an additional 20
Hey.
seconds to complete his thoughts since the witness decided to interrupt him
And then
continuously?
the witness will be able to respond if he wants. We'll make sure he
Thank
has
you.
time to
Okay.
do that.
My question
Gentlemen,
is,
continue.
will you, Director, recuse yourself, yes or no, from investigating or making decisions about the 60 individuals, including myself, that you identified as government gangsters? Yes or no?
Time of the gentleman has expired. The
No.
witness may respond if he would like.
And the answer was no, as I heard.
Correct.
Okay. The gentleman from Wisconsin, the gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you,
Damn,
Director
these
Patel, for
Democrats.
being here today.
So feisty.
I wanted to talk a little bit about the
what I know
assassination
for
of
it.
Charlie Kirk and the FBI's
Feisty.
subsequent investigation. I know it's really sensitive, and you can make the call as to whether or not, obviously, it's something that you can respond to. But I think it's still fresh on many people's minds. I want to congratulate you and Utah law enforcement for the work you did in identifying the suspect and apprehending him. According to public reports, and I think this is what maybe it's, I still have questions about, and maybe the public does. According to public reports, the alleged shooter arrives on the Utah Valley University campus nearly 4 hours before the shooting. Was that your understanding? Is that kind of?
I'll let the public reports reflect themselves. I don't have the exact timeline.
Okay, so we don't have any idea kind of his prep or how he set up or how he utilized that time when he first showed up on campus?
All of those are being currently investigated through our cell phone analysis and through our witness interviews. And the state of Utah has now announced charges seeking the death penalty against his suspects. So we're a little limited in what we can continue to say.
Sure, I understand.
Mhm.
And that suspect, like you referred to, is then captured on
Can't
security
talk too much
footage
about it now.
jumping off the roof of the alleged shooting location, the Losey Center. Do we have any idea how the suspect got up on the roof in the first place? I think for members of Congress, especially after Butler,
That's a fair
in
question.
Pennsylvania, it's just unimaginable that there could be some type of security breakdown prior to an event of that size where somebody could access a rooftop.
So not commenting on the case, but having gone to the crime scene and
I know,
watched
right?
the steps that we believe were taken, the roof was actually readily accessible through an exterior stairwell, so anyone could have gotten on it.
Okay. The suspect flees on foot to kind of this wooded area where he drops the rifle, wraps it in a towel, and then proceeds to his staged vehicle and basically drives home. So do we have any idea what the towel was about? Was it used later to identify a place where the firearm was left, or?
What we can tell you is the towel, there was a screwdriver found on the rooftop, which DNA was collected off of, and the towel was found wrapped around the firearm in question in a wooded area next to the campus. All have been processed for DNA.
And then according to the suspect's roommate, there were allegedly messages on instant messaging platforms, specifically Discord, suggesting the towel may have been used to identify that weapon's
getting
location.
all
So the
this
public reports have
free
suggested
advertising.
that the shooter acted alone. Do we still believe that that's true? Do we have any idea as to whether or not those Discord messages led us to believe that the shooter may have had help in any way or assistance?
I can only speak to the FBI's investigation, and our investigation is ongoing, and we are interviewing any of those individuals involved in that chat and other individuals in the area.
Very good. And so my suggestion, if there are accomplices, I'm sure this is something that the FBI is going to continue to investigate fully and thoroughly into the future.
Yes, sir.
The reason I asked that is because I don't know that that was necessarily the case with Butler, Pennsylvania. So thank you so much for your persistence kind of in this matter. There's still a lot of public questions that need to be asked. Let me shift to another topic very quickly. On July 31st, 2025, the DOJ and the CIA declassified the annex to Special Counsel John Durham's 2023 report on Operation Crossfire Hurricane. The 29-page Durham Annex contains previously classified information about, among other things, the investigative referral of the Clinton campaign plan. Why would somebody place documents in a burn bag related to this case?
That case is very much ongoing, so I can't comment on the stylization of the evidence we're collecting.
Can you comment at all on the Durham Annex as I described it?
The Durham Annex, which has been publicly released thanks to the FBI's commitment to transparency, is one of the documents that's being utilized. And in general terms, speaking for burn bags, sir, a burn bag is what you use to put classified documents into generally, because that is literally how you destroy them.
So it appears that efforts were made by the Clinton campaign to reach out to the FBI agents or the Clinton sympathizers in the intelligence community in order to lead more credibility to the Clinton campaign plan. Do you think that's an accurate characterization?
Again, I'm not going to characterize that material because it's part of an ongoing investigation.
Thanks for being here today. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Director Patel, for being here today. The FBI searched Jeffrey Epstein's Manhattan residence, correct?
I believe that happened in 2018. I think there was 2 locations, sir.
It's 2019, and in that residence, the FBI found a safe, correct?
I don't have the catalog of evidence in front of me.
In that residence, the FBI found a safe, correct?
I'll accept your representation.
Okay. And in that safe, the FBI found topless and lewd photographs of girls, correct?
Again, sir, I'll accept your representation. I don't know.
Thank you. It was all over the media at the time. There's a New York Times article that says Jeffrey Epstein is indicted on sex charges as discovery of nude photos is disclosed, dated July 8th, 2019. And the Times reports a trove of lewd photographs of girls was discovered in a safe inside financier Jeffrey Epstein's Manhattan mansion. Author Michael Wolff has conducted numerous interviews of Jeffrey Epstein. I'm going to play for you a video clip of what Michael Wolff said Epstein told him was in the safe and what he showed the author was in this safe. So let's please play that clip now.
Elected. I was sitting talking to Epstein and he said, wait a minute, I got to show you something. And then he went into his safe and he came out with photographs. They were Polaroids, I think. And he kind of spread them out like playing cards. And it was Trump. I mean, I think there were a dozen of them, and it was Trump with girls of an uncertain age at Epstein's Palm Beach house, where all of the things that he would ultimately be accused of took place. And I remember very vividly 3 of them. There are 2 in which Trump is the girls, topless
There's
girls,
something
are
here.
sitting on
There's
Trump's
a
lap.
spirit here.
And then a 3rd in which he has a
Wait a minute.
a stain.
Let me hit pause. There's something here in my apartment right now. Give me goosebumps. We'll get back to this in a second. My my crystal ball went off. Did you hear the song? Did you hear the jingle? Whoever's here, like, can you go back a few seconds, like 30, 30 seconds and listen? That went off. The music went off on the skull. And I felt the rush of energy, and I felt like goosebumps, and I felt like this energy here. That I have not wind that up and forever. This crystal ball right here, the one with the skull, this one, it went off by itself, and it's the witch is dead. It's like the witch is dead, like ding dong, the witch is dead, witch is dead, the witch is dead, ding dong, the witch is, that's the song, and it played that tune. Let me go back on my phone. Let me see if I can hear it. That's wild. It startled me a little bit. You didn't see me. I looked back like that, and I was like, that shit startled me. I was not expecting that. But whoever it is, you guys, you're freaking strong energy. Hold on, where's my Bluetooth? That really got me. Yeah, I can't hear it on the playback. Yeah, I can't pick it up. Yeah, I couldn't hear over him either. I was just checking it myself too. I played it back to see if I could hear it, but that it plays music. It's a wind up. You wind it, and you want me to do it so you guys can hear it. But something made it make a sound. I haven't wind that up, and my goodness, it's been months, and it just went off by itself. That's why I went like that. I was like, whoa, there's something here, and then I felt the energy, like I felt like energy inside of me, like goosebumps and stuff. And I believe it's because they're doing an inspection in the building, and they're going through all the units. And I feel like, look, even my camera is zooming in. Yeah, it's they're here. Well, like I say all the time, better respect my motherfucking place. Don't be acting crazy. Don't be doing some crazy shit, because I don't tolerate that shit. Don't touch, don't scratch, don't fuck around. That's all. You're welcome to come, but be respectful. And don't be trying to scare me with the fucking singing like skull, because that was a little weird, because it caught me off guard, because I'm like listening to like what they're saying, and it starts playing by itself. I'm like, what the hell? That was. You want to hear how it sounds like? Hold on, let me put it. I gotta put up some candles too, cause let me take these out here. But that was weird, because I heard it. It played for like a second, and it shouldn't be playing that music at all. Like I said, it hasn't been wound up in such a long time. And then now this doesn't work. We're having paranormal activity. See if I can get it to work. Sometimes I use brute force and it works. No, I'm gonna put you in a retirement. The spirits are messing with me here, and I know it's because these guys are doing an inspection in the building, and they're kind of like going to all the units, and the spirits are not really. They don't like that. So, but that played by itself. That's crazy. And let me play it for you guys so you can hear it. That was weird. So this is the crystal ball here. It has a skull in it, and look, like I have to wind it. And I make sure it plays it all. You know, it's all the way done. There's, and I'm if I screw it, I can unscrew it. It's already to the end. Like it's not playing. It's not gonna play, and it played by itself. Whoever's here, I hope it's Charlie. Imagine it's Charlie. Charlie. Because I'm very sensitive to the spirits in the spirit world, and any type of spirit could come through here. I mean, he's in the ether, so Charlie could pop up and be like, "Yo, what's up?" I'm like, "Oh man, did you have that discussion with Jesus yet?" But I still got this medicine. I was gonna light up and smoke, but that started playing by itself. I rolled me another joint because I guess this is gonna be a long one. This is my shift. This is like work for me. You know, I come on here, produce. I got a lot of free time on my hands, and I just come and produce shows for entertainment purposes, and you know, paranormal activity shit all the time. That shouldn't have played by itself the way it did, but that is what it is. So let's go back to the Kash Patel, and felt something like, I don't know, it felt like something like weird on my side. They're here. I know they're here. I know. I'm gonna burn some. I have some sage and bay leaves here on my cauldron here, so I'm gonna burn that now. How about that? Let's burn some sage and some. I got sage and bay leaves in here, so I'm gonna burn this and bring in some positive energy. And all that negative energy needs to go somewhere else with that shit, because I don't play that. We got the fire. You can see the fire. See, like something like pinched me on my foot here, like right on my ankle. I felt like something pinch. They're here now. What the fuck you want? The spirit box? Should we communicate with it? Because I'll go get the speaker and I'll plug in that motherfucking speaker to the spirit box, and we'll start communicating with this, you know, and we'll see what we hear. Yeah, it's like, They're doing, and I know it's because they're doing the inspection and they're looking around and this and that. It's a lot of stuff going on. It's a lot going on, and I just feel like the spirits are they're here. So that was your break. Now let's get back to what the media. Let's get back to this Kash Patel craziness going on. Let's go ahead and set this up. Here we go.
On the front of his pants, and the girls are kind of pointing at it, sort of bent over, laughing.
So Director Patel, I'm going to ask you a very broad and general question. As you know, Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein were friends. There are, of course, photos showing Donald Trump together with Epstein, correct?
I don't have the entirety of the photographs, but I think they've been photographed in public together.
All right. Are there any photos showing Donald Trump with girls of an uncertain age?
No.
How do you know that?
Because that information would have been brought to light by multiple administrations and FBI investigators over the course of the last 20 years.
Well, you know what? That's just not true, because no one knew about the creepy birthday message that Donald Trump wrote to Jeffrey Epstein until the Wall Street Journal disclosed it. And then all of a sudden, the Epstein estate provides it to Congress.
Well,
So certainly, you weren't there at the search. You don't know what Epstein may or may not have done with those photographs even prior to the search. Maybe someone has it. Maybe the Epstein estate has it.
You raise a great point.
So I'm going to ask you, have you asked to talk to Michael Wolff?
You raise a great point. I haven't personally asked to talk to
Has the
Michael
FBI
Wolff,
asked?
but
you
the
to Michael Wolff?
FBI, I'll get back to you if the FBI specifically
So Michael Wolff
asked
has
ever.
about 100 hours of testimony of Jeffrey Epstein. Wouldn't it be good for the FBI to interview Michael Wolff?
I'm not saying they haven't. I just don't know.
Has FBI subpoenaed the tapes that Michael Wolff has conducted of Jeffrey Epstein?
I don't know.
All right. So if you could provide us an answer, that would be terrific. Well, let me ask you this question then. Have you looked at all the photos in Epstein files?
I have looked at all the information that the investigators who investigated this case have provided to run out credible leads.
And in the Epstein file, was there that creepy birthday message that Donald Trump had written to Epstein?
But that's what I was trying to tell you. You raise a great point. The estate of Jeffrey Epstein has a voluminous amount of information that they have not released before.
Okay, so that's great. So would it be great if FBI subpoenaed the estate of Jeffrey Epstein for all that information?
The estate is under no obligation to provide that material, even pursuant to a subpoena. That's a great point.
Yeah, that's just false.
Okay.
That's just false. You're the frickin' FBI. You can subpoena the information from the estate, and you better do that.
That's literally not how it works.
I'm going to move on now and talk about Epstein's client list.
That's not how it works.
Exists. Attorney General Pam Bondi confirmed earlier this year that it exists. So I just want to ask you a simple question. Is Prince Andrew on Epstein's client list?
The material related to Prince Andrew has been made public.
Is Prince Andrew on the client list?
We have released the index of names that were in Jeffrey Epstein's.
Is Donald Trump on Epstein's client list?
The index
Lord.
has been released.
How many times are you going to ask the same question over and over and
There's
over?
a huge red flag. The FBI director could not answer
Gentlemen,
whether
Good
Donald Trump was on
guy.
Epstein's
Gentleman's time
client
has
list.
expired.
These
I do
Democrats,
apologize.
that's all they do is repeat the same
Thank you, Mr.
thing
Chairman. I wanna thank
over
the
and
director
over
for
and
being here
over.
for, his work over the last several months.
Oh my God.
Removing the taint of partisanship that has infected the intelligence community over the past several
Man, Trump
years under the
arrangement
last
syndrome.
administration, under the last several directors, standing up for law enforcement, standing up for the
They can't get off of the Epstein.
your agency. But
Like, what is
to
going
set
on with the
record
Democrats?
Straight, we have to correct the record, and the record. Early days of the first Trump administration saw a dramatic spike in news stories that contained sensitive and sometimes classified details about the FBI's bogus Russia probe, about a leak a day. It's unacceptable that senior FBI officials coordinated to leak classified information to try and harm President Trump. Documents produced to the committee in August of this year revealed that the FBI interviewed a former intelligence committee staffer who gave details on a systematic process through which leaks of classified information were affected by then Chairman, now Senator Adam Schiff. Were these findings escalated within the Bureau's chain of command, and if so, to what level?
Sorry, were the findings
Were these
Escalated.
findings that were given to us escalated within the Bureau's chain of command? And if so, what level did you receive this information?
That entire matter is currently under investigation by the people at the FBI that handle leaks of classified information.
All right, it's good to know that there is an ongoing investigation. Can you tell me whether these leaks to the media compromised any ongoing FBI investigations during the Trump-Russia probe?
I can tell you, generally speaking, the leaks of classified information are detrimental to any work the FBI is doing.
Now, former Director James Comey testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee that he had never been an anonymous source, nor authorized anyone to be an anonymous source in news reports about matters relating to the Trump investigation or the Clinton investigation. Was Comey's testimony true?
In reference to Director Comey, I'm very limited in what I can say because of what the current status of those matters are with the FBI and the Department of Justice. When I am able to make those public, I will.
Can you tell me if there's an ongoing investigation there?
Again, without identifying any individuals related to the information you're generally speaking about, there is an ongoing matter that has been under review by the Department and the FBI for some time.
Because we know that the documents that we received last month revealed that former Director Comey used Columbia University law professor as a conduit to leak stories to the media that contained classified information. Let me move on to the way that the FISA process was weaponized by past directors. Prior to your confirmation, you raised concerns about government misuse of FISA, including Section 702, stating that FISA was in need of major reform. Specifically, you highlighted that the Fisk report that the FBI had conducted 278,000 improper searches of the FISA database. Do you remain concerned about governmental abuse of FISA in Section 702?
I'm always concerned, but what we've done since I became FBI director is implement new audit systems. We are nearing 100% review of the 702 query system that you are specifically referring to. And we've also eliminated anyone that has ever touched that database that has in any way made a mistake, whether intentional or not. And we have also identified a system in which those going forward who misuse the 702 system, they don't get 2 strikes. They get 1 and you're done.
Okay, I'm glad you mentioned you're continuing to audit because, as you know, in May, the New York Times reported you closed the FBI's Office of Internal Auditing. Can you explain why you decided to close this office?
Yeah, because under the new restructuring of the FBI, to save resources, there were 2 different places doing the exact same thing. We have a specific division dedicated to audits. I didn't need another audit system doing the audits again. And so we folded some of those folks with their expertise into our specific division and then took the rest of those folks and are moving them out across the country.
Under previous FBI leadership, FBI agents were found to have lied to the Fisk. There have been hundreds of thousands of violations of querying standards. In light of past violations, what action is the FBI taking to ensure that similar abuses do not occur in the future?
Exactly what I've outlined. You cannot have access to the 702 query system if you improperly query that system at all at any time in your career.
Okay, at a Senate hearing 2 years ago, your predecessor, Director Wray, testified FBI had previously purchased U.S. phone geolocation data for a specific national security pilot project and further stated that the project had not been active for some time and that the FBI relies on court-authorized process to obtain location data from companies. Does the FBI purchase location data or any other data of Americans from data brokers?
I don't believe so, but I'll get back to you.
Thank you. That'd be important. I appreciate that. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Washington's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, before you joined the FBI, you had very strong opinions about what the FBI was hiding regarding Jeffrey Epstein. In a September 2023 interview with Glenn Beck, you said the Black Book is under the, quote, direct control of the director of the FBI. In December 2023, you said, let us know who the pedophiles are. Even for a short time after becoming FBI director, in February of 2025, you tweeted, quote, there will be no cover-ups, no missing documents, no stone left unturned. In June, you told Joe Rogan, quote, we've reviewed all the information. We're going to give you every single thing we have and can. But then suddenly in July, everything changed. You and Attorney General Pam Bondi released one video and said that there was nothing more to see. Your July memo says you uncovered more than 300 gigabytes of data and physical evidence, but that you had decided no further disclosure would be appropriate or warranted. That is a quote. I think what happened, Mr. Patel, is that suddenly you discovered that Donald Trump's name was all over these files, and you started a giant cover-up. So you are under oath, Mr. Patel. You just testified to Mr. Swalwell that you did not speak to the president about the Epstein files. To your knowledge, did Attorney General Pam Bondi speak to the president about what was in the Epstein files?
I can't speak for Attorney General Pam Bondi.
So to your knowledge, you don't have any information. The question was, do you have any knowledge? Do you have any knowledge?
I can't speak.
You are
for the
refusing to
Attorney
answer the
General,
question. So
Pam
let me
Bondi.
tell you that the Wall Street Journal reported that in May, Bondi told Trump that he was in the Epstein files.
This
and
one's
at the
gonna be
same
a
meeting
clown show,
said
too.
that the DOJ did not plan to release the files.
She's
Yesterday,
a fighter.
you testified to Senator Kennedy
You'll
that there
see.
was, quote, no credible
She's
information
crazy.
that Epstein trafficked girls to anyone
This
else.
one,
and
she's a
that
loony.
You have, quote, continuously and publicly
You'll
asked the
see.
public to come forward with more information, and we'll look into it. Today, in response to Mr. Massey's question, you appear to say that the survivors were not credible. These are survivors.
That's not at all what I said.
Okay, great. I'm going to ask you this in a second, but let me tell you
Okay,
about
well,
the
then don't lie about
survivors,
me.
and let's bring them up here into the room. These are women who came to the Hill and testified that they were groomed and raped at the age of 14 and 16 years old, and they called to meet with the president and to meet with the FBI and to have people investigate their claims. Some of them have never testified before. If you are so interested in getting the
Why
public to
didn't it
submit
come
any
forward
information, why
back
have
then?
you not met with them? You said you haven't met with them. Have you met with them? I'll give you one more chance.
My job as the FBI director is to
Is the
invite all
answer yes or
investigative
no
leads.
to
Let him
whether or
answer.
not you met with these women who were sexually
What's wrong
abused
with her?
and raped?
Any insinuation by you or any
What
people
is
on
the
your
an-
side that I am not manhunting child predators and sex traffickers, just look at the
Mr.
stats.
Patel,
And you talk
Mr.
about
Chairman,
cover-ups, man.
Mr. Chairman,
You
this
talk
is
about
my time,
cover-ups.
and I will take
Why
as much time as I
Where were
want.
you
No,
during the
you're not gonna
Obama
take
and
as much
Biden
time as you want.
administrations when these so-called
Instruct the
cover-ups were
witness.
going on?
Mr.
Why didn't
Chairman.
anyone in those administrations
Time.
talk to any of these
Mr.
purported
Chairman.
witnesses?
Let's
I
get
have
some regular
welcomed
order, Mr.
every
Chairman.
single person to provide credible information.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Washington.
And I'm
When
gonna
you-
take
when
another
you
couple
accuse
of
the
minutes.
witness of something, he's allowed to respond. That's how it works.
Exactly.
Listen, he didn't even, excuse me,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Chairman, you have
point
always
of
been
order.
fair, but
I'm
this is
done
not
being
fair.
and you will get
No,
the-
this is
fair.
my time, and he
You will give the
said that
gentlelady
the
a few
witnesses
additional
were not credible.
seconds of time.
I'm going to get an additional minute of time because
No,
that's
you'll
how
get
much
what,
time
you
he
won't get a
took.
minute, you'll get some seconds, what we think is under 5 minutes. You don't get to demand how
Mr.
much time you
Patel.
get.
Yeah.
That's not how it works.
You don't get to
Mr.
demand.
Patel, are the victims
So entitled, right?
of the Jeffrey Epstein horrific trafficking ring, are they credible?
Any person with information about ongoing
I
sexual
didn't,
trafficking.
I'm asking you if they're credible.
Ma'am, I'm
Are they
commenting on the
credible?
evidence we have.
But
And we have routinely asked for people to come forward with more evidence and we will look at
Mr.
it. And the evidence that we have was the same evidence that the
Mr.
Biden and
Patel,
Obama Justice Departments
Mr.
had.
Patel,
And they
this is
determined, not
new.
me, they determined
Mr.
that
Chairman,
information was not
Mr.
credible.
Chairman, he's not letting me even ask my questions.
You
This is
ask the
ridiculous.
questions, he gives an answer. You may not like what he says,
No,
but that
I'm
doesn't mean you
asking,
get to
he's not
interrupt him.
answering my question.
Mr.
You
Chairman, could
haven't-
we restore the gentlelady 45 seconds so she
We
can
will give
complete
her
her
additional
question?
30 seconds, which is what I said
I'm
earlier.
going to keep taking my time
No,
because
you'll
here's
take the time
thing.
that you get.
You
get
are
30
not
seconds.
answering the question. The question
I
is,
have, you just don't
is
like the
these
answer.
women,
Crazy.
are these women
I'm gonna keep
credible?
taking my
It's a yes or no
time.
answer.
I have answered the question.
Well,
and I
what is
keep
the
telling
answer?
you, I'm the only FBI director that has welcomed new information in this
Okay.
case. This
You're not-
administration is the only one that has welcomed any new information in this
Is there
case.
a yes or no to
Present
whether the
new credible
victims are credible?
information. Present new
Are
information.
the victims credible
The victims-
or not?
I'll tell you what happened in the last Trump
Are they
administration.
credible or not? You can't even
Victims
say.
credibly came forward. And you know what happened? President Trump authorized the indictments
President
of Jeffrey
Trump
Epstein.
called
Not
them a
Biden,
hoax.
not Obama.
President Trump
no one
called
else.
the entire thing a Democratic hoax. So I would like to ask
The
you
gentlelady's
if
time has
you
expired.
will
I gave her
meet-
the additional
if
45
you-
seconds she
if you
requested.
will
The
meet-
gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from
Mr.
New
Chairman,
Jersey is
I would like
recognized
to
for his
ask if
5
you would
minutes.
meet with the women who were sexually
Time does not
abused
belong.
and raped and
Time
groomed
does
at
not
the
belong
ages
to the
of
gentlelady.
14
What?
and
The time now
16 years
belongs-
old. Are
the
you
time-
going to cover up?
No,
Are
I'm not
you
gonna-
going to
I'm
continue
gonna
to
recognize
cover
the
up
gentleman
for
from
the
New Jersey
rich
for
and
his 5
powerful
minutes.
men, including those that might be on this committee?
I can yell
Or
too,
are
Mr.
you
Chairman,
going
but I don't want to yell
allow
above
them
this.
to
The time belongs
testify?
to the gentleman from New Jersey. I
Are you
appreciate the
going to allow
gentlelady
them to
yielding
testify,
back.
Mr. Patel?
Oh my God.
Will you allow them to testify to you,
Mr. Patel? Mr. Patel, thank you for being here. I know it's been an interesting and difficult 2 days. And I wasn't going to talk about the Epstein thing because there's a lot of other issues that affect the FBI, but I have to say a few words. I've sat here, I've listened to this, I've watched it, and you know, my Democratic colleagues are so concerned now, Mr. Patel, all of a sudden. Where were they last year? Where were they the year before? Where were they the year before that? Where was the last president in any of this? All I know, the only thing I see is a single letter from the ranking member that was sent in 2019 that he didn't like the plea deal, and some people signed on to that. Most of the truth, the real truth, let's be honest, let's be intellectually honest. The real truth is we didn't hear from them at all. Anybody of them. Hardly any of them ever mentioned it. Some of them didn't mention it at all until the beginning of this year. Earlier in the year it started. Not one Democrat asked Director Wray. We all remember Director Wray was here. Not once, not twice, multiple times. Nobody asked Director Wray about Epstein before this committee. Nobody was that concerned. Where was the concern for the victims then? Where was the moral righteousness then? Where was the outrage then? Where was the sense of duty then? Where was the desire for accountability then? Where was the urgency for justice then? Most of all, where the hell was the integrity then? You know what the truth is. Let's just say it, man. Tell the truth time. The truth is, it's politically useful for them to try to do this now, even though they didn't give a damn about it in the past. And you know what? That's an insult to the victims, and that's an insult to America.
That's true. They didn't do
Continue to
nothing.
do the work you're
And
doing.
previously,
Continue to uncover.
now they
what
want
needs
to
be
care about it
uncovered.
all of a
One
sudden.
real quick thing before I say anything to
That's
9/11.
crazy.
We know that was mishandled by the past director and by the past FBI.
That's crazy.
There are family members here. There are family members who are concerned. God Almighty, we want to get to the truth of that. I ask you, please, to meet with them, to talk to them, and to investigate this with truth. You know, in the Biden administration, we went through a very dark and difficult period of time. The FBI trust was broken with the people. Catholics were, this is the stuff we've been talking about, were labeled radical threats for praying in their churches with their rosaries. Parents at school boards were called terrorists for standing up for their children. Hindu holy men in New Jersey. We have the largest Hindu temple in the world. They were attacked. They were put up against the wall with guns to their heads. So it isn't just a Catholic or Christian thing. American Jews were targeted in colleges and universities, and a lot of folks in the FBI, in the past FBI, not this one, didn't give a damn. We can't go back to targeting religion. We can't go back to silencing free speech. The Biden administration did that. So I got questions for you. Hopefully thoughtful questions that you can answer for us in a thoughtful way. How is this FBI now, under your leadership, how are we restoring trust for Catholics, for Hindus, for Jews, for parents, for all the other, for just American people that were targeted by FISA because they had a different viewpoint? How are we restoring that trust in the FBI?
Multiple ways, sir. One, and maybe most importantly, is through transparency and providing the American public with the material so they can see, read it themselves as to what the abuses were in the past, whether it relates to the Catholic memo or the Hindu incident you talked about at the largest temple in North America. Any institution of faith and any member of faith will not be investigated by this FBI because they are men and women of faith ever, period.
And nor should they. Nor should they. I don't mean to interrupt you, but my God, of all the amendments to the freedom of speech, freedom to believe in what you want to believe in, I know you're standing up for that. Continue. I'm sorry.
No, that's it. Sorry.
Okay. The Richmond memo was driven by a reliance on sources,
the Southern Poverty Law Center. You know, the words sound nice, but the organization's not so nice. And we've seen the Anti-Defamation League distort data that counts as violence. Have you been able to identify and eliminate these kinds of partisan sources? We welcome all sources, but we want objectivity and neutrality and decency in the way we report all this. Have you been able to uncover any information there? How do we make sure our sources are good in the future?
We have reviewed the source processes that infiltrate any institutions of faith, and they will no longer be going into institutions of faith. They will be directed towards criminal activity and protecting the homeland, the two most important missions the FBI has, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
Good. And I'll say this, there was a lot of bull today, a lot of you know what, and I'm not going to say it because I respect the institution so much going on around here. Continue to do the work of the people. You are here for that reason. The administration is here for that reason. It was weaponized and politicized, the FBI, in the past. I hope to God we never, ever see that again. One of the darkest parts of American history. Thank you, Mr. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized for UC.
I would like to introduce a CNN article that explains how an alleged top leader of the MS-13 gang was dismissed. His case was dismissed in Brooklyn so that he could be deported back to El Salvador, even though he was charged with murder.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I have some unanimous consent
The lady from
requests.
Washington is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article titled "Justice Department Told Trump in May That His Name is Among Many in the Epstein Files."
Without objection.
I have another one that is a July 2025 article by the New York Times entitled "How a Frantic Scouring of the Epstein Files Consumed the Justice Department," stating that DOJ and FBI employees reviewing the Epstein Files were instructed to flag any mentions of Trump and other celebrities.
Without objection.
And I have another unanimous consent request to enter into the record an August 2025 article by The Guardian entitled "Ghislaine Maxwell Hinted at Epstein's Ties to Trump Officials. Why Wasn't She Pressed for Names?" stating that Maxwell told Deputy U.S. Attorney Todd Blanche that some of the, quote, cast of characters around Epstein are in Trump's cabinet.
Without objection. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Patel, for coming before us to testify today. I am concerned by your repeated claims that you're not able to disclose anything further about the Epstein investigation and files, and that there's no evidence of a broader conspiracy or other people who should be charged, because the American people aren't buying that you've been transparent or that there's nothing further to be seen. In your exchange with my colleague, Mr. Roy, you reiterated something that I heard you say yesterday in your Senate testimony, and that is, under your direction, the FBI will always follow the money. Is that right?
The money, did you say? Yes.
Yes, you said you'll follow the money. That's great. And just now you said you welcome the opportunity to investigate new evidence. So there has been significant recent reporting just in the last couple of weeks that after Jeffrey Epstein was arrested, 4 major banks flagged more than $1.5 billion in suspicious transactions connected to him that suggested a massive conspiracy related to his child sex trafficking activities. Director Patel, has the FBI reviewed the $1.5 billion in suspicious bank transactions flagged to the government relating to Epstein and his co-conspirators?
I know the FBI has reviewed numerous SARs. I don't know the totality of that number.
Okay, can you provide us with that number?
I'll get back to you.
Okay. And have you initiated any new investigation of those bank transactions since, say, September 8th, when the new reporting came out?
I'll check with the Treasury Department because they're the lead on that.
Okay, so Director Patel, how many individuals or entities has the FBI interviewed, subpoenaed, or compelled to testify? Can you give us those numbers with respect to these bank transactions?
Not off the top of my head. I'll have to work with Treasury.
Okay. We're concerned, you see, because you say you're going after child predators, but
We are.
obviously this is how you follow the money, is if you follow the bank transactions that apparently enabled the child sex trafficking. Would you agree?
It's one of the valuable investigative tools is to follow the money.
Okay. Have Jeffrey Epstein's victims have asked us to ask you whether or not you've investigated Epstein's lawyers, the lawyers who facilitated those payments. Have you subpoenaed or questioned any of those lawyers?
So in 2018 and 19, what I recollect is many, if not every one of those lawyers was part of the investigation.
But you weren't there at that time,
I
right?
wasn't there.
Okay. So can you get us the names and the numbers of who was investigated then with respect to those lawyers?
As long as I'm allowed to release it, absolutely.
Okay. Well, if we provide you with subpoenas, I assume you can release it. Is that right?
We have a current subpoena and we're working with Congress to provide it.
You've said that the Acosta investigation had an original sin.
Mhm.
What do you mean by that?
Basically, if you're looking at an actual pedophile ring, what you should not do is limit the time frame in which you're legally able to collect information. So search warrants that Mr. Acosta utilized in 2006 and 7 leading to the 2008 plea agreement had a very specific narrow window of years, I think 3 or 4 years. And so information pursuant to legal process wasn't collected for 10 years or 15 years or 20 years. It also, subpoenas were not sent out to hundreds of witnesses at the time, hundreds of victims at the time. None of that was done. None of these people were put in grand juries. And so the totality of information from the jump, instead of being this big, was like this. And that, in my opinion, is not how you run an investigation if you're trying to break a sex trafficking ring.
So you're now in charge of the FBI. Why haven't you done that investigation?
Great question. And here's the answer. Simply because I am not able to go back 20 years and collect information that the courts had decided was already subject to search warrants. They have said this was in the investigation. There's a non-prosecution agreement out of that plea. And when the case was reopened, and this is where it comes into play, when the case was reopened in 2018 and 2019, the search warrants, again, were limited to the conduct of Jeffrey Epstein. Now, whether that's right or wrong, that's a different discussion, but I'm telling you, that's the information
Well,
we
I think that
reviewed.
is a different discussion. And I think the discussion we'd like to have today is why you aren't following the money with respect to the broader conspiracy that it has been reported in the New York Times and elsewhere. And that if you really want to attack the issue, if you wanted to attack the issue, if you wanted to get to the bottom of it, if you wanted to disclose what really was involved in the Epstein files, the Epstein cover-up, that you would be taking very different actions that you are today. I do want to seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the New York Times September 8th, 2025 article, How JP Morgan Enabled the Crimes of Jeffrey Epstein.
Objection.
And also an article dated July 17th, 2025 in the Epstein case, Follow the Money.
Objection.
Okay, thank you.
Gentlelady yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you much. Pursuant to Clause 2K6 of Rule 11, I move that the committee subpoena the CEOs of 4 banks, JP Morgan, that's Jamie Dimon, Bank of New York Mellon, Robin Vince, Bank of America, Brian Moynihan, and Deutsche Bank, Christian Sowing, in order to get the suspicious transaction reports. These 4 banks have flagged to the government $1.5 billion in suspicious transactions related to the sex trafficking crimes and conspiracy of Epstein, Maxwell, and all of their collaborators. And as you know, Mr. Chairman, we got the SARS reports for Hunter Biden totaling around $20 million. And so these $1.5 billion in SARS reports we should get, especially since the director doesn't seem to be forthcoming. And I request that we do this immediately.
I think the director's been very forthcoming. We will hold any motion to subpoena in abeyance until the conclusion of the hearing. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Patel, for being here. It is quite clear that certain members of this committee, they want their 15 seconds on TV stamping and coming. Maybe it's for fundraising. Maybe they're struggling in their district. They need a little bump. But they turn a committee into a clown show, and that's what we're seeing. You're being unjustly attacked today. I watched the Senate hearings yesterday. You were attacked there. We know
Hey,
there's an
Seven.
agenda.
How you doing, man?
Always an agenda.
Another day,
Same
another
character,
beautiful
with the same
Kash Patel
personalities,
attack.
The same objective, and that is destroy the mega movement. You're being attacked, Director, is because you're effective. You highlighted what you've been doing in DC with the president and reducing violent crime. You're very effective. another individual that was very effective.
But they want to be stuck on
meaningful
Epstein.
debate and
We want
dialogue
Epstein.
was
Give me
Charlie
all the
Kirk.
Epstein. I want all the Epstein. The
And they
Democrats.
killed him for
Epstein,
it.
Epstein, Epstein. Oi, oi,
Charlie
oi.
Kirk
Epstein, Epstein,
was a man
Epstein.
of faith.
Oi, oi, oi.
First and foremost, he loved
That's the
he
Democrats.
loved his Lord Jesus. He
We
loved his
need more
family. Beautiful
Epstein.
wife, beautiful children. Just a remarkable, honorable man that was silenced with this assassin's bullet. I would say if Charlie Kirk lived in the biblical times, he'd have been the 13th disciple. He'd have been the 13th disciple.
Yep.
We have a new committee. If you're not aware, a new select committee regarding January 6th. I'm honored to be on that committee. I'm looking forward to working with other members to expose truth, questioning federal agencies that were involved on January 6th, like the FBI, played a role, but we don't really know, Director, to what extent. We don't know. The January 6th sham committee was not formed by Nancy Pelosi to seek truth. It was nothing about getting to the truth about January 6th. Their sole mission was to damage Donald J. Trump and end his political career.
Yep.
And everybody knows it. That's what the purpose was. You know
That's
what's nice?
true.
I kind of get to ask the question, though. How did that work out for you? Donald J. Trump is back in the White House, and America loves him.
Yep.
I spent 30 years in law enforcement, retired sheriff from a large county in the great state of Texas. I've seen, Director, I've seen more enthusiasm and support for law enforcement today because of what you and Donald Trump have done over the last 8 months.
I know, right, Josie? Instead
The
of
American
asking
people couldn't count on their government to protect them.
about things that are
Crime
going
is
on in the
rampant.
country, how
Now
are
we
we
have a
doing
president
with
and an
the border, how are we
that puts
doing
the
with
American people in their
California,
safety
the
first.
riots that are going on around the country,
Visited
like
a few minutes ago,
Chicago and,
a classmate
you know,
reached out to
and
me and said,
Portland,
I told
Oregon,
him, I said, yes, we got Director Patel
Seattle,
in front of our
you know,
committee
there's so
today.
many other things.
And Andy wanted me,
But
Andy
all they
King
want
wanted
to
me
be
to
stuck
tell
on
you.
is on Epstein.
He said, quote, tell him we love him.
How many times
Tell him
Trump
we
is
love
on the
him
list?
and all the brave warriors
How many
exposing the
times he's
deep
on the
state.
list?
Cash, you're a great American, sir.
I want to see all the
You're a great
videos.
American. Your work as the
Cannot see
director
all the
of
videos. They're
FBI
pornographic.
is commendable.
I want to see all the videos.
And I want to
Okay,
thank you, sir.
now I'm
Thank
questioning
you for
you and your
service.
sanity.
Keep up the good fight, brother.
There's
Don't let him tear
too
you
much
down. Keep up that
graphic
good fight. You
videos.
have it in
You cannot. You're not
But that's
going
why
to
you're
see
the
that. Oh, I want to see all the videos. Oh my
Gentlemen,
god.
to me.
That's how it's been.
Director Patel, there were 26, the gentleman mentioned the select committee. There were 26 confidential human sources at the Capitol on January 6, 2021. 4 entered the Capitol and thereby broke the law. Do you know if those individuals were being paid by the Ray FBI?
So we've provided 600 pages of documents to this committee alone regarding January 6th. That's 600 pages more than any of my predecessors. Generally speaking, confidential human sources are always paid by the FBI. That's how it works. I can't speak to the specifics on each one and how much they make.
And we appreciate it. We've reviewed some of that material and you've given us a lot of material that we didn't get from Director Ray. That specific question I think is important to the American people. Were people who were confidential human sources of the FBI who broke the law, one was recommended for prosecution, my understanding is, by the information we've received from you. Were they actually paid by the very taxpayers who may have got charged with the same offense? I think that's important for us to understand.
I'll get back to you on that.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Director Patel. I want to focus a little bit on domestic terrorism. We have a graph here, data up to 2021, but as you can tell, domestic terrorism is on the rise. Nation, our citizens under threat. We saw the assassination of Charlie Kirk, 2 assassination attempts on the president, school shooting, Minnesota last month, and closer to home, just a couple of days ago, Huntington Beach, peaceful vigil for Charlie Clark, infiltrated by neo-Nazis who essentially made the local individuals attending that event fear for their safety. All of us know that a lot of these domestic attacks are by lone wolves.
He's missing
But yet they
the
do
school
leak
shooting that
through
happened in
social
Utah
media
too.
or elsewhere.
How come he didn't
Director
add that
Patel,
one?
You're it. You're the thin blue line. The FBI, your job to protect our citizens back home from those that would harm us. You have
They
to
pay
find
that
a
lady
needle in
to
the
hold that
haystack.
sign up. That's
It's
her
a lot of
job.
work, a lot of resources.
And this guy,
Talked
what
to
he's
my
doing
local
standing
sheriff
there?
this morning who said they're concerned.
Is he like a
Federal
bodyguard?
cuts.
Like,
Federal
say
cuts
the
to
right thing
local
or else I'm gonna
grants
hate you.
that help them do the job. Then, of course, let's not forget about other threats that are coming before us, like high-tech fraud. Local senior recently was talking to me about a text she had gotten, a demand by the IRS to send a payment immediately, or the IRS agents were on their
Yeah, but
way
that's
to
not
arrest
only
this
the
individual.
FBI's job to do.
Pretty gutsy stuff.
We also
By
got
folks
other
probably
departments
from
that handle
Europe,
that, like
North
Homeland
Korea,
Security,
Russia, China,
like the CIA.
people, okay, going after those precious
Yeah.
savings our senior
Not only
citizens
the
rely
FBI
on.
here.
Yet the president's proposing a budget cut of $500 million or more to your organization, the FBI. You've said that that'll essentially
downsides.
equate to about 1,300 less jobs at the FBI. So I'm going to ask you essentially, what is it that we can do to help you do your job? Little concerned.
He's doing
Friday
fine.
Night Lights. One of the events I love to do on Friday nights, go to the local high school football game. Sit there at the stadium and you always say, what if? What if? You're the thin blue line. Can you do your job cutting $500 million from your budget?
Thank you, sir. I think we are doing our job, and the distinction is with the budget that we have, we are flexing more resources to the field. California is receiving the largest FBI plus up of any state in the union due to that plus up. They're not getting a reduction. No state is getting a reduction. Every state is getting a plus up. And so I'm utilizing the money that we have to first plus it up. And the empty vacancies that we have, those haven't been filled in years, not under my leadership.
Here's my concern. You're going to do well. You're doing more with less, is what you're saying. Yet we're about to vote on a budget that has $88 million more to protect members of Congress, the executive branch, and the Supreme Court. There's a contradiction here. Back on Main Street, we're saying you can do more with less, you can protect them with less money. Yet here in Washington, we're saying we need more money to protect members of Congress.
Yeah, because you guys need
There's a little
security.
contradiction here, or maybe, sir,
You need
gotta talk to
security.
leadership about
And you want to be
coming in
safe
with your
from the
management
crazy
style
people?
to protect the Supreme Court, Congress, and the administration. Otherwise, it's essentially a hypocritical
You
situation.
want to pay for your own security?
We need more protection, yet folks on Main Street can do with less.
Hey, pay for your own security.
My
How
concern
about that?
is folks on Main Street. We also were, I think we received over 300 million in the big beautiful bill, and we're also receiving pots of money from our interagency. So this sort of 500 million cut isn't entirely accurate.
You're still getting cut 200 million plus. You're still moving your agents to do ICE work. So you are leaving a lot of bases uncovered. And I'm not going to be argumentative with you, Director Patel. I'm just saying, if that thin blue line does not hold, people on Main Street will pay
How
the
did it
price.
get?
I agree with you, sir.
And I just look forward to working with you.
Who made
because
it then?
I am very concerned that these kinds of budget cuts are short-sighted, especially when my local sheriff calls me and says, we need more support, and we're looking at budget cuts.
I'll work with you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield time.
Mr. Chairman, I have another unanimous consent request.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized for unanimous consent.
I seek to introduce a December 2024 OIG report from the Department of Justice, which confirms the conclusion of the Bill Barr Justice Department that the so-called whistleblower, a disgruntled former employee of the Intelligence Committee, was not a credible witness and there were no further actions taken.
Without objection.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to submit some items for the record.
You bet. Gentleman from California.
First one, Trump's deportation diverts FBI agents off child predator cases. Second one, FBI director backtracks
Yeah,
on
but those are written
administration's
by
proposed budget
independent.
cuts.
Like,
And
how are you
number
going to
three,
take
Trump
that as fact?
administration says 70% of
Putting in
ICE
reports.
detainees do not have criminal convictions.
Without objection. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you. Director, earlier this year, the committee learned of new documents tied to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation and the Russia collusion hoax against President Trump. Your efforts in declassifying key documents tied to this investigation allowed the committee to acquire thousands of pages that it did not have previously. Did any of your predecessors make any effort to declassify these documents?
Not to the extent we have.
Did any of your predecessors share or leak any details that were classified at the time?
There are ongoing leak investigations across the board at the Bureau related to this.
I believe one of those is Mr. Comey, and I thank you for continuing that investigation. Among the declassified documents are the Durham Report Annex, the Crossfire Binder, and the Nellie Orr Criminal Referral. Could you summarize for those watching that what we know about the Russia collusion hoax so far?
Well, sir, I think the record will speak that the Russia collusion matter was perpetrated by a political party to go overseas and obtain information from a foreign intelligence asset, only to have that information, which was demonstrably false, turned over to the FBI, who walked into a federal FISA secret court and asked for a secret surveillance court order and lied to the federal court. And we know that because someone was convicted of it, and only to surveil the political opponent. So that is a massive scandal. We helped expose it. And in terms of the pages of productions, I provided 1,400 pages of production related to Crossfire Hurricane, and my predecessors have provided 0.
Appreciate your courage and commitment to declassifying these important documents for our review, and hope that you'll continue with this commitment. Can we expect to see more declassification efforts regarding the Crossfire Hurricane and Russia collusion hoax?
Yes.
Thank you. I yield the remaining balance of my time to Chairman Jordan.
Oh, I thank the gentleman for yielding. And Director, that's when it all started, right? The whole Russia, that's when it all began. And then it was Mueller, then it was impeachment, then it was Jack Smith and Fonnie Willis and Alvin Bragg and you name it. But it all started then. And that's why I think the gentleman from Texas wants to make sure we get all the information there. And I want to go back to when it was changed. We talked about this earlier. I just want to read to you what the CIA officer said to the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. Quote, Brennan refused to remove the dossier. When confronted with the dossier's main flaws, he responded, yes, but doesn't it ring true? So that's what he initially said. And then when he was talking to this committee, he said the CIA was very much opposed to having any reference or inclusion of the Steele dossier in the intelligence community assessment. So on one hand, you got a witness who was there who said he refused to remove it even though he knew it was garbage. And then he's on the other hand telling the committee, no, we didn't want anything to do with it. It shouldn't have been a part of the intelligence community assessment, which we know it was. You know it was. You found that. Those are two entirely different stories. I think Mr. Brennan has some explaining to do, frankly, what happened there. And I think you said earlier that this whole thing, and I think you said to Mr. Gooden, this whole thing is being looked at as part of this grand conspiracy to undermine the president, whether it's Comey, Brennan, Clapper, former head of the Intelligence Committee, now senator from whoever it is. That's all being looked at. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Well, we appreciate that. And part of what's also being looked at, and I think the gentleman from Wisconsin brought this up earlier, what is a burn bag for, by the way?
Generally speaking, the intelligence community obviously utilizes and possesses classified documents, but drafts of those classified documents and even ultimate finished products of those classified documents have to be recorded and or discarded. And if they are discarded, the only way we do that, the hard copies, is we literally put them in burn bags that are identified specifically for that purpose. And there is a very exact courier system in which those burn bags are obtained and the material inside is destroyed.
So it's to get rid of the material, right?
Yes, sir.
And it looks like the annex that Mr. Durham in his investigation had was put into a burn bag by your predecessor, I assume, to be destroyed. Is that accurate?
Without getting into the stylization of the evidence, anything that's put in a burn bag is for purposes of destruction.
Do you find that interesting that the Durham Annex was placed in a burn bag, that you would discover that when you took over as the head of the FBI?
We found a lot of information in a lot of burn bags.
Well, we appreciate you finding that. We'd like to know a little bit more about that, and we look forward to that information coming forward. And I appreciate the gentleman yielding. With that, we now recognize the gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing. Thank you, Director Patel, for being here today. I have a couple of questions regarding a terrible shooting that occurred in Colorado, state, as you may know, that I represent. You've testified previously about, I think, what you would describe as your efforts to provide more information regarding the investigation with respect to the horrific assassination of Mr. Kirk. And so, in that same vein, I'm hoping you can provide this committee and my constituents in Colorado with some clarity.
Absolutely.
I think, as my colleagues know, in Evergreen, Colorado, Jefferson County, a county that I proudly represent, at Evergreen High School, a shooter ultimately injured. 2 students were praying for their swift recovery. There's an article here from Colorado Public Radio. The title is, quote, FBI was already investigating an account that may have been linked to the Evergreen shooter. You're familiar with the circumstances generally, Director, regarding this terrible tragedy.
Yes.
So my understanding from the public reporting is that an organization reported to the FBI in July of this year regarding, just reading here from the article, that the FBI opened an assessment into a social media account user whose identity was unknown and who was discussing the planning of a mass shooting with threats nonspecific in nature. This is the FBI's statement to the press. And that the FBI continued to work this assessment investigation to identify the name and location of the user up until September 10th, 2025, which was the day of the tragedy. Can you provide us some clarity on what were the impediments to finding, the account user, and maybe describe in greater detail the FBI's work in that regard?
Generally speaking, yes, because I know even though the shooter's deceased, the investigation we're not done.
Sure.
And so the impediments to finding these individuals, and you highlight a great point. We had 2 huge tragedies in the span of days in this country. The school shooting in Evergreen, Colorado being one of them. And proactively going out onto these social media platforms, which are so large, is our biggest impediment. And we need to rely on the service providers. There's actual legislation, I can't remember the name of it, that's up for renewal, which will, and I think at the end of the month, which gives service providers the ability to report that information in from their end without liability. We need that to continue, because while the FBI has so many people and the police are great at doing it, there's just too many platforms to cover down on.
Well, I appreciate that, Director Patel, and I think we're certainly, I'm interested in continuing this conversation, because I think the reporting suggests that there's a pattern, and that ultimately, we want to make sure that law enforcement is able to prevent this kind of tragedy from happening in the future. I have a question. It's not meant as a gotcha question, so it just frame it there. But it is in regards to some reporting around a periodic transaction report that you had filed earlier, this year. So this is in July, pursuant to the ethical obligations as a senior executive official. You remember filing that in July?
Yes.
Yeah, so in that report, as best as I can surmise, you disclosed that you divested $100,000 or more in a variety of different stocks, which I presume was pursuant to the ethics agreement that you negotiated with the Department of Justice. In that same report, there's a disclosure regarding purchases of two different transactions. So between $15,000 to $50,000 in a national coffee house chain, and between $50,000 to $100,000 in a semiconductor company on May 9th and May 12th. Are those transactions that you're doing personally, or are these through a stockbroker, or are these transactions that you're handling yourself?
So how they happen is I submit proposals under DOJ guidance to say, hey, I would like to trade this or that. And they run their review, and the FBI runs a review, and then they come back and say yes or no, and then I make the transaction.
Is there a reason that you decided to make the purchases in those two companies?
Generally speaking, before I got this job, I was, trading stocks, but not a lot like most people. And I just follow certain industries, and I thought that would be a good investment.
So the reason why I ask, right, because you had divested in other companies, and I presume that wasn't because there were actual conflicts. It's just that you wanted to avoid an appearance of impropriety.
It was both.
Both, but not all of the companies were conflicts.
Whatever
that
they
you
make
divested
the,
from.
I don't make the call, they make the call.
Sure.
Yeah.
I guess my point would be, the reason why I ask this, why I said it's not a gotcha question, I have for years led an effort here in Congress to try to ban members of Congress, senior executive officials from trading stocks. And it's bipartisan in nature. We're working really hard to get that done, Republicans and Democrats. And you can understand, I think, given your role, given the nature of the position that you hold as the leader of the largest law enforcement agency in our country, that divesting entirely, not doing day trading now, I think would be something that would be in the interest of the American people. So I just would hope you would consider that, and that moving forward, that perhaps not purchasing stocks in individual companies, I would think would be something that would be worth pursuing.
Gentleman's time
If
is.
I'm happy to give the witness an opportunity to.
No,
answer.
thank you. I'll work with you on it.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Patel, for being here today. Newly declassified documents confirm that the intelligence community under President Barack Obama knowingly relied on unverified and fraudulent evidence to manufacture a false claim that Russia, in fact, meddled in the 2016 election. Is there more to be done to uncover the depths and origins of the Russian collusion hoax?
There is, and we're doing it.
Why should Americans still care about that, Director Patel?
Everybody wants to talk about a weaponized bureaucracy. And when we put out the facts about a weaponized bureaucracy, not because I said so, but because we found the FISA documents, because we found the 302s and the 1023s, then it becomes a political football. My job is to continue to put out that information and let the American public read it.
Making
for
a weird
themselves
sound. You hear it?
when I'm lawfully able to do so. And that's been my commitment on any subject, Russiagate or
Your
otherwise.
mic is
Wherever the law allows me to
fucking
do
up.
it, I will do it.
You know, when I first came in 2020, the number one concern as I was doing town halls was the weaponization of the government.
I don't know if it's his
the American
mic.
Citizen. And so, are there
But I
things
hear
that
that-
you're doing, structural reforms that
Like a ticking
implementing so
sound?
that the FBI cannot be weaponized again, whether it's against President Trump or future elected presidents?
It shouldn't be weaponized against anyone. And the structural reform is simple. If you're going to go after a political individual or someone seeking political office, there has to be a grounded basis in law and fact to open up a criminal investigation. And if there's not, the investigation isn't even opened. And I've also gone back and reviewed other cases that were opened in prior administrations related to public officials. And we've closed a number of them because we felt that some of these actions were weaponized on either side of the aisle. I felt it wholly inappropriate for the FBI to be playing umpire and referee amongst these decision makers when there was no factual or legal basis to continue those investigations. So I shut them down.
And I think that's so desperately needed because we need to restore trust in law enforcement and certainly in the DOJ and the FBI so that the American people don't fear the very government that is supposed to protect them. And so thank you for doing that. On August 11th, you released to the committee documents concerning leak investigations that began in 2017. You believe these leaks were accidental or were they intentional in order to influence public opinion against President Trump?
When I could publicly make a final decision on that, either through a recommendation of charging that the DOJ makes or findings that I have, I'm able to do so, but they're still not complete.
Why did the FBI under Director Comey want to undermine the Trump administration?
I don't know. You'll have to ask him.
Think it might have been political? How will Director Comey be held accountable for his leaks and classified information concerning the Russian collusion hoax?
Well, anyone. Doesn't matter what you did before or what seat you were in. If you leak classified information, that's illegal. And we will investigate it fully. And if we can bring enough evidence to recommend charges to the Department of Justice, we will. But as you know, in these leak investigations, it's very difficult to produce the information necessary. We know leaks happen. They literally happen every week. It's one of the most destructive things to this country. Media receives classified information beneficial to one side or the other. I'm a fan of none of it, and I want to shut all of it down. And we need to bring some real cases to deter individuals from doing that. And that's my focus.
What was Comey's role in creating the ICA?
You know, speaking from my memory, as the head of the FBI, he was charged under then Director Brennan and Director Clapper and the other IC elements to come in with the NSA, CIA, FBI, and ODNI and put together a collection of information on how the information sort of surrounding Russiagate came together. So he represented the FBI in that.
Former Director of CIA, John Brennan, he's denied that the Steele dossier was used in creating the ICA. Is that true?
Well, without commenting on him, the FISA has been released and the dossier was in the FISA. It was in 4 FISAs. So I'll let the public decide.
Well, former Director Brennan actually denied repeatedly that he pushed for the Steele dossier to be included in the ICA. Is that true?
I'll let his testimony speak for itself, but then Deputy Director Andy McCabe also testified to the House Intelligence Committee, which has now been declassified, that were there no Steele dossier, there would have been no FISA.
Well, my time's getting close, but let me tell you this, sir, and my colleague from Texas said, thank you for the job you're doing. You're making the American people safe. You're restoring trust in these agencies that many of us had lost trust in. So thank you for the work you're doing. That thin blue line, you're doing a fine job, and we want to let you know we appreciate it. Thank you. God bless you.
Doing good.
From California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you.
But they hate him. The
Director,
Democrats
for
hate
coming
him.
here today. And actually, thank you for your response to my colleague from New York who asked you earlier about violent extremism. And you said that there is violent extreme ideology on both sides. And I think you actually alluded to that same statement yesterday in the Senate. So I too have some questions I'd like to ask you. These are not gotcha questions, and just deny, please, what you deem to be false. So Dylan Roof, who followed white supremacist propaganda, murdered 9 Black parishioners in Charleston in 2015. Do you deny this?
I'm sorry. Dylan Ruth? Roof, can you give me some more information?
You're head of the FBI, you probably know this. If you don't know, that's fine.
You can give me a reminder. I've got a lot in front of me.
It was national news. Robert Bowers murdered 11 Jewish worshipers in Pittsburgh in 2018.
I do remember that.
And it was the deadliest anti-Semitic attack. So do you admit that that happened?
I'm not saying the other thing didn't happen. I'm just asking for a little information.
Yeah.
Patrick Cruces, who posted a manifesto about a Hispanic invasion, walked into a Walmart in El Paso, Texas in 2019
What's the speaker?
and began firing. He
Microphone
murdered
that was
23
clicking.
people that day, and the youngest was 15. Do you admit or deny that that happened?
I'll take your presentation as accurate.
All right, well, I have to say all of these cases have been adjudicated. As I said, they are not gotcha questions. These incidents were national news. And as director of the FBI, you have access to all of this information. So in
But he's not going
2022,
back
Peyton Grendon
to
walked into a
review every
supermarket in a
case.
Black neighborhood in Buffalo, New York, and started shooting. He
You know what I
murdered
mean?
10 people that
She
day.
want- wants him to know every case.
Your friend Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Tyler Robinson has been taken into custody and charged, but also on that day, Desmond Holley, a 16-year-old white male, shot and injured 2 students at a high school in Colorado before killing himself. And according to the Anti-Defamation League, he had a fascination with mass shootings and white supremacy. So do you admit to, deny these facts?
Those happened.
Okay. Your predecessor, former FBI Director Christopher Wray, said that one of the most dangerous concerns is that racially motivated violent extremism, especially white supremacists, has been the biggest chunk of our domestic terrorism cases and is responsible for the most lethal attacks over the last decade. Do you admit or deny, A, that he said this?
I'll let the record reflect that. Whatever he said was what he
All
said.
right, and do you agree?
That there is racially motivated crimes being committed in America, yes.
Yes, especially white supremacists, which is the biggest chunk of our domestic terrorism. I'm
Why is it white
glad that
supremacists?
you said this. So
Why
last
focus on
week,
just white
President
supremacists?
Trump was asked if there were extremists on
That
both
sounds
the
stupid.
left and the right. He was actually asked this by Fox and Friends, and his exact words were, "I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy." Do you agree with the president?
I don't speak for the president. The president speaks for himself.
Do you agree with the president?
I don't, on what matter?
on the question that I just asked. Do you agree with his statement about the radical left?
But why are you trying to get him involved?
Ideology that's driving violence on both sides? Yes, that's what he acknowledged.
No, he didn't. He didn't. But I'm glad that you're saying that and actually creating some separation between you and the president. And I'm glad that you
That's literally
are
not what happened. He said
acknowledging
both.
that there is violent extremism on both sides. What's interesting is that the research arm of the Department of
Why
Justice,
she's playing
the National
gotcha?
Institute of Justice. Do you know
That's what
that
she's
is?
trying to play.
I'm familiar with them.
Okay, great. It is the research arm of the Department of Justice, and it published an article in 2024 devoted to domestic radicalization,
Oh, look at
violent
the signs.
extremism, and terrorism.
They hired someone to
have
hold the
it. It's
signs.
interesting that it's no longer on the website. It has been scrubbed, but
This
I
is two
ask these
people holding a
questions
sign.
because what makes a strong, qualified director of any business, of any household, of the FBI, what makes a reputable prosecutor
Wow.
is not lapdog loyalty, but a commitment to the creed that evidence is agnostic and that the evidence will lead you to making the right decisions. In your job, no one's job is to like the data or the evidence. It is to collect it. That is how you gain trust. And Mr. Chair, I would like to enter into the record, if I
Oh
may.
Lord! Enter that big ass
White
you
supremacist
have behind
group
you.
stands by racist ideology.
That poster board.
Unanimous consent.
Without objection.
Dylan Roof, the radicalization of the alt-right and ritualized racial violence.
Without objection.
Thank you. Another article, how Robert Bowers went from conservative to white nationalist. I'd like to enter that into the record with me.
Without
ma'am.
objection.
Patrick Cruces believed he was fulfilling Trump's wishes in El Paso attack, his attorney said. I'd like to enter into the record.
Without objection.
Buffalo shooting, how far-right killers are radicalized online. I'd like to enter that into the record.
Without objection.
Evergreen high school shooters online activity reveals fascination with mass shootings, white supremacy. I'd like to enter that into the
What's the
record.
problem? But what's she?
Murder and extremism in the United States in 2024.
She's
A
trying to blame all the
report
white
by
people?
Anti-Defamation League. I'd like to enter that into the
Without
record.
objection.
All
And the
white people?
article, the report that was scrubbed from the DOJ just recently. National Institute of Justice Journal focusing on domestic radicalization, violent extremism, and terrorism. I'd like to enter that into the record.
Without objection.
And lastly, the libertarian think tank Cato and their analysis on violent extremism and the right rising in extremism.
There you go. It's
acts.
just the right.
I'd like to enter that
You
into the
know.
record.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
There's problems on both sides. So what's the problem?
Just very quickly, Director Patel, thank you for being here, for your service to
Crazy.
this country.
People are
And for the
crazy.
transparency that you have brought to the FBI and for the American people. Transparency that was absolutely non-existent in the Biden administration and FBI.
Wow.
I believe that you might have been asked earlier about whether you had had an opportunity to visit with any of Epstein's legal counsel. Were you asked that question earlier?
I think so.
Okay. One of the legal counsels or legal fixers for Mr. Epstein was Stacey Plaskett, the Democrat delegate to Congress from the Virgin Islands. So perhaps for those on the other side who are interested in talking to Jeffrey Epstein's attorneys, they could sure visit with one of their own colleagues. I want to focus on something that I think is very
Damn,
important
she's
that has
ripping
not
them
been
up.
addressed enough today, and that is related to the consequences of the Biden open border. One consequence of the Biden border crisis is the impact that it continues to have on our tribal communities, with the cartels taking advantage of our open borders, the Mexican drug cartels, by infiltrating our reservations and bringing violence, drugs, murder, trafficking, and more. Last year, when I questioned the Attorney General Garland about what the DOJ was doing to protect these communities, he simply deflected responsibility and said that Congress had not appropriated sufficient resources for them to be able to protect our tribal communities. Mr. Patel, what is the Trump FBI doing to counter the drug cartel infiltration and other violent crime targeting our Native American communities?
Thank you. It only took more than half of this proceeding to talk about one of the priorities that the FBI has, which is crimes on tribal land. Every single crime that we have been talking about,
Damn.
whether it's child predators, human trafficking, narco traffickers, murder, they all happen on tribal lands as well. And I've said since the beginning, it is a priority,
Something
which is why we
different.
launched
Wow.
Operation Not Forgotten on tribal lands. And I'm the first FBI director to meet with the staff and tribal leaders here in Washington, D.C. and elsewhere, and invited them into my office and headquarters to see them, because I need engagement with tribal leadership, and I need our police and FBI agents to be engaging with tribal leadership. Otherwise, we're not going to break through. We have 1,900.
Yeah, because they got a lot of drugs
right now. We've got 600
with the
indictments
tribes.
this year alone.
They
We
sneak it
cannot
in through the
forget tribal
Everglades,
lands. Every single
especially
one
in
of those
Florida.
people lives in the United States of America, and it is an absolute priority to protect them
Like
and
a
their
lot of
children
drugs
just
are
as much as
trafficked.
anyone else.
They bring it
So I
in
think it's
through
fair to say
airboats
that
in the
what Mary
Everglades.
Garland testified to, that the FBI and DOJ did not have the resources to address that. I think that
They
was an
smuggle a lot of
absolutely false
drugs.
statement. Would you agree with me?
It's a decision by him not to do so. That's not my decision.
At the end of August, the U.S. Attorney and FBI announced that nearly 100 personnel representing members of the Safe Trails Task Force operated near Wyoming's Wind River Reservation to assist with reducing drug trafficking and illegal guns. Director Patel, you have routinely stated that it is your mission to partner with and strengthen local and state law enforcement partners. How does the task force and other FBI efforts bring tribal law enforcement into this process?
The major problem with tribal lands is the sheer tyranny of geography and the amount of coverage that they have on land versus the personnel they have to do it. So what we've done is constantly surge resources to tribal lands across this country on a 30, 60, 90-day rotating basis, reporting back to us saying who needs more. And what we found is that most of these lands can be assisted by our counter UAS program, our drone capabilities, and we're going to do it because what's happening is the Mexican drug cartels are literally flying overhead, dropping their cargo, their narcotics onto this land where no one's looking, and then it's being disseminated to children, to youth, to adults on that land and killing them. And we got to stop it before it gets dropped off.
Well, and your testimony proves that the Biden administration did not lack the resources to address drug and violent crime in tribal communities or around the United States. It instead expended and wasted these resources investigating parents, Catholics, we now find out Turning Point USA, the RNC, and Republican organizations, rather than protecting our Native Americans by closing the border. Is that fair?
I think so.
Wonderful, thank you. And I do appreciate the work that you've done in this regard. I was previously the chairman of the subcommittee on the Indian and Insular Affairs with the Natural Resources Committee, and safety and security on our reservations and for our tribal members has been one of our priorities, one of my priorities, and I very much appreciate the work that the FBI has done. Let me know if there's anything else I can do to help you. And with that, I yield back.
I will, ma'am.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for coming in today, Mr. Patel. In the past few months, the country has experienced a string of horrific, high-profile attacks that have been motivated by racial hatred or political ideology. Shooter attacked the CDC headquarters, firing hundreds of rounds and killing a police officer. An arsonist set fire to the Pennsylvania governor, Josh Shapiro's residence, with the governor and his family actually inside. Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband were assassinated earlier this year. Clark and Charlie Kirk was murdered last week. Bomb threats have been made against HBCUs and the DNC, and just the list goes on and on. I only have just a few minutes today, so I don't want to take a lot of time to go into all the countless and devastating violent crimes and incidents that have happened at our schools or on our streets and in our communities that have just been happening all year long. Mr. Patel, just yes or no, is this type of political violence ever acceptable in your eyes?
No.
I'm glad that we agree that these heinous acts designed to instill fear and division in our nation are never, ever acceptable. Yet each of these incidents has recently taken place under your watch. The FBI's website states that protecting the United States from terrorist acts is the FBI's #1 priority, including from domestic terrorists. Is this still your #1 priority?
Domestic terrorism?
preventing domestic terrorism.
Our number one priorities are protecting the homeland and international terrorism and crushing violent crime, and domestic terrorism sort of interlays between both of those.
So, well, then I'm glad that you're giving us the right answer, but unfortunately, your actions kind of tell a different story. Earlier this year, you granted the ranks of the FBI's Domestic Terrorism Operations Section. This is the section of the FBI that is most directly responsible for addressing political violence in our country by preventing attacks from occurring and effectively responding to them if they do. The agents in this section are the ones who stopped an individual stockpiling weapons, who planned to attack schools and churches in Florida and seized bombs made by an ISIS sympathizer in New Orleans. And instead of ensuring that this section has all the resources that it needs at a time when its mission is critical, you fired its decorated veteran FBI agents who have served their country proudly under Republican and both Democratic presidents, and you scrapped the tools that they developed to fight domestic terrorism, including the National Domestic Terrorism Incident Database.
I mean, most of that is just not true. We have 1,700 current DT managed programs. We're up 300% in the amount of cases we brought against nihilistic, violent extremists, including 764, wishing to harm our children. The FBI and the men and women are getting after that problem set more than ever because I've unleashed them to do so. And any situation that these tragic occurrences across the country are somehow singularly my fault or disgusting because that watershed goes
Mr.
down to the
Patel,
men
I'm
and
going to
women at the
reclaim my time.
FBI,
Mr.
and
Patel, I'm
they
going
are
to
not
reclaim my time.
responsible
Mr.
for it.
Chairman,
I'm
I'd like
happy to work with you
Mr.
to
Con-
get them what they
Gentle-
need.
Gentlelady
request-
controls the
What's
time.
reclaiming
Very
time?
specific
Let him
request.
answer.
State
Thank
of
you
request.
very much. Into the record, an article from Reuters titled FBI Scales Back Staffing, Tracking of
But let
Domestic
him
Terrorism
answer.
Probes, sources say. Thank you very much.
Without
I
objection.
appreciate that. So, Mr. Patel, and it isn't just the domestic terrorism operations section. Under your watch, agents are fully diverting their attention to
Why
these
she's reading
anti-immigrant
from
and
the
city takeover
screen?
operations, leaving our
Look, she's
children
reading from
vulnerable
the
to dangerous networks
screen.
of online predators, both
Look,
domestic
look,
and international.
look, look,
You
look,
pulled
look,
more
look.
than
The whole time.
120 FBI agents from their normal
See?
duties to operate sobriety checks and conduct traffic stops,
Look,
exposing the
she's reading.
FBI's fleet of
This is
unmarked
story
cars
time.
and thereby making it
What time is
harder for
it?
the
It's
FBI to combat
1:37
violent
p.m.
criminal
It's story
gangs,
time.
foreign intelligence
All
services,
right, let's
and
deal with
drug
the story
traffickers
time.
in the process.
That's simply not true. If we were not able to do two things at one time, how would we be
Patel, I
seizing
reclaim
record
my
amounts of
time. I
fentanyl?
reclaim my time.
23,000
Chairman, I'd like to
violent
enter
felons have
into
been
the
arrested.
Time belongs to the
More
gentlelady.
than twice as many as
Consent
last
Time belongs
request.
to the gentlelady from Georgia.
Thank you very much. And this request basically
Damn,
is,
she don't even let him reply back.
It is an article from Reuters, which quotes law
Like these
enforcement officers
Democrats, this is
familiar
what
with agents
Democrats
who once
do.
covered child exploitation cases, but
Like
now
this is
focus on
crazy.
immigration child exclusive.
Like
Thousands
all
of
the
agents
Democrats are
diverted
like
to Trump
this. They're super
immigration
rude
track down.
and they don't
Mr.
let you
Patel, in the
enter.
short time I have left, your tenure as director of FBI has been somewhat problematic.
Look,
Americans are left sick,
problematic.
left
Your
feeling
hair
less,
is
less
problematic.
safe under
Your
watch. You have
attitude
gutted
is
the
problematic.
FBI's ability to
You
keep
reading
safe
from a screen the
from
whole
domestic
time
terrorism.
is
You have sent
problematic.
FBI agents to conduct traffic stops
That's all
and
you're
round up
doing is reading
hardworking
from a fucking
immigrants who pose
screen the
no
whole
danger to
time. I'm
public
looking at
safety.
you
People even
and
President
you're
Trump referred
reading
to as
from a
good,
screen.
longtime workers.
And then you're
Your
throwing
job
these
is to
little
protect
face
and
like
serve the American public.
expressions.
I'm
Like
the gentlelady.
you're the
Your
one
time
thinking
protecting
of
heinous
this.
individuals and using the
You're
FBI
giving
to serve as a
they're
political
giving you
circus.
talking
You at
notes
times
and
have appeared
talking
unequipped.
points.
Time of the
This country
gentlelady has
deserves better, and I
expired.
yield.
Gentlelady yields
May I
back.
respond?
Sure can.
Respond
Simply put,
exactly.
what is it? Are we failing? If we're failing, how are we arresting 23,000 violent felons? Twice as many as this time last year. Are we failing? Because if we're failing, how are we seizing 1,500 kilograms of meth, 25% increase from last year? Are we failing? Because we captured 4 top 10 FBI most wanted from around the world in 7 months. That's more than the entirety of the last administration. Are we failing? Because we put 1,500 child predators in prison. Are we failing? Because we dismantled 300 human trafficking networks. Which is it? You don't like me, that's fine. But don't you dare disparage the men and women of the FBI that are producing record results in a historic fashion to protect this country. They are kicking ass for America, and they're going to continue to do so.
We appreciate your leadership. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
When I was home recently, I met with the agents leading the Tampa office of the FBI, and I saw what they're focused on in my community, stopping drug traffickers, rescuing children from exploitation, fighting cybercrime, protecting us from acts of terrorism, foreign and domestic. And I know from my time as a federal prosecutor and a judge that this work by the Bureau doesn't make headlines, but it is happening every single day. At the top, accountability is necessary, transparency is critical, but today we've seen an effort not just to diminish, but to distort the work of Director Patel and the agents he leads. If we really care about transparency and about truth, then what we owe to the American people is this reality that thousands of dedicated professionals at the FBI wake up every single day thinking not about themselves, but about this country and keeping every single one of us and our children safe from harm. And Director Patel, I would like to hear from you the facts about what the FBI is doing in your efforts to fight crime. Director Patel, isn't it correct that since January 20th, 2025, the FBI has made over 25,000 immigration-related arrests, including 350 members of Tren de Aragua and 195 members of MS-13?
Those numbers are accurate. The Tren de Aragua numbers are up over 350% from the year before.
And during that same period, hasn't the FBI seized over 66,000 kilos of cocaine, 6,000 kilos of meth, and 1,500 kilos of fentanyl?
Not to be nitpicky, but it's 89,000 kilos of cocaine and 7,300 kilograms of meth.
And isn't it also true that the FBI Tampa Division's Panama Express Strike Force specifically seized nearly 67,000 kilos of cocaine valued at more than $1.6 billion from illicit maritime vessels?
One of our best operations out of the Port of Tampa, and I was down there in South Florida when Panex did their work.
Director Patel, since October 7th, 2023 Hamas attack, the FBI has been a co-leader of the Joint Task Force October 7th. Isn't it correct that this task force is actively working to bring justice for victims and to prevent terrorist infiltration at our borders?
Yes, ma'am.
Since January 20th, hasn't the FBI arrested 59 foreign intelligence operatives for spying or smuggling dangerous material into the United States?
Yes, we have, and that's on track to be more than 25% than ever before.
And the FBI has also been leading operations against major cyber threat actors, including those from Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea. Isn't that right?
A 17% increase from year to date last year.
Director Patel, the FBI's child exploitation task forces continue to investigate predators who target children online and across our communities. How significant is that threat today, and what results have you seen under your tenure in bringing these offenders to justice?
We have, under Operation Grayskull, dismantled dark web units that are operating online, not just in the United States, but across the world to do our children harm. We have taken into custody more suspects than ever before on those who seek to harm our children. That is what the men and women of the FBI do, and that's what they're going to continue to do. Those are the real results when you let good cops be cops and when you let us get on these platforms and expose them to the public and show them the harms of these predators on these online gaming systems and social media systems. And we need more help from Congress to allow us more authorities to do that work.
The FBI laboratory manages the Combined DNA Index System, or CODIS, which compares over 25 million DNA profiles and aids more than 125 investigations each day. Director Patel, why is this important to law enforcement nationwide?
All of law enforcement relies on our CJIS operation out of West Virginia. And what that does is allow 19,000 agencies to come in and say, hey, does this guy have a criminal history? Hey, is this an illegal firearm? Do we have a DNA hit like we did in these recent assassinations? That's what the FBI brings to bear, because local and state law enforcement agencies just don't have that capability. And we're doing it 24/7, 365. CJIS does not close for 1 minute.
In your testimony, you noted that the FBI has ongoing counterintelligence investigations into China, Iran, and Russia across all 55 field offices. Why is it essential to maintain that scope of coverage, and what success can you point to in disrupting nation-state actors?
Our biggest threats involving nation-state actors are the PRC, Russia, and China, and they are up 33%, 83%, and 60% respectively in arrest alone this year. Those nation-state actors wish to do harm in our infrastructure, our critical infrastructure system, our energy, our water supply, and also go after and target individuals and senior citizens and take their money through online pig butchering schemes, which we've exposed in Cambodia by way of the CCP. This is groundbreaking work that the American public should be seeing that their FBI is doing, and I'm happy to have the opportunity to report on it.
Thank you, Director Patel. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple.
unanimous consent.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. In response to Mr. Mattel's making the remarks that, that maybe our colleagues are disparaging the men and women of the FBI, I'd like to enter the record 3 unanimous consent requests. One is entitled FBI is using polygraphs to test officials' loyalty. The second is Kash Patel knowingly broke law when firing top officials, lawsuit alleges, published by NBC. And the third is FBI forces out more leaders, including ex-director who fought Trump, demand for January 6 agents' names.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Gentlelady from Vermont's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Patel, thank you for being with us today. Appreciate your time. Let me say at the top, political violence should have no place in this country. And I strongly, unequivocally condemn the killing of Charlie Kirk last week. And this is exactly the kind of case that warrants a swift and thorough investigation by the FBI. What shouldn't be happening, however, is this administration's seeming attempt to exploit Mr. Kirk's death within minutes of this horrible, horrible assassination, dividing us even further without knowing enough about the killer's complicated, confused political ideology and the extent of his motivation. And this week, Vice President Vance claimed that this is, quote, an extremely destructive movement of left-wing extremism, and said that, quote, it's part of the reason why Charlie was killed. He pledged to go after organizations on the left. But Director Patel, it was just 3 months ago that Melissa Hortman, the Minnesota House Speaker, and her husband, Mark, were shot to death in their home in the middle of the night by a self-identified right-wing extremist and Trump supporter. When that assassination happened, the FBI released a written statement denouncing the killings and pledging to hold the killer accountable. And I thank the Bureau for that. It was clear, concise, to the point. But when you compare that statement
keep
to the
going back
over
and
50
the same
mentions
talking
of the
points
Charlie
over
Kirk
and
killing
over and over.
and just 4
Like,
for the
how many times we
Hortmans
got to repeat the
on
same
accounts
stuff?
affiliated with the FBI and your personal account,
It's
it
like,
appears
can we talk
to many
about something
Americans
new
that you're
with the Democrats?
valuing some lives more than others, and that's painful. And this is what I'm hearing from my constituents, so I just want to convey that to you. And the vice president didn't even call on right-wing organizations to tone down their rhetoric after that horrific killing in Minnesota. And he never once spoke about dismantling conservative institutions.
There is no rhetoric
This
coming
week,
from the right.
when the
What
president was
rhetoric?
asked by a reporter about Speaker Hortman, he claimed he didn't even know who she was.
You guys are crazy.
One
We're
of the
pointing
most
you guys out. Is that
high-profile
rhetoric?
assassinations of
Pointing
an
out
elected
that you're
official
crazy?
in recent memory, and the president claims to know nothing about it, hasn't even heard
Like,
of it.
calling you out as a Karen?
It's absolutely
That's
devastating
like,
for her colleagues and for her
I don't know.
family.
What's going on here?
And I think we
Is that
all can
rhetoric?
agree in this
I
room that
call
we
you a
have to
Karen?
stop this political violence. So my first question to you is, Director Patel, what is your plan as director of the FBI to turn down the temperature, especially in light of the fact
we
that
turn
it
on
seems
the
like
temperature
members of
on
the
your attitude?
administration are reacting to political
Because
violence
she's very
based on party
aggressive.
affiliation? What's your plan?
I can only speak for myself and the
Of course.
FBI. And what we are doing is, I think I mentioned earlier, we're following the money, because whatever attack you are describing, and they are all despicable, equally so, people need money to operate. People need money to conduct these attacks, to conduct these investigations. And so what we are doing is finding the people that supported this infrastructure system, because even when you say there's a lone, quote unquote, lone wolf actor, he's not truly a lone wolf actor. Something happened along the way.
I agree. And so can I just because we have such little time, are you making a commitment right now to follow where the evidence goes in investigating whether it's violence on the left or the right? Because over the last 10 years, when you look at the ideology, I want to follow up on what my colleague from California said. When you look at the data, you look at the Anti-Defamation League data, 96% of ideological motivated killings were committed by the right wing. When you look at the Institute of Justice report
crime, no
that
matter
she
what party
cited,
you're in.
it's
Why
5
they have to
times the
divide
number.
this? It's not
that,
right or left. It's
5 times the number of
everybody's
far
in this
left
shit
extremist
together.
incidents are
It doesn't matter
perpetrated
what party
by far
you're
right.
in.
And
a crime is a
it's been
crime.
reported, and she mentioned this, that as of
Like,
September
why
12th,
these Democrats
2025, just
keep,
2
like,
days
try to divide?
after Charlie Kirk's killing, that
That's
the
all they're
DOJ
doing,
removed
dividing.
that report from the DOJ
Instead of
website. That's
uniting
why
and
Americans are
trying to get
concerned that there seems
problems
to be a
solved.
separate system of justice. That
But she's
if
too
you are a
angry. Her
Republican
energy is way too high.
and you are attacked, you will
Like,
get the
that's
full
why it's
weight
like,
and
ugh,
authority
I
of the
hate being an
FBI
energy
in this
reader because
administration.
I
But
feel
if you
people's energy.
are somebody serving in the
And this bitch
Minnesota
is
State
crazy.
Legislature and you are assassinated in your home, that the response is
Her
different.
energy is way too
And I
tense.
think to ignore the threats from the right or try to do a both and when there are multiple instances when it's overwhelmingly coming from the right, this is a disservice because Americans want to know that whoever they are, whatever their political affiliation, that the response is going to be the same. And it is going to be done with the same diligence. And I'm wondering if you will commit to me right now that you will be a voice right now,
Why is she
standing up to
scripting?
those voices in the administration that are adding to the violent rhetoric right now. That's what I'm asking you. Will
What?
you commit to this?
Time the gentlelady's expired. The gentleman can respond.
That sounds weird.
My voice will be through the investigations that the FBI conducts. And
Exactly.
we will conduct them all lawfully and equally.
Can we expect in the future that
is
your,
up. Why is
your
he talking?
tweets in related
The time
to
is
one
up.
killing
Time
will
the gentlelady's
be
expired.
the same
Gentleman
level of
from-
Why is
concern?
he talking?
Texas is recognized.
Thank you, sir.
Can she like,
Thank you for being here today. And most importantly, thank you for restoring trust and faith in the FBI, which has been severely eroded under the Biden administration. Thank you for your service and your continued service in this capacity.
Exactly.
On April 7th, 2025, Charlie posted on X, assassination culture is spreading from the left. 48% of liberals say it would be at least somewhat justified to murder Elon Musk. 55% say the same about Donald Trump. In California, activists are naming ballot measures after Luigi Mangione. The left is being whipped into a violent frenzy and set back. Whether losing an election or losing a court case justifies a maximally violent response, end quote. And unfortunately for Charlie, that reaction also came when they couldn't win a debate on a college campus. You cannot be intellectually honest and say that this problem is on both sides. It's not just what happened to President Trump, it's also what just happened to Charlie. We've gotten to a point in America where violence is encouraged.
Yep.
We have a former president of the United States that opens up his campaign in
And the
2019,
evidence of
that's
it.
Joe Biden, by saying that his opponent is a, quote, existential threat to this country. Houston,
Jasmine
the
Crockett,
problem. People that you
Evan
disagree
Newsom,
with are not existential
Aaron
threats.
Bass.
They are not Nazis. They are not fascists.
Lisa
They are not
James.
racist.
Name 'em
They are
all.
not deplorable. They are not irredeemable. They are your fellow Americans who have a different perspective on how government should run and what government should look like. Whether or not we should have strong sovereign borders, whether or not we should have safe communities, whether or not we should have places to worship our God and not worry about being shot, whether or not we live in communities and cities that are not overwhelmed by drugs and crime, whether or not we have two genders, and whether or not we have common sense in our policies and our values. And people that believe these things are not existential threats. I happen to be one of these people that believes all of the above. And as someone that served this country in combat, I can assure you I am not an existential threat to this country because I swore to protect her. Also want to point out, how many cities have you seen burned to the ground since Charlie Kirk's death? Zero. No summer of love, no riots, no nothing, no looting, no killing, none. We simply gathered and prayed for his soul, his family, and this country, because that's exactly what we represent. And while we might be angry, this righteous anger will carry on Charlie's message and legacy. I want everybody to know something very simple. Charlie is not dead because of what he said. He is dead because people listened.
Yep.
My time is limited, so I have a few questions for
That's
you, sir.
true.
And again, thank you very much for being
Damn,
here. I really
mic
appreciate
drop.
your time and your service. In your experience in the FBI, have you noticed a precipitous rise in political violence and other associated crimes that you have been investigating so far this year?
Who is this
And
guy?
if
I like
so,
him.
is this trend in motive left-wing or right-wing violence?
I can always speak generally, sir. There is too much political violence, and it has been a precipitate rise on too many fronts.
How do we solve this?
We solve this by giving the FBI more authorities to go into and work with the private sector. There are too many online platforms. There are too many social media platforms. There are too many gaming platforms. There are too many places for people from America and around the world to get together without their parents knowing anything about it, without their school teachers knowing anything about it, and infesting the minds of our children and infecting them with radical ideology. And with that is the root cause of these problems. And we must tackle it. It is not a 1950s America anymore. In 2025, the cyberspace needs to be tackled.
Thank you. Switching gears, when your predecessor sat right there in that seat a couple of years, last year in a committee hearing, I asked him a very detailed question about Matthew Thomas Crooks, the shooter responsible for the assassination attempt on President Trump's life. I didn't get an answer from Chris Wray that day, and I submitted written questions to the FBI and into the record of this committee. And I want to resubmit those questions today because I think we are still awaiting answers to those questions. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit them for the record, please. I'd like to ask you, sir, and the FBI, under your leadership, would you please respond to these questions, and can you commit to doing that?
As soon as the trial's over.
Thank you very much. I will end with this. Charlie Kirk is not dead because of what he said. Charlie Kirk is dead because people listened. He set up a tent that said, "Prove me wrong," and exercised his First Amendment right. That's all he did. And we will continue to do so in this country in order to preserve this constitutional republic. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin, I want to caution my colleagues on one-sided violence in this country. We just heard that there were no riots on the right. We're literally sitting in the building where there was a giant riot by supporters of the president, the right.
January 6th.
We also heard that only leftists
You're going back to
have
January
said that
6th
Trump is a
again.
Nazi. In 2016, the current vice president of the United States said, Trump is either a cynical asshole or he's America's Hitler. And so this is the problem. Like, I don't want to have to say this garbage, but you want me to sit here and get painted with one brush, the whole left. No, there are extremes on the left, and there are extremes on the right. And we collectively should tackle that. But to come here and just look at us and say we all support what's going on in the extremes is why we can't solve anything in this building. Director, let me say first, thank you for being here, and my condolences on the loss of your friend. And I'm happy to hear that you want to do more on the social media platforms. Okay, it's crazy what's going on the social media platforms.
It is.
There are so many conspiracy theories on what's going on with Charlie Kirk. Israel assassinated him, right? There are conspiracy theories about your personal social life all day. It is totally rampant. Big names on the right.
But you can't
Candace
censor.
Owens,
You can't,
right?
you
Talking about how
you can't censor.
what's been released as far as the dialogue between the perpetrator
free speech.
and his roommate is manufactured by the FBI, manufactured by the administration. It is totally rampant, allowing foreign governments to just perpetrate these platforms, all of these bots, all of the time to weaponize Americans. You see what's going on here? This is a byproduct of all of that. What's going on in the streets is a byproduct of all of that. What's happening is you see people celebrate Luigi Mangione is a byproduct of all of that. And so if we want to do something, then we should talk about Section 230. We should talk about how we're going to make sure that we don't let foreign governments poison our children's mind. And so I will work with you on that, Director.
I'll work with you on 230 any day.
No problem. So now, that was the good part.
I want to take your attention back a second, okay? Breaking news. Kash Patel is nominated to be the FBI director. Dan Bongino is nominated to be the number 2 at the FBI. MAGA celebrates, rejoices, bells are ringing out. The team, Patel, Bongino, that sought out every podcast microphone to talk about the Epstein list. The names are finally going to get released. It begins. They produce white binders. Phase 1 with the podcasters. This is not actually one of them, of course. I made this.
Yeah, that was
Your name's
crazy
on it,
what they did.
right? And
With
the names
the-
are going to come
with
out.
all the
Pam Bondi
redacted
says the
shit.
list is on her desk. Then a memo comes out all of a sudden and says, there's no list. Oh no, no phase 2. Phase 2 binders never happen. You said the conspiracy theories around Epstein just aren't true. They never have been. And yesterday, in an answer to Senator Kennedy, you said the FBI is not in possession of any credible evidence that Epstein trafficked girls to anyone but himself. So according to your testimony yesterday and in this committee, according to the evidence the FBI has, the number of names on the list are 0.
No,
Zero.
the index has been released and the number of people involved in that trafficking operation were charged in 2018.
Other than Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, your testimony in the Senate and here is that according to the evidence you have, the number of other names is 0.
that were charged based on credible evidence.
Well, who are the other names? Give me the other names that weren't charged.
We are not releasing the names of anyone because the Department of Justice never does that of anyone that didn't have any credible information
Okay,
to attack them.
Let me move forward. The president has, you've seen the picture of the woman's body with the writing and the president's signature. The president says that's not his. Okay? President says it's not his. The Republican colleagues say it's not his. The administration say it's not his. Will you be opening up an investigation into the Epstein estate for putting out a fake document with the president's signature linking him to the world's largest pedophile ring? Will you be opening that investigation into that?
On what basis?
On what basis? They literally put out a fake document, according to the president, with a fake signature. It's a forgery of the president of the United States signature. That's the basis.
Sure, I'll do it.
Okay, I look forward to that investigation. Am I over? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your diligence.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Director Patel, as you know, my state, California, is home to the worst public infrastructure failure in U.S. history, known as California High-Speed Rail, although the name is probably a misnomer. Earlier this year, I joined your counterpart at the Department of Transportation, Sean Duffy, doing a compliance review of the federal money the state has received, and the outcome was that the state has not complied with the terms of its billions of dollars in funding because it hasn't actually built anything. And so that federal funding has now been cut off, but a lot of us in California still have questions as to where all the money went. We're 17 years in to this project, and absolutely nothing has been built. Not a single bit of track has been laid. There are no stations, there are no passengers, and the plan initially was to have the whole thing, LA to San Francisco, done by 2020 at a cost of $33 billion. Yet here we are in 2025, nothing has been built. And according to the New York Times, the project won't even be completed this century. And the total cost is now estimated to be over $130 billion. So I just wanted to ask you, do you think this is something that bears scrutiny, or can you confirm whether there's any kind of investigation going on at the FBI?
The FBI certainly can't investigate incompetence, but the FBI certainly can investigate and does investigate waste, fraud, and abuse. And so if we have any information that indicates that that happened in this situation or anything else, we'll look at it.
Thank you very much. We've also, been talking some today about the issues that occurred at the border during the Biden administration. And you might not agree with your predecessor on everything, but you probably would agree with some of the statements he made in testimony before this, raising alarms about the risk of terrorism from illegal border crossings. Since becoming director, have you gotten some insight into how well calibrated those warnings were, and what is the status of that risk now?
Since becoming director, there's been a sharp decrease of border crossings for known or suspected terrorists from the southern border. But unfortunately, there has been a sharp increase of known or suspected terrorists entering through our northern border. And so what I'm trying to do is work with our northern border states and our interagency to tackle that problem. But it is an absolutely massive border that can't physically be sealed. So we're going to have to get creative and put more resources into that.
And in a similar vein, there were over 500,000 unaccompanied children that crossed the southern border during the Biden administration. As we know, many were trafficked either through forced labor or sex trafficking. Do you have any insight into as to what the scale of that problem was and how have things changed over the last several months?
Other than what you outlined in terms of how it was described, I don't have any additional details. In terms of how many people are being trafficked into this country, especially unaccompanied missing children, that number has drastically reduced because the coyotes that smuggle these children for their criminal activity are the same ones that smuggle in narcotics, or the same one that traffic older age women. They're all interconnected. And because of the sealing of the southern border by this administration, that has come to a near halt.
That is a very important point, that we have seen far fewer victims of human trafficking because we finally prioritized border security. And by the way, you have children who are getting rescued because of the immigration enforcement activities that unfortunately some politicians in my state are trying to stop, thereby stopping those kids from getting rescued. We've seen, of course, a substantial reduction in crime here in Washington, D.C. since the FBI and the National Guard got involved. I'm kind of asking you to state the obvious here, but what is the mechanism there? Why have we seen a reduction of crime when DC has had such a huge crime problem for years, and then almost overnight we see such a big difference?
Because of the dedication and resources from President Trump's administration to utilize all federal, state, and local assets in a heavily crime-ridden area. I mean, if we did not have a crime-ridden area, then homicides, carjackings, and gun violence would not be dropping by 40, 50, 60%. And when you allow the police, the MPD, to work with federal authorities and allow the National Guard to set up your perimeter, this is what you can do in a few short weeks. And we at the FBI, under Operation Summer Heat, have set those Phase 01 operations in motion 4 months ago, quietly at the direction of President Trump. So we are scattered across cities across this country doing just that. But we're going to need more help to complete the job.
Yeah, in too many places in this country, crime has just been treated as sort of a norm, that this is the way things have to be. What's happened in DC shows that is not the case if we have the right policies and the right priorities. Finally, you know, this is tragically the second time in as many years that we've had an FBI director here following either an assassination or an assassination attempt. And so since there's been some time now since from the attempted assassination on President Trump at Butler, would you say that the public's understanding of what took place on that day is fairly consistent with all of the facts as you know them, or do you believe there's still material facts that have not been made public or are not fully understood by the public?
No, I think it's fairly consistent.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Delay from Texas is recognized.
Man, oh man, there has been so much today, and I truly don't know where to start. So I'm just going to make sure that we start off with a few facts. So a couple of facts that we need to make clear for everyone
not this clown.
is that number one,
Oh, no,
Director
not her.
Christopher Wray, when he was appointed to be the head of the FBI,
Not
was
this
appointed
Crockett.
by Donald Trump. Now, I will agree that
Oh, no,
I
look at the shoulder
definitely take
pads.
issue with a number of decisions that Donald Trump makes, especially when it comes to the people that he decides to appoint to very important positions, including this one, because I did have to make sure that I wasn't going crazy. But when I say that you are the least qualified FBI director in the history of
why
the
she's worried about
FBI,
all
that
her
is real,
stuff?
because you are the only one that never even served
She's
with the
crazy.
FBI prior to joining. Yet we are supposed to believe that
That's
you are
false.
the greatest thing since sliced bread. I didn't ask you a question.
Ooh.
Now, what I want to
Still
go
false.
through is to talk about why you are a failure and why, honestly, we just
She's
need to tell
crazy.
you bye-bye. I know that you got a little upset.
What's
and you
wrong
put
with her
on your
shoulder
show for
pads?
your boss because
And
it
wearing
seems like
green,
you're trying
too.
to save your job when it came to talking to Senator Booker
She crazy
yesterday.
with that wig.
But let's go through some of your failures.
She is so.
So before you were even confirmed,
She's
and I
crazy.
think one of my colleague from Georgia, pointed out that you are already targeting career officials.
Reading those notes. Read
so
the
that you can
script.
direct illegal firings.
Read that
Mind
script,
you,
girl.
These cases that
Read that
you were
script.
so upset about,
Read that
which
script.
are the ones tied to Trump. The cases came through his
Read
handpicked
those
FBI
cracky
director.
shit.
And frankly, when people
Read
sit around
that
and say
script.
things like,
Read
oh,
that
you
script.
know, we're happy because now we feel safe. I don't know who feels safe in this country except for the white supremacists, because
Oh
I
Lord, there
specifically
you
as a
go.
Black woman definitely don't feel
Racist.
safe. And
Racist.
frankly, my colleagues have been real nice to you today, and I applaud them, but I don't have the same demeanor because
Stupid.
I know that
don't have the
multiple
same
colleagues
demeanor.
on this side of the aisle
Now she wanna
have
go
faced
fight.
death threats. In fact, somebody tried to kill one of my colleagues.
Look.
And frankly,
Look.
I don't know if this FBI or under your leadership, if those people would have been caught. I don't have
Right.
any confidence in you. And if we start talking about the reasons that I lack confidence, we
Oh
can
Lord, here
start
goes
with
those
you
more
not
notes.
just
Look.
wanting to acknowledge some simple facts. Simple facts
Read
like the
that
vast
script.
majority of the threats are
Open your
coming
books.
from right-wing extremism. And I know my
Here
colleagues
she
have tried
goes.
to stress this, but I decided that I would maybe do it in a different way.
Uh,
Number one, I have a
listen to
couple of
this.
UCs. Kim Buck, one of multiple Republicans receiving death threats for voting against Jim Jordan as House Speaker.
Without objection.
Another one, Republican lawmaker says she received death threats after voting against Jim Jordan in Speaker's race.
Without objection.
In addition,
all
there
your
was
papers
another
right
one from another colleague
Put it on
who
the
now is
record.
leaving
It's okay.
Congress because they said that they were calling his wife
The shoulder
anonymously
pads.
and
What's
threatening
going
her
on with
life
her
to the
shoulders?
extent that she ended up sleeping with a firearm.
Without objection.
Sleeping with a firearm.
So here's the deal.
She
How
just
are we
revealed.
supposed to have confidence when you're sitting up here telling the
Why is she
Senate
moving
yesterday
around
that
like
it will
that?
take you 14 years before you can get
Why is she
the
so
FBI
aggressive?
fully staffed to do their jobs? You're also now redirecting resources so that they can go and
Look.
play ICE agents on the streets. You're getting rid of your most qualified people. And even
Here
when
you
it
go. Go
came
back to the
down to
script.
somebody that you consider to be a friend, you were posted up having
You're
some fancy dinner to the extent that you
think she
posted
ghetto.
not only once
She ghetto.
erroneously, you posted twice
Silver
erroneously
spoon.
as it relates to
Silver
catching
spoon thinks
somebody,
she's
and then you
ghetto.
want to go
Look at her.
and say, let me take a victory lap. Because honestly, if it wasn't for
crazy.
parents deciding that they were going to turn in their child, it seems like y'all wouldn't have got there. Even though he literally confessed
crazy.
online. So I'm confused
Why
about
she's
what
jumping
it
in
is
her
that
chair?
the FBI is doing, except for
Why is she
trying to put
jumping
on
in
a
her
show
chair?
for The Apprentice or whatever you want to call it.
What is wrong with her?
The day after all of this took place, there was domestic terrorism that was taking place at
Look at
HBCUs. They were targeted. Yet I didn't hear anything
Look,
from the
look.
FBI about what was going on. And again, Black people kept saying, how did we end up in
Black
this?
people. Oh, the
Because
racial.
the numbers are so very clear
Bring
that
the
white
race.
supremacy is a problem.
Oh,
And
white
honestly, I've
supremacy
not
is a
heard
problem
anything out
again.
of you today that makes me believe that you're
Oh,
going to do
goodness
anything
gracious.
about the white supremacy problem. The one that is leading to children being killed,
Oh, Lord.
children being shot, as well as members of their community as they're
Look at
working,
Jim
as
Jordan.
they're worshiping in
He's
their
like, what
churches.
the hell are we
Time of the
listening
gentleman
to?
has expired. If the gentleman would like to respond to any of that. Well, I mean, I'll respond. Kash Patel, as I said when I introduced him, public
Ooh.
defender, former prosecutor, top staffer on the House Intelligence Committee, deputy director of national intelligence with the National Security Council, chief of staff at the Department of Defense, and FBI director. I think that's pretty good resume for the guy who's now running the top law enforcement agency in our country. And we've seen all the stats that he's given to the committee on how much better they're doing at getting the bad guys than the previous guy was doing. With that, I recognize the gentleman from South Carolina.
Damn, he didn't even
Hey,
let
Mr. Chairman,
Cash
Director
talk.
Patel, I
Jim
think you're
Jordan
witnessing some,
answered.
auditions,
Jasmine Crockett.
clickbait auditions for the
Damn.
Academy Award for my Democratic colleagues. We'll see how they fare as they're on MSNBC later on today.
Oh,
But
Lord.
do you care, before I launch into my line of questioning, to respond to Ms. Crockett from Texas on that
Crockett
very
shit.
elaborate and theatric
Very
display?
theatric.
Here's what I've learned in my government service. I don't give a damn what they say about me as long as I'm succeeding in the mission. We're succeeding in the mission because the men and women of the FBI have never been empowered to do more work and to hit the streets harder than by President Trump's authorities and resources he's given us. And so all I care about is that we are capturing more child predators than ever before, taking more drugs off the streets than ever before, that we are capturing murderers at a significantly historic rate, and we're delivering this country the lowest murder rate in recorded history. That are facts that you cannot dispute. But you can come at me all you want. I don't care.
Thank you, Director, for that. And we appreciate your service. We
come at me
appreciate
all I want.
the results
I don't
speak
care.
for themselves, I think, pretty plainly, and your commitment not only to results, but to transparency. So we do appreciate that. Director, who was John Durham?
He was a former federal prosecutor, United States attorney, and ultimately appointed special counsel in the first Trump administration.
Correct. And what there was a document that he released in his findings called the Durham Report. What was the Durham Report briefly, and what were the findings very briefly?
It was every special counsel that's appointed produces a report to the attorney general. Special counsel's Durham Report largely focused on Crossfire Hurricane and included extensive summary findings in classified and unclassified manner. And we released the classified version, finally declassifying it for the American public in this committee.
Correct. And you released that in July of this year.
I think so.
Yes, sir. Isn't it true that in the classified Durham Annex, as it's referred to, that in 2016, the Obama administration obtained intelligence information from a source contained in two separate memoranda, one in January of 2016 and one in March. The two memoranda described confidential conversations between DNC Chair Debbie Wasserman Schultz and two individuals from the Soros Open Society Foundation. Isn't that true?
As written in the report, I'll let her speak for itself.
In the Durham Annex in January of 2016, the memorandum noted in part that President Barack Obama intended to scuttle the FBI's investigation into Hillary Clinton's private email server and mishandling of highly classified information during her time as Secretary of State. Isn't that found in the report?
I believe so.
Isn't it also found in the report that in March of 2016, the memorandum also included references to the same Obama effort to shut down the Clinton investigation, but additionally outlined a plan to falsely connect Trump to Russia? Isn't that in the Durham Annex?
I think it's in more than the Durham Report, but yes.
The memo also stated in part that, quote, the Democrat Party's opposition is focused on discrediting Trump. Among other things, the Clinton staff, with the support from special services, is preparing scandalous revelations of business connections between Trump and the Russian mafia. Isn't that also found in the now unclassified Durham Annex?
I believe so, sir.
According to the Durham Annex, based on analysis and translation of the intelligence, FBI analysts believed that special services could either mean the FBI or CIA, or the Trump dossier author Christopher Steele. Isn't that in the Durham Annex?
I believe so, sir.
When the Obama administration received intelligence in March of 2018, Fusion GPS was preparing open source opposition research regarding purported ties between Trump and Russians. The research was paid by the Clintons campaign and the DNC. Isn't that open source and also in the Durham Annex?
I believe both.
Okay. And so also in the Durham Annex, which I found interesting, was the potential campaign plan was shared with high-ranking career officials at DOJ. Isn't that in the Durham Annex?
I believe so, sir.
The Durham Annex describes that in July of 2016, emails allegedly between Leonard Bernardo, senior vice president of George Soros's Open Society Foundation, included data providing specificity on the Clinton plan in an attempt to smear Donald Trump by falsely linking him to Russia. Isn't that in the Durham Report?
I believe so.
And so briefly, this additional evidence that you've unclassified and released to the American public, what does that purport to show or augment about the Durham Report that you can share with the American people?
Put simply, that the FBI was weaponized.
Against a political campaign.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman.
Wow.
Gentleman yields back.
I have UCs.
Gentlelady from Texas recognized for unanimous consent.
Yes. First one is Russia's ghostwriter hacker group takes aim at German
Where's
election.
AOC?
This is from Politico.
Where's AOC? Because you know her
The next
gremlin
one
ass
is
is gonna come
Director
out.
of National Intelligence, 30
Oh,
days until
Jasmine.
election 2024, which specifically states that our assessments about
You have to
activities
read that
and
script.
goals of Russia, Iran, and China are
Read
unchanged
that
from
script.
earlier election security updates, and that
Yeah, read
they
that
were
script.
Object.
And I've got three more. The last three are that how Russia
Read that
is using
script.
artificial intelligence to interfere in elections. Moscow's attempts to interfere in US and other elections are nothing new, though their tactics and strategy are constantly evolving.
Objection.
The next one is Russian interference coming soon to an election near you. Russia pursues a systemic strategy of undermining elections and influencing public opinion in the West. EU and NATO countries must recognize that Moscow often acts through agents within their own borders and build resilience to such interference.
What's the source?
This one is carnegieendowment.org.
Okay, without objection.
Thank you.
Who the fuck are they?
The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
She answered
and
that to the
Director
record.
Patel, I'm glad that
Like, he's
I'm
like,
going
who
a
the
little
fuck are
out of
those?
order
Who the
here
hell are
because
they?
I'm going to pursue some of the things that you were just talking to Mr. Fry about and remind you about your confirmation hearing.
Oh, Lord.
At your confirmation hearing in January,
Here we go.
you said under oath,
Karen.
quote,
Here we go.
there will
Karen.
be no politicization at the FBI.
Karen.
There will be no
Karen.
retributive actions.
You could tell
taken
who's
by
a
the
Democrat,
FBI,
who's
should I be
Republican by just the way they
and
talk.
in your written response to the
You
Senate
don't even
questionnaire,
need
you
to
said,
see
I quote,
them. You could just
personnel
hear them talk,
decisions shall be
and you
based
know
on
they're a Democrat.
performance and adherence to the law. And every FBI employee will be held to the absolute same standard and no one will be terminated for case assignments. So I want to just go through a couple of scenarios with you to get a sense of whether you think these are examples of politicization of the FBI or making decisions based on the performance and adherence to the law. So, first question.
Oh,
Would
Lord.
hiring FBI agents,
Here we
analysts,
go.
and supervisors
This is
from
repeat.
only one political party being politicization of the FBI or making personnel decisions based on performance and adherence to the law?
We don't ask FBI people, applicants, where their political parties are.
Mr. Patel, do you ask FBI applicants who they voted for?
The FBI does not.
Are you aware that in the lawsuit that Mr. Driscoll filed against you and the FBI, he was asked who he voted for?
Since that lawsuit has been filed, that's ongoing litigation, I'm not able to comment.
Well, but it also means that you just said that what happened in his situation didn't happen. So we will go on to the next question.
She's crazy. What the hell's wrong with her?
Let me ask you.
Read that script. Read that script. Read that
Does
script.
firing agents for working on the cases
that
that they were
script.
assigned to and that the
Read that
president didn't
script.
like, is that politicization?
You can't
of the
think for
FBI
yourself
or
because
making
you
personnel
got people
decisions based
writing
on
your
performance
script.
and adherence to the law?
The FBI doesn't terminate
that
anyone based on
script.
case assignments alone.
Has the FBI ever been sued by somebody who felt that they were terminated based on case assignments?
In the entire history of the FBI, I'm sure they have.
No, since your tenure.
I'm sure there's ongoing litigation.
Yes, in fact, there is ongoing litigation. And in fact, people have been asked who they voted for. And in fact, you are running an FBI
She sounds
for
stupid.
the President of the United States.
She sounds
rather
very
than the
dumb.
people of the United States, because my questions were not hypotheticals. They are the things you have done during your tenure. And according to a lawsuit filed last week by long-term
That's what
FBI
they want
agents,
to bitch
you
about.
fired former acting director
That's
Brian
where their
Driscoll.
minds are at.
He had served with the Bureau
January
for nearly
6th,
20 years, earned a Medal of
hiring an
Honor,
FBI
Medal of
agent.
Valor for bravery during the dangerous ISIS raid, and had a wealth of crisis
It's
response
crazy. They're
experience,
crazy.
and led the FBI's critical incident response group. When the Trump administration's interviewed Mr. Driscoll for that role, they interrogated him about his political leanings and who he voted for in the last 5 elections. Questions Mr. Driscoll refused to answer because those types of questions impermissibly politicized the FBI. You also fired Steve Jensen, who served the FBI for nearly 2 decades and ran critical terrorism, counterintelligence, and organized crime operations, whom you once described as embodying what the American public demands of the FBI. But he was fired because he took part in investigating crimes committed on January 6th. And Trump's MAGA base lambasted you online for keeping him at the FBI. So he's no longer at the FBI. You also fired a decorated combat veteran with decades of experience in the Bureau, Special Agent Walter Jardia, because he worked on the investigation into the Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election and helped investigate Trump's ally, Peter Navarro. Director Patel, it is very clear that you have flunked your own test. You put saving your job, which I actually believe you were being honest about during your confirmation hearing,
your test.
over
I
doing what's right
failed
for the
you.
FBI.
Guess what? You're
and
gonna
the
get a
American
spanking now.
That is not adherence to the law. Thank you, and I yield back.
You're crazy.
Time of the gentlelady is expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, it's great to
I'm definitely
have
gonna
this
get
opportunity.
going.
Thank you for
'cause I
being
got
here.
stuff I
Thank
gotta
you for
take
your
care of,
service.
so
And I've got to say,
I'll
one
give
of the
it
most
another
disheartening components of
5
the
minutes,
previous
and
administration,
then I'm out of here.
when I was working with local law enforcement all over the state of North Carolina, all over the country, people rightfully did not
I got
really
things I
care
gotta
about
do.
the inner workings of
These
Washington,
people are just
D.C.
repeating the same
The
shit.
FBI had previously been the paramount, the sterling, the top
I
of the
know,
top
right?
law enforcement agency. They wanted their FBI to fight crime. Whatever small town, city, whatever it may be, FBI was expected to deliver for the American people. And then reports started to come out, in addition to the likes of McCabe, Comey, Clapper, Strzok, Page, that the FBI was targeting Christian nonprofits. They were targeting parents for protesting radical gender theory at their schools. They targeted Catholics, churches, pro-life organizations. And the FBI was really bruised in just modern day America. And your focus on getting the FBI back to the streets, fighting criminals, locking up bad guys, whether they're violent criminals, whether they're sex predators, whatever they may be, that is restoring the reputation of the FBI, and I thank you for that. In regards to the perceptions, I want to be very clear here. You mentioned the statistics about removing dangerous illegals, removing thousands of kilograms of drugs, violent criminals, guns. The border is secure. These accomplishments are noteworthy and they're needed. But at the same token, I want your take. The fight is not over. Isn't that correct? When we look at what happened in the previous administration, the number of illegal alien criminals that made their way into this country of every type, they're embedded, they're here, and it's going to take a sustained effort to win this battle.
That's the critical component, sustained effort. And that's the critical component when you look at what happened in Washington, D.C. We're not here for 4 seconds in terms of safeguarding Washington, D.C. It's a sustained initiative. We're taking it to Memphis and wherever we decide else. And so we are going to continue the mission till it's done.
In regards to offloading some of the agents from Washington, D.C. to the states, to the people, can you just explain how tactically that is a force multiplier in the law enforcement community around the country?
It's pretty simple. You don't even have to be in law enforcement to know that. If you put cops with other cops, they're going to do cop work.
That's right.
And what was needed in the communities out there was more cops. What was not needed in the bloated bureaucracy of Washington, D.C. was a third of the FBI's workforce, because a third of the crime does not happen in the Washington, D.C. NCR area. And so the results speak for themselves. Our state and local partners, I've always said this, are our biggest ally, our greatest ally and partner. And we cannot do the work without them. But we got to send our guys to them.
That's right. And in regards to the last 4 years, the open border policies, whether it's terrorism, drug trafficking, human trafficking, violent crime, massive amounts of organized retail theft, and other types of criminal behavior, can you describe, just so anyone who's listening here can talk about, how serious the levels of criminality have become in the United States?
Well, unfortunately, in order to have these record-breaking numbers of arrests and seizures, you tragically had to have a record-breaking explosion in violent crime. And it doesn't happen overnight. And it came in from all corners of the earth and from all platforms, including social media. And that's the root cause of all of these evils. And in order to clean it up, it's not going to happen overnight. But the men and women of the FBI, what they did in these 7 months Everybody should be talking about it. Every single district in this dais is safer now, today, than it has ever been because of that work.
And in regards to the ongoing political climate, Director Patel, how do sanctuary policies that are still being implemented and defended in certain states, cities, and counties, how do they help or hurt your efforts to make America safer?
Well, if you are harboring criminals, you are harboring our ability to keep our communities safe. It's that simple. If you have a fugitive warrant for a violent felony offense and we are not able to procure you because of policies or rules that don't allow us to go get them, and time again, we have heard all too many illegal immigrants who should not have been here, murdering women, murdering children, giving drugs to our youth, and raping our children, and that is unacceptable.
Straightly put, can you separate immigration enforcement with fighting crime?
They're intertwined.
Thank you. In regards to policies like cashless bail, how does that help or hurt your efforts?
Criminals know that there are certain jurisdictions where if they shoot someone, they'll be out the door within the next hour to do it again. And that's an ethos that is, and a system that has been built out over years that we are combating.
How is defunding the police around the country, how has that helped or hurt?
As long as I'm in this seat, we're not defunding any cops.
Good. Thank you, Director. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Garcia is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Jordan, and welcome again, Director Patel. As members of the Judiciary Committee, we have a responsibility to conduct oversight of the FBI and assess whether or not you're doing a good job in a responsible and impartial manner, or whether you're just a henchman for Donald Trump, who's weaponizing the Bureau at the expense of public safety. As Congressman for tenure, is the Bureau's expanded role in low-level, non-criminal immigration enforcement. I have a report here from the conservative Cato Institute. They've obtained ICE documents showing that over 2,500 FBI personnel are now working on immigration enforcement. A yes or no question. Did you sign off on this?
2,500 FBI employees are not currently working on immigration enforcement.
Did you sign off on this?
On the Cato report?
On the 2,500 personnel, FBI personnel that have been reported to now be working on immigration enforcement.
Couldn't have signed off on it because it's not happening.
You can call it whatever you want, but the reality is that over 2,000 personnel individuals are now working at ICE instead of their jobs. I want to follow up on something that Senator Durbin asked you about yesterday. This article from MSNBC reports that nearly every agent on Baltimore's domestic terrorism unit, who was, by the way, investigating the 764 network of child predators, was diverted to work on immigration enforcement full-time. That forced them to, and I quote him, walk away from investigations of a network of violent predators that targets and exploits children online. Yes or no? Were you aware that this happened, and did you sign off on it?
The premise is false. The 764 network in Baltimore is taken down, and FBI agents do double and triple duty all the time.
I'm reclaiming my time. You told Senator Durbin yesterday you didn't know about it, so your testimony is inconsistent today.
No, I
know.
found
Final
out.
question. Let me ask you again a yes or no question.
Up here, huh?
Are you aware that agents have been told by supervisors not to documenting their shifting of resources toward immigration-related work?
That's a literal another falsehood. It's impossible to move a human being without documenting that work.
As FBI director, you must be transparent with Congress. You need to provide us information about how many agents have been diverted to non-criminal immigration enforcement, why the Baltimore unit was dismantled, and whether there's a cover-up of what's happening under your leadership. Because this goes to the heart of whether or not you're carrying out the stated mission of the FBI, keeping our communities safe. Diverting FBI agents from investigating violent child predators doesn't make us safer. Using FBI resources to target parents, children, and other immigrants for low-level, non-criminal enforcement doesn't make us safer. Enabling violent, lawless conduct by federal enforcement doesn't make us safer. As we saw last week when an ICE officer killed one of my constituents. And I know that the FBI has been involved in that investigation. And yesterday, ICE did a raid in the suburb of Elgin where 2 U.S. citizens were arrested, and who accompanied them on that filming of that show? Secretary Nunn. Shameful conduct. And weaponizing the FBI to serve Donald Trump's political agenda instead of the American people does not make us safer. Before I yield back, Mr. Chairman, I request unanimous consent to submit the following documents for the record. A report from the Cato Institute, which I referenced earlier, where ICE has diverted over 2,500 officers from their jobs. And 2, an article from MSNBC titled Trump's Deportations Divert FBI Agents Off Child Predator Cases, and an article from CNN entitled White House Pressure for Increased Immigration Arrests Strains Law Enforcement Agencies. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Without objection, the gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, and thank you, by the way, for coming over here. Sorry you have to put up with all this. I know when you took over, the FBI's reputation in a lot of circles perhaps had never been lower. I mean, part of that is brazen involvement in political activity, the Foreign Influence Task Force, getting involved and trying to suppress news stories in the New York Post, Crossfire Hurricane coming up with bogus stories to try to flip the 2016 election, FBI downplaying the stories of Hillary Clinton's emails in the 2016 election. That's their overt involvement in political activity. I think a strong anti-religious bias. We talked about stories of an anti-Catholic bias in there. I know I've talked to people about horrific overreaction at the big Hindu temple in New Jersey, in which, just so people understand, you had a rectory in the temple area. The religious leaders, taken out at gunpoint, big problems. And I think finally the FBI trying to turn America's viewpoint on certain political issues. And when I talk about that, I'm talking about what was done in Mexico with regard to shipping weapons, fast and furious, shipping weapons into Mexico in an effort, I think, to try to turn the Americans against the First Amendment. But in any event, what scares me is, and all these horrible things that were done in the past, there were individual FBI agents who participated in them, in which apparently their supervisors told them this is okay or even admirable. And what I'm going to ask you, are you able to do anything to make sure that in the future, these corrupted FBI agents understand the importance of religion in our life, and they're not to view it with suspicion? They understand parental rights and the idea that traditionally in America, parents have the ability to object when their young 5 or 6 year old children or year-old or very young children are getting what most people consider highly inappropriate sexual contact. What are we doing there to try to make sure we don't have problems with these FBI agents again, or make sure that in the future administrations, they would object if they are asked to behave in such a immoral fashion?
2 things. If you are corrupt, you don't work at the FBI. It's that simple. So we don't tolerate any form of corruption or any deviation from our high standards, whether you're an agent, an intel analyst, or whatnot. And just to show the American public the resurrection that the FBI has had in these last 7 months, you don't have to believe me. Our applicant pool has doubled month over month every year from the highest point it has ever been. More people want to work at this FBI than ever before in U.S. history.
I'm sure that's because of you, and you're kind of anticipating my next question. I talk to retired FBI agents in my area who sometimes retired in part because they hated the woke, anti-conservative culture at the FBI. And they are concerned, the retiring agents, about new agents, not on your watch, but before this, being corrupted in the universities before they were hired. And they are very worried about what will happen with the new agents. So I think you're answering my question. Do you feel you'll be able to a certain extent solve the problem of inappropriately woke agents filling up the agency in the past, because now you're going to have a larger pool to draw from?
Everybody that comes to work at the FBI is allowed to have their own belief system, but they're not allowed to bring that belief system into the workplace. And anyone that does won't work at the FBI.
Okay, very good. Now, recently, there's another potential.
All right. With that said, I got to get going. I got stuff I got to take care of. I got a pretty busy schedule, and I got to take care of some things. So if you want to continue watching, you can go over to the AP and keep watching the Kash Patel with these individuals that are just going crazy on him. Jasmine Crockett's an idiot. I'm pretty sure AOC is going to come on here later. So if you want to go watch that, you can go watch it at the AP. But I got to get going for now. Continue having a good morning, afternoon, and good night wherever you're at. I'll catch you on the flip side. And I'll be back on this evening to go over what went on during the news. And we'll catch on some paranormal videos again tonight. So with that said, I'm out of here. You guys have a great day, and I'll catch y'all later. Peace.